Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Laptop.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jae-woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello and welcome to OWCS, the place of obscurity and good time and friendship and all the good stuff. Also, before I let those two Muppets talk, happy Pride Month, everyone. Happy Sunday, happy OWCS regular season play day. So many things to celebrate. How do you feel today, Matt, on a scale from 1 to platypus? I know you're down in the dumps a little bit.
Yeah.
Like not a good night in the sports ball yesterday. But you know what though? Maybe we'll bounce back. But I feel good.
He's feeling a bit maudlin.
Next time.
Yeah. I mean, you did call us Muppets, which I don't really know how to feel about, but I mean, that's okay.
Is that not
That's
the mildest
what friends
of
call
insults?
each other?
Is that?
I mean, I guess so. I don't know.
That's like almost cute. That's almost like a pet name.
Okay. I mean, you do walk around like someone's got that. Never mind. You know, that's fine. Yeah.
Heyo. And with that, let's take a look at our drops because we got new drops. Yeah, the Knicks may have taken an L, but we keep on winning here on the stream because all you have to do is connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and you too can collect these goodies on your screen.
I got a few
Very
of these
partial to
yesterday.
all of it.
I was out there farming. Yeah, I had the chat open.
Oh, that's a good. You know what? I'm doing that right now.
It's really gratifying when people ask you where these come from. So I do like some of these, like the sprays in game you can get, like when you show them off at the start. Like it's very overdone to just spray your verified Overwatch League competitor spray at the start of the round.
Yeah, everyone has that.
Everyone has
Like the season 1 comp ones.
Yeah,
this is where it's at.
This is where it's at.
But this is like the Overwatch equivalent of like prancing around with your rare mounts on the Ogrimmar bank ceiling.
True.
Like this is it.
They need to put a
Want to
recent
know?
mount
No.
in WoW, honestly. Like, how have they not done
Also
that yet?
true. Yeah, and you know what? The good news is we waffle so much that you have plenty of time to collect those drops. So even if you're just starting your drop journey today, there will be plenty of hours still to be watched in Stage 2 because we're just halfway through the regular season, halfway through Stage 2 as well, with Week 4 concluding. We have 6 weeks of regular season play overall, and then we're headed to the playoffs, and then we have a last chance qualifier, and then we find ourselves at the EWC in Riyadh for the mid-season championship with more teams than ever before.
A lot on the line here coming up soon, right? I know obviously you Stage 2 more than halfway through, kind of competition heating up, and then obviously going into Riyadh. That'll be a really awesome event with just loads of teams from regions that we usually don't get to see. So that'll be a pretty awesome mid-season bash.
It will indeed, and the tickets are available right now, so head on over to the URL, which is popping up on your screens right now, and grab your tickets for not just Riyadh. We also have the tickets on sale already for our World Finals. We're heading back to DreamHack in Sweden, Stockholm. It's a 3-day celebration of video games, so you're not just going there for the World Finals, of course. You go there for like the whole experience. DreamHacks are something special.
Yeah, I mean, also just bear in mind, getting tickets for Overwatch World Finals is important because if you get DreamHack access, that's fine, but you won't necessarily be able to get into the viewing area for the OWCS games. We had a few people like that last year who were basically way back from where the action was. So make sure you get those specifically Overwatch World Finals tickets for DreamHack.
Yeah. And it was popping off. It was such a good vibe last time. We had to add
the orchestra
as well. Like it was good.
Yep. It was a good time. They had us on the stage, bro. They had us standing on the stage. It was kind of crazy, but kind of sick. Like the vibe, the crowd was like popping off. If I closed my eyes, I could pretend they were there for me. It was lit. Yeah, it was cool.
I mean, that was a Mitch request. Just he's like, hey, if we could just stand center stage, you could just put a spotlight just on me. That would be great.
Chat, I would never do that.
The spotlight, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would never do that.
He actually, so I don't know if you know this. He asked to conduct the orchestra. right before. He asked to be the conductor, but they said no.
That's so stupid.
Honestly, when they were testing the
Dude,
instruments, it sounded like
I have the
that's what he
sickest
did. The
wrist
orchestra
flick
was sick,
ever,
though.
bro. Seriously, I could do that, bro. How could it be? Little
those
this,
flicks?
little that, little this.
Wait, have you have you played the drums? No. Okay.
No,
we
I was a
gotta stop that right
saxophonist though, in concert band.
No.
Yeah, I played saxophone.
Oh.
I mean, saxophones are that's a good instrument.
Yep. Played the baritone
There we
sax,
go.
the big one. That's like as big as Matt. And I played the soprano, the Kenny G one. Never mind. Let's talk about Overwatch. We actually haven't talked about Overwatch yet, which is crazy.
We haven't, and we still won't because I gotta bring in a friend to talk about it, as I just simply do not trust your guys' opinion. We're gonna get Avril in to talk about all things OWCS Korea. Avril, welcome to the show. Before I let you go off on a little OWCS Korea rant, I also need to let you know that you were insanely annoying on Plat Chat heading into Stage 2, trying
Really?
to run that MAGA narrative. Like that just... That rubbed me the wrong way. You kept on coming back to it. I watched 2
work, though.
hours
It
of that
just worked.
episode, and you just kept on saying, "What?"
He tried to
No,
invoke
but
the
it's
Malga
not,
narrative.
though.
It's not here though. He's actually jinxed it for us. I think he's actually honestly he's doing
Yeah,
us a
I'm
favor.
a fan of that.
He's working
Blame
against
the
the MAGA.
EMEA. Blame VP. Blame these teams in the EMEA. I don't know. They love it. Blame Harbin. He loves it. You know?
Yeah.
Real quick
I love
aside, by the way, I
blaming
can't
you.
wait to hear
We
Mitch
haven't
do
seen
the
an awful lot
saxophone.
of it,
There's a little
luckily.
saxophone, solo the next World Finals,
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
Exactly.
They're
I
gonna
think
have
people
him
are
like
getting
go
the tickets
around
worth,
like
really.
a sexy sax guy. I don't know, the sexy sax guy, saxograms. So that's gonna be Mitch's side hustle very soon. Either way, Avril, I want you to walk us through all things OWCS Korea. Not just what happened in the matches, because Stage 2 just concluded in the regular season over there. I also need you to walk us through the format, as it's quite a bit different. Obviously, the three of us here understand it so well, but we want you to explain it to our viewers.
Oh no, sell me on
for
this
those who
format,
are
big
not
guy.
familiar with it.
I mean, all right, we'll talk about the results first. So Vec, unfortunately, they get relegated, but for everyone else, they get to play through another sort of extra qualification stage before playoffs. This is like the playoffs before the playoffs. So Korea, they get to kind of double up the playoffs a little bit here. So the top 4 teams, 1 through 4 between Crazy Raccoon, HG, T1, Z Division, they're going to what's called essentially seeding matches, playoff seeding decider matches, where they have this little round robin between the top 4 teams. And the top 2 teams from that get directly seeded into the semifinals. The other 2 teams go to the quarterfinals. And then the other 4 teams between 5th and 8th, which actually includes Team Falcons, funnily enough, really crazy things happening in Korea right now. They go into a last chance qualifier in Korea where the top 2 teams out of that bracket end up going to the playoffs. So that's how
reseeding
playoffs
games,
works
right?
This
Really?
baby
I
kept in
know.
so many
And they reseeded
playoff
again.
brackets in that you wouldn't believe, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That aside, what's going on with Team Falcons here? Like, obviously we saw them make some acquisitions and some changes, but how are they at 3 and 5? Is that 5 and 3 rather? They're in the
Yeah,
LCQ
it's not
bracket.
good.
That's sigh.
It is not good. They're 5 and 3. Which, to be fair, like they're 5 and 3, which Zeta Division are also 5 and 3, but Zeta Division's map record is like 1 map better than Falcons. So that made the difference between going into the top 4 and the rest of the 4, whether you're the seeding deciders or you're in the LCQ. So playoffs, I mean, Falcons likely still will make playoffs, just their seeding is pretty rough. And fun fact for Korea playoffs, it's single elim as well. So there's a good chance that Falcons actually don't make it to the finals of Korea, which would be really wild because usually it is Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons in the finals. But Crazy Raccoon likely coming first in the seeding decider matches, which means they get to pick their opponent in the semifinals for the playoffs. And I think they will end up picking Team Falcons and knocking them into the lower brackets, so forcing them into like a 3rd, 4th place matchup. So
this is your
This
bracket.
is my bracket. This is my bracket that I think is going to happen.
So, what for those that don't know them, what can you tell us about All Gamers Global? Because they were sort of floating around towards the top side, but now they're in 2nd place. Some of these names I recognize, but like I know Lee Soo-min, are they maybe? But there's a number of other players on this team that are maybe lesser known at the top level.
Yeah, this Aid guy, by the way, is absolutely insane. I think he's one of the best players in the world, genuinely. He is. If you haven't seen Aid on All Games Global yet, superstar on that Freya. But this team, if anyone paid attention to Korea last stage, is the same core lineup as Wei. The Wei roster, who are you most recently came from. Now, who are you? Kinda, in the crusty zone right now, hanging out with Mag and doing his thing. But his whole team is currently second in standings. And his replacement is Songjin, who you'll remember played for NA for a bunch of different teams like TSM. Songjin is really just kicking butt in the region right now. He's insane. He is doing so well. So this AGG squad is they only, outside of losing to Crazy Raccoon, they only lost to one other team called Pokerface. Who there was an upset, by the way. If they didn't lose to Pokerface, they would have actually had the same record as Crazy Raccoon, which is what, 7-1. That's where AGG have been so far this stage. Really, really crazy good team, which means in Korea, you essentially have 5 teams, Team Falcons included, vying for top position, which is very
Give them more slots. Give them more slots at EWCS. I want more Korean teams in that tournament.
Yeah.
Well, Crazy Raccoon are guaranteed. They're guaranteed in there. Really, there's 2 more slots that they're all fighting for between 4 other teams, of which Falcons are like bottom of that 2 through to 5 right now. Because
why?
You asked the question, Mitch.
Yeah.
What's wrong with them? You want to know what the kind of problem is, or?
Yeah. That's what I'm like. What is the fall off here with Falcons?
It's funny. I think after having someone in Merit join the team, so everyone's been wondering where's someone in Merit? Where are these guys? How come after Toronto last year they went on a team? I think they were like kind of in that Falcons pipeline for a while, just in some contractual stuff happening, so they couldn't join the team until stage 2. But now that they've actually been able to join the team, I don't think they've meshed well on this team at all. Someone's individual win rate on Falcons is very poor right now compared to Harbin. Harbin has much better win rate, but they're going through a bunch of different roster lineups, roster compositions. They have 3 DPSs now between Stalker, Proper, and Merit, and they've gone through all 3 of the different possible rotations you can make with those 3, every single combination of those 3 players. 9K last week said they want to focus on less rotations, so he's locking Merit in full time, and then locking Stalker in full time to be Merit's partner. And so far, results-wise, that hasn't gone super well for them, because Proper's now just perma-benched to the point where, like, he's not even showing up to the stadium, because they play
the
games live
Discord
on LAN.
messages are just going to keep
anymore.
coming.
I don't know. I think they need to give Proper another. They got to give him another run, because like this current team, whatever they're doing, is not working. This like Merit Stalker lineup is not working that well. So
it's crazy because, like, obviously individually, like, all these players are superstars. They're just high caliber players, but like, if it doesn't match as a team, and like this format is really unforgiving if you really think about it, right? Like, at the stage, it seems like 6 weeks is a lot, but it really isn't. It's not that many games you actually end up playing. So every single map loss, every single match loss will come back to haunt you. So if you don't match from the get-go, that can really, really, really mess you up at the end of the season. And now your stage 2 has concluded, but as we saw, there's a bajillion playoff brackets and other brackets still coming our way from OWCS Korea. So yeah, we're still in for many a treat from that side. Avro, quick plug, where can people find you, since you're literally just streaming non-stop? So I'm slightly concerned, but also very impressed.
I think I am the featured co-streamer for today, so twitch.tv/Avro, so coming on and streaming EMEA and NA and all the goodness, so there I am.
How long have you been up for?
Yeah, come check me out.
Avro, I'm doing a wellness check on you.
I actually took a nap, so I've had a little bit of a break, but I'll be streaming all the way through, obviously, to the end of NA and even a little bit further after that. So yeah, come hang out. Should be a good time.
Yeah, keep him awake and make sure that he's staying hydrated and healthy. Avro, thank you so much for sharing your insight and for coming onto the show. It's always great to chat to you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
See you, brother.
Hey, bub.
Right. Thank you so much for all of that. And now, before we're heading into today's match, we have a quick update for one of the teams in EMEA. We already talked about that yesterday, that Quick Esports officially dropped their OWCS roster. Yesterday, we dubbed them EMEA, what is it, Seed 7? There we go. Yeah. That's the update. And now they have been reached out to, and were asked what name they want to go by for now. So obviously, if you ask the players, you can rest assured that they're coming up with a real good name.
Free will was a mistake. So, it was a mistake.
Actually, so true. Yeah. Well, okay. So the players are still in, and the artist formerly known as Quick Esports shall now be One Dip versus 100 Gorillas.
Yep.
Overwatch.
A name of all time, and that's the team. So let's talk about one dip and 100 gorillas. The roster, as you see it right here on your screens. They go up against Alcatia. Of course, they're known to take it all the way to map 5. Can they do that again against Alcatia? That's a big question. I mean,
this is interesting.
It's a dogfight. Like they're a messy team.
This is interesting though because they're playing Sky Tour. We've really seen Willies play mostly in terms of the tank role, right?
Amazing diva.
He's looked, really good playing the diva. So a little bit of a change up here in terms of the tank for Quick Esports here today, which is a bit surprising. You see here Yoham showing off the crosshair. This was an epic battle of the crosshairs last week with Frosttails, but. Look, I think this team obviously still in a position to succeed. This is going to be a tough matchup. I mean, Alcatia is the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like we've seen what Quick Esports are capable of. We've seen some dogfighting up against teams like the Ultimates, right? And even Frosttails. That last game, I think, showed me that Frosttails, even with the custody comp, caused them some problems. Alcatia, or they're the best in EMEA right now, and I don't think it's particularly close, especially now we've seen how Virtus.pro have struggled. These guys are the real deal, and they I kind of take it to another level. You should be excited, I think, if you're an EMEA team and want to see your region represented well internationally, because these are probably the guys to do it.
Yeah, the only team which really managed to like push them to anywhere out of a slight comfort zone was Twisted Minds, and obviously that's partially because the teams are very familiar with each other, but there's no other team which has been able to push them. As you said, VP just kind of fell flat against them. We thought VP is going to be able to actually make this competitive.
No, and the one thing that Alcatia does really well currently, well, I mean, they do a lot really well, but they've been playing the sim, like checkmate on this sim, like the entire time, like sim with Diva and different types of things. Labda's picked up the Freya really fast, and then also has a great Sojourn. So this team is just positioned really well here in stage 2.
Also, Ziad continues to really impress as well. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Ziad later on today as well. So we are ready for one dip versus 100 gorillas going up against Alcatia. Why did they do that to us? Either way, first match of the day coming away. So Matt, Mitch, please take it away.
I pray for sweet release. One dip versus 100 gorillas. There'll be one dip going forward, folks. That's how we're going to refer to them. Versus Alcatia. 4-0 Alcatia with the big wrecking ball band here. Now, Sky Tour is in the game.
Yes.
It's not an unreasonable sort of ban against them, but also it functions as a very effective tank protect. Kiriko going to be taken away from Alcatia. Pretty reasonable look, but of course you can just play Lucio Juno. You get the Brick Juno in there if you want something less mobile. Well, it depends where we're headed to. Looks like maybe Sanctuary will be our first stage.
And I think the ban of the ball is actually probably more of like a protect in that tank category. I know maybe you try and ban out like Ziad's Diva or something along those lines, where you can have Sky Tour, who's played like Winston in the past, play something like that. So I think it's more of a protect than any type of like targeted ban on the other side. Then you weren't going to play ball anyway, right? So you might as well just get rid of it.
And so this is what Sky Tour's been able to do for teams he's been on, is bring that Winston at times. However, I think that, if you want to play the brawl style, Langton, of course, really wants to play alongside the Orisa, who's such an incredible Baptiste player. So Baptiste, Brigitte here for Alcatia, probably their best look right here. Ziad amazing, of course, on the Diva, but man, these guys really seem hard to beat when it comes to this kind of setup.
I do have an update here, Mitch, live from the Overwatch equivalent of Sham Sharani, an insider. Apply is just tweeted me that Willie's is actually on vacation.
Oh, okay.
So Sky Tour is in this week, so that's a big news story here. Breaking news.
I'm also glad that he's listening to the broadcast now, because you gave him a shout out the other day and he actually had no idea. It was yesterday. He had no idea what you were talking about.
He's got a lot of people.
He's got chat to entertain.
He's trying to do it. Yeah, it's fine.
So we have a Mercy here. Obviously, pretty decent pair. I think you can get decent height off the Juno here. I think pairing up with Zydra is very reasonable. The damage boost, I think even over towards the Freya can definitely give you some edge here. But it is an early strong start for one dip, and they're in control.
We've seen Mercy on more maps like Circuit, right? Not necessarily on any type of control. So it is a little bit of a different look. especially with no Kiri in the game. We'll see, though, if they're able to kind of keep this Mercy alive, right? That's kind of been the hardest part with Mercy is can be pretty easy to take out at times, and I mean Skies are getting dangerously low here, and yeah, you don't have anybody who's able to keep him up as Natsuki just trying to dive away, maybe working back towards the res, but you do get the res on the Sky Tour, but you're going to lose both supports.
Yeah, I mean, tough for Natsuki here. The reason why we see that Mercy pick on Circuit Royale is you can play out of line of sight a lot of the time. Here, though, it's pretty risky. You're vulnerable to flankers. You're vulnerable to someone like Lambda at long range who can start to pepper you with those bolts. And, you know, a good Mercy obviously has great mobility, but they will be switching over towards this Brig here. So Brig Juno versus Brig Baptiste. And Alcatia really want to get good land value where they can here. Obviously, it makes it harder for Dip to get these big pulse bombs. And Alcatia are sitting on some big ultimates heading into this next engagement, and they're up to 20% now.
It is a little bit odd that one Dip versus 100 Gorillas comes out playing the Mercy instead of a Brig here early on, because we talked about, you know, last week, we talked about yesterday, how effective Brig is into the Diva, especially when you want to play like a tank who is going to try and brawl out with like an Arisa.
Oh no,
that's going to be a Bola that hits the wall there. It's unfortunate we caught that one Lambda with 3, but having the Brig in from the start, I think, would have been way more effective for one Dip.
I remember the thinking is that the Brig is especially effective against those sim compositions because you can rally back to the sim very quickly, and the other tank can normally not do anything about it. Give you almost like an insta pick off on her. Here, though, still very reasonable. Less so against the Orisa, because she can obviously fortify sometimes in those situations, but you can force that cooldown out prematurely. It's going to be Natsuki going down first, though. Johan is picking the wrong fight, trying to take my boy Landon on there. And he'll deal pretty comfortably with that Juno. This is what Alcatia virtually in a final fight situation.
Man. Willie's picked a good time to take a vacation, I tell you what. I mean, this Alcatia team is no joke. Just pushes them all the way back to the spawn.
Like working in retail and Christmas is approaching. You're like, oh, actually, you know, I've just got this.
Yeah, it's a really nice weekend. So unfortunately, I'm not available. But you see, Yom actually is going to get the orbital right off, but they already lose Natsuki at the hands of Landon. So I mean, this is going to be a rally from Kellex. Nice immortality field as well thrown in for Alcatia. Is it just going to be like desperation touching here? Looks like that's actually Dip who ends up getting the touch. And they end up getting a flip, actually.
Yeah, Yoham's gone down, though. Landon, if he can stay alive, he actually had to fight Dip there. Eventually he's brought down. So no healers here for Alcatia. Checkmate. I mean, they're still able to flip. So Alcatia with no healers, by the way, still negotiating from a position of power. I think that one Dip have just sort of realized that, hey, we need to keep this game going a little bit. Decent damage in the front line on towards Skytor, but Checkmate's been forced to recall here, and Zydra's also looking back over the Tracer's shoulder in the direction of Kellex to switch over towards the Lucio, rather. Dip's gone down, Landon picks him off. Here's an out matrix just for Landon himself. Look to make best use of that, and that's a perfect stick for Checkmate. It's the exact target you want to find in those fights. The Brig falls. And Alcatia clearly don't need to have healers in order to win that fight.
No, I mean, dude, Ziad is causing so much chaos. And then we talked a little bit about how Checkmate's been playing a lot of the sim. It's not like he can't play, some of these other heroes, right? Where he comes in and plays Tracer and he just fries in that first round. I mean, take a look at some of the stats. I mean, Checkmate at 3,400 damage, 15-0. Dip on the other side was the one playing the Tracer for them, so like 2,100 damage, just to give you kind of an idea of where that separation is. You also have a large separation in terms of supports too, Mitch, right? In terms of damage output.
Landon's damage? What?
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's got top damage on his team, bro.
Yeah.
More than Lambda on the Freya. I told you, this guy is sick. That is so wrong. You see this actually, by the way, you do see GM Smurfs do this. They click Baptiste in like lobby games and they just farm. Like you can be as good as a DPS in some of these situations. If your uptime is like good enough and you're constantly holding left click, weaving those grenades in, you are going to pound.
I mean, we know Landon to be one of the better flex supports like in EMEA. There's a portion of there's a part of me where it feels like he's like still somewhat underrated. We talk about him a bit, but I don't know if we talk about him in like that, or in the higher regards of like kind of where he is. Like he is just lights out. It feels like almost it's the story with this Alcatia team, right? He's like all these players individually like may get overlooked slightly, but like they are incredible at their roles.
I think that's because we didn't know if Checkmate would grow into a hit scan role as comfortably. And Ziad was a bit of a question mark for us, right? But kind of like a TVNT last year, like just an up-and-comer from that region that we didn't know much about. But now we've realized that these guys are a true force to be reckoned with. Skytor gets picked off there. Eventually just split off from the rest of One Dip and handled pretty nicely. And that's a handy immortality field to have. Landon is unkillable, man.
Yeah, you see Dip trying to make it back to the spawn, but Lambda takes him out. And really, a lot of the roster kind of construction, I think, comes down to Lambda being able to pick up these, like, more hit scan type heroes, right? Like, if he's not able to play, like, a Sojourn or a Freya at this type of level, the roster just kind of, like, doesn't really work, right? So I think a lot of credit has to go to Lambda to be able to kind of figure out some of these heroes and not just play them, but play them at, like, a, you know, top of the EMEA level. This is just a bloodbath now, Mitch.
Just imagine, I just want you to think for a moment if this team were able to play with Ziad in Hangzhou. Just,
yeah, I mean,
just putting it out there.
They go to 3 with Falcons, right? In a best of 3.
Yep.
So,
I mean, it was actually a better meta for Tread's hero pool, I think. But that wasn't why he played, just to be clear. You know, you won't get a straight answer from Alcatia, but I can tell you that wasn't why. Obviously, some other internal reasons for that. Feast is hard to get as well. There's Ziad. Flattens Nutski and Dip there inside the Terror Surge, but Skytor's able to reciprocate as Landon and Checkmate falling by his hand. But it's a rally for Kellex to make up for the dearth of healing in the absence of Landon. And a flip attempt here for One Dip. Likely to be uncontested. Johan is able to get control of the point, but there's still some fighting to be done. And Ziad's coming in. Checkmate taking down in that last fight now to get back and throw a wall up. But Dip is, well, not bothered by that. He's able to cut through that easily.
Yeah, it was a really bizarre fight because One Dip actually uses their orbital ray and basically just Skytor and Johan would like push on through it. So look at this. I mean, Landon just trying to stay alive here, not able to do so. But Checkmate takes out Dip, so maybe you're able to get back in the fight rather quickly. But you ended up losing a few players for One Dip, but you know, because of that orbital ray and the Orisa moving on through, you're able to get a flip, and then it puts Alcatia in a really difficult position where they have players from One Dip coming from both sides.
One Dip would fall back to the point with a sound barrier in hand now. Great play from Dip in the previous fight, but this one he exits far too early. Yoem just flattering around the ears of Ziad, gets swatted. And now Skytor may disappear if he's not careful to play around this amp matrix. TPs for both sides. Or rather, just for Alcatia. They TP out away from that amp matrix, so they can't play around it, but they're at the point, and that's a beautiful bowler shot. Yeah, there's no touch to be had at all. That was devastating. Just a dominant showing from Alcatia. Perhaps that's how we drew this kind of game up. We definitely expected it to be a little one-sided. Alcatia ends with about almost 10k damage. The next closest DPS to him is, I mean, it's not even a DPS, it's Skytor on the other side with 7.7. He really took off in that mecha-based round.
But one Dip has had some really close games, obviously, throughout their stint here in Stage 2. But I think this is just Alcatia is just on like a different level than a lot of the other teams, really just kind of like everybody else in EMEA. Although I would love to see a little bit of a them versus Twisted Minds rematch, right? Because that game was so close. But first round, I think the Mercy, it was interesting off the start, but you were much better suited if you were going to run the Brig, and then they kind of switched to it. It's too late. And then here in the second round, dude, Landon was just a beast.
Yeah, he's able to do far too much on that Sanctuary round, especially. I think the big reason for his massive damage increase is in like the last fight, we're actually not watching him, but he sort of fights off Dip, I think, at one point. And he's able to, like, the fact that he has top damage in the server, but also like 5k healing. You know, I like when I look at the impact of a support player, especially like Ana or Bab, I would try and add the numbers together. You know what I mean? To get an idea that that healing and damage, and he's having an outsized impact over the game. It's no surprise. Guy cut his teeth with the literal London Spitfire on that Baptiste. He was one of the standout players in the league at that time, and he's continued to improve.
And then they add Kellex, in between the stages, and it's not like the flashiest pickup, but like Kellex has obviously had a really strong career at the pro level, probably a better career in like tier 2 and like his kind of contenders level success. But I would also say that like Kellex is a really rock solid player. Like, is he going to necessarily like win you games? Like, no, but I don't think he's necessarily going to like lose you games. And he's very calm and composed. And I think just a kind of exactly what you look at with like a a main support in a team like this.
Yeah, I think you know, when we asked Landon about it, he basically was like, no one is going to tell you that Kellex is anything but like extremely dependable of a player. Well, do we have a classic Circuit Royale here? Second map. That feels like it's on brand. Yeah, it looks like that. I'm seeing that here in our Discord. So Circuit Royale is going to be our map move. This is often done by Quick, but this was often done when they had Willies, obviously, on that Diva.
Yes.
I'm curious to see how they want to play this map with Skytor, who's traditionally, you know, plays Orisa, but obviously is known for those dive heroes as well.
I wonder if they banned Sim here, because last week we saw Alcatia play like Diva Sim here, and they were like nasty with it on circuit.
That'll be a very good ban.
Because you can actually like use the TP to get the Diva in positions like up on high ground and different things, and then Diva still has fly, still has defense matrix, and they could ban Diva, right? That's also a possibility. But then you could ban Freya, you could ban Tracer, right? Like you could ban Tracer and let Checkmate just play either Genji Sim, right? So
and we see, I mean, we do see the Genji on this kind of map, right? Definitely.
Okay, so the artist formerly known as Quick Esports, they get rid of Alari. That is their first ban. So we do see Alari from teams here at times, and then the Alcatia ban is May, actually. So they get rid of a potential damage dealer pick. We do see May here on circuit from time to time. I feel like she's kind of fallen out of favor, though. Maybe the last like week or two we've seen way less, but still a potential option.
I found that she was decent in the Sigma compositions that had to play up against the Brawl style, where your May wall gives Sigma enough time to fall back, reset shield, and get those cooldowns back online. Maybe like play for like an immortality field, or at least like give your back more time to get those cooldowns. It's very much stall oriented. Would Landon Kellex backline play Iliari though? I guess they could. It just doesn't really.
Could?
I could be wrong. Man. They might have actually played this comp before. Not in my memory though.
Yeah, they may have. I mean, it would be like probably like an Ilari Juno type of setup, maybe, but not available here. You could just play like Baptiste if they wanted, like they, Landon playing that well on the BAP. You could certainly do it here.
I think the BAP is very solid pick for this kind of map. Again, we see how it's an issue for Genji more often than not. Seems to be the preference for teams that just aren't enough good flank angles. So here's what Ziad brings to a team, like Alcatia. It's not just like great Diva plays. But he had to go to the Ramatra, which I feel like is actually pretty well positioned on this map. It's really very potent. I do think that sometimes like you want to play May into Ramatra, so this is kind of the giveaway with the May ban, I think. It's the only thing that can really stop that annihilation once that Ramatra has semi-decent positioning. We do have the Life Weaver from Kellex, though.
Dude, we've been seeing more Weaver.
We saw this. Okay, we saw this comp yesterday.
Then we haven't in a while,
and it didn't work because I think the variation on the comp, it wasn't a Ramatra based setup, but they gave far too much ground. I want to say it was Peps playing this.
Who are you killing with this crosshair? Okay, we see Dip now make a change and go to Genji. So yes, we have seen the Life Weaver be used in the past on this map. I like it in combination with the Pharah, right? You use that pedal to kind of keep that Pharah up in the sky, like as much as possible, and then just kind of continue to poke as Dip goes over the top. Gonna put some pressure here.
Kellex is not bothered.
Yeah, no.
He's not bothered whatsoever. Okay, pretty aggressive place to take the fight. Landon may... okay, well, he got life gripped out. Not sure what the call was. It was getting a little bit higher pressure, though. Ziad wants to extract himself, and yes, Skytor's able to body block him for long enough there. But it's a trade. Zydra finds a great connection on the Landon, though. Leaves Kellex as the sole healer. And Alcatia a little bit exposed, so they're going to have to very quickly skitter back around this corner. And they couldn't take a fight in an area where Checkmate can get max value.
And Landon was not in position because of the life grip to, be able to maybe give Ziad the benefits of that immortality build. And then he actually ended up kind of needing it for himself because Dip and Zydra come over the top of the building and able to put down enough damage. And that is a lot of damage coming at range there from Checkmate. I believe it was actually an explosive shot there from Labda as well. So that's going to stop this push pretty early, Mitch. I mean, they don't really get a ton out of that.
Is Calix's crosshair an homage to the Stinger from Halo? Because he's playing Lifeweaver? That would be very based. I'm pretty sure it was like a Y-shaped like crosshair with that gun.
Yeah, it was.
I digress. Yeah, that's kind
I'm
of...
surprised you know that.
Come on. That's so crazy.
What?
I play console. I play some console. I was more of a PS2 guy, but I got in the Xbox every now and then. You know how it is. Okay, Dip struggling. And the team that the namesake originates from. Checkmate is trying to stop the asteroid hurtling towards the world at light speed. He has saved us all. He has repositioned that asteroid. Oh my goodness, throw a parade for the guy. Love to see it.
Look at Skytor though. I mean, taking basically his entire shield before you can even get around the corner. So like trying to use that Ramatra shield to push up, but there's just so much damage coming out from Alcatia. It's like impossible for him to move forward.
Air Matrix now for Landon. Every reason to be scared. Laptor can't really make best use of this. It's a little awkward. It's not forcing him though, and he knows
a
it.
really odd spot.
And he's getting stuck with a lot of these bolts. He's close to an annihilation, but I just don't see him quite getting there. They're hoping he can, though. Orbiter Ray going to be committed. Bowler shot thrown out. Connected onto Labdra in mid-bloody air. Ziad goes for it. Big tree! Popped by Kellex to try and keep Ziad in the fight, and it works. That pulsing healing is no joke, folks.
That is a good big tree, though, right? It's on that corner. It kind of blocks some of the players coming on in as Skytor is going to move forward here, has this annihilation to work with, and Alcatia, they need a pick just like they got in that previous one, right? Where Checkmate is able to hit a rocket, you're able to get an explosive shot as well because they have absolutely nothing to work with here.
Landon's in trouble though. Denji was able to get into the back line, and this is a problem for Ziad. Kellex does not have the throughput to protect his tank against 5 separate players, and Dip's going to make it worse going in with the blade, completely ignoring the vortex. And eventually, Alcatia buckle, they crumble as their fire-based comp has to give up that first checkpoint.
And I imagine we see switching here from Alcatia. Like, this wouldn't be a bad comp to potentially even try and play the sim into. But it looks like at least for now they're going to be sticking on the Lifeweaver.
Yeah, counterpoint. No.
Clearly you also could just keep rolling out with this.
I think that is a nasty bowler shot. Good immortality for there from Landon. There's enough time here for Alcatia to get topped back up because no one's in position to actually do anything about the bowler. And Checkmate has a highly mobile barrage ready to go. Now, of course, that's their perk online, and this is very good poke. This is where this comp can really shine. When Ziad can get in there with the punches and exacerbate the heal gap that you create. Annihilation comes in from Skytor. I like the idea. Blow up the Ramatra as quickly as you can, but it exposes Checkmate far too much damage, and Johan is there with the torpedoes. Dip should be favored in this duel. Has the mobility to dodge away from some of these Freya shots. And one Dip very quickly get through this second phase of the map too.
A big tree potentially here. We'll see if they end up using it. As Ziad will actually go to the fall here. Checkmate's going to go over to the sim to try and get out, but as soon as they lose Landon, they end up regrouping. I imagine Ziad changes out of this as goes back to that Ramatra as now one Dip starting to get some progress through the map.
And honestly, they're in a very good position to continue to play that rush down style that's worked so well for them. But they orbit array and a Ramatra in Skytor who very much wants to get his hands dirty. Alcatia trying to make use of the balconies as much as they can. Good position to fire off these Pharaoh rockets, but it gets harder and harder now to soften up their opponents when they're playing from this part of the map. You can see the Checkmate doesn't have much to do except try and punish the choke. And Landon's getting pressure in the back line. No one can help him. He's kind of been left on an island, I think. There's a life grip. Nicely done.
That's one way to get him out of there, right? As the life grip comes through. Oh, actually, it looks like Zyter actually takes out Landon there. I thought maybe we were actually going to have just like a kill trade. Not exactly where you want to be against Itsuki inside of a close room there as Kellex trying to get away, gets to the high ground. Now able to give Ziad some help.
You got a big tree as well. That is crucial. Able to stay alive and help Ziad win that frontline duel. Lifeweaver definitely found some value. We were questioning perhaps whether Kellex was just staying on it in order to make sure he made use of Tree of Life.
So, but he even pumps out a ton of HPS as well, right? It's not necessarily, I know his issue is dip in a little bit too deep. Like his issue isn't that he just doesn't put out enough healing, right? It's like maybe the utility is like very niche. This is one map though that like it kind of the utility like works throughout the entire map, right? Being able to get players up the high ground and different things along those lines.
He's got tons of utility. I think he has a very large hitbox and he's has a bit of lateral mobility, but that's it, really, right? He feels like he's easy to dive, which is, unless you just like pedal yourself up onto the high ground and away, but it can be tough. Good Lifeweaver players, as they keep telling me on Twitter, can dodge anyone. Good air matrix use here. Look at that. That is big heals onto Ziad. He is chilling in that corner.
Yeah, the Lifeweaver players definitely promoting themselves on Twitter, but then you just look at the amp matrix there with the Baptiste, and you're like, yeah, maybe we would rather have that in terms of the output. Where, dude, walking into this amp matrix is so tough. Natsuki is over to the Ana. It's been there for like a few fights now, trying to maybe even build up towards like a nano blade, but Dip has just gotten nothing done since they've gotten stopped at this doorway.
And they can really punish this choke. Alcatia have got some sick ultimates to win this next fight with only 46 seconds left. It's going to be go time. Kellex! Oh, he's low, but Big Tree gets popped and taken hops to Isengard. He says he still gets picked off by Dip, though. The healing just doesn't come quickly enough. Ziad here is, unfortunately, not even playing on the card. He's trying to push it to the back line, of which we've had Natsuki switch over towards the Ana now.
It's very difficult for Alcatia to be able to live through that, even with the Lifeweaver ult there. It's a nano Genji. They also have an orbital ray going at that time. There's nothing that's going to be able to kind of go and keep like a player like Ziad up. So you end up losing him there. But still, now going into OT, you're set up much better here for Alcatia than you were in the past.
Oh, here comes Checkmate. He will drop down with a big barrage. Well, Skytor simply vaporized. He was just no longer present. And that'll be that. One Dip are going to be held just before the end of the map. Decent push, all things considered, but a lot of that clock got bled in this last little leg.
And you go in so fast for Alcatia there at the end and so aggressive. They never got a use of their Annihilation. They never got a use of that Bola shot there. And then the blade just used in like a little bit of a sad desperation effort by Dip at the end. So taking a look at the leaderboard, I'm looking at look at the Kellex, right? 9,400 healing. That's a pretty decent, right? Puts him at number 2 in the lobby at the moment. So Lifeweaver, we know it's he's very good at putting out the healing, right? It's just that damage number is not ideal.
I mean, no, he doesn't do a lot of that generally. Kellex, one of the more experienced players when it comes to how do I put this, the supports who don't do the deeps. So obviously he played a lot of Mercy in his time. You can spec into, you can obviously take a perk that allows Lifeweaver to have a bit more damage, but the projectile speed sometimes can leave a little bit to be desired on that on those right clicks. So, and you often you lose a lot of healing throughput when you combine Lifeweaver's healing throughput through like the guaranteed save mechanic and a bunch of other stuff. I can see why it's an attractive pick. It's like the NA Lifeweaver tendency has started to bleed over into other regions. On the attack side here, Kellex might simply just play with Checkmate and make him a poke, a very nasty poke threat.
We'll see if Alcatia decides to make a change, or if this is just for the start. But Kellex, you talked about piloting the Mercy in the past. Here on offense, right, just adds that damage beam there to Checkmate. It's going to be even harder for Skytor and crew to just kind of stand there and keep that position. As you see, they're already backed up.
Well, Farah can take a lot more space here. She strikes off the poke a lot easier. She can just play ultra aggressive, which is obviously sick. Gets you right on this corner pretty early. Zydra, I'd be a little bit afraid. You can't give up that position, though, is the problem. So you see everybody on one Dip is trying to group up there, play alongside him, get a Brig in position even. Dip goes in, got in the mortality field for their troubles. And the bonus deflect elimination on the Checkmate. That's huge value for the defenders.
It's massive because they're putting a lot of pressure there at the moment. Checkmate is on the Zidra, and they actually get like a conk onto him, and you see it boops a few players for one dip for one dip out of the way, and Ziad moves up, but they're not able to get any of those kills, and that allows them to go back on the offensive. Yoham able to keep everybody up, and then Dip goes in and gets that kill on a Checkmate.
Checkmate wary here of floating too close to the ground, but doesn't really have Lifeweaver pedals to keep him at a minimum altitude. Yoham's out of the picture though. Not good. You do not have a lot to answer this nasty poke damage now without a quote-unquote sort of main throughput healer. The Brig's not going to be enough, and even the Brig isn't around. So one Dip after losing Yoham just to shove in and try and get something, but there's nothing to be had really except for another Farah pick, apparently.
Well, you see after they lose Yoham, they just move in right away. That's the only way you would win that in that scenario, right? You have to start getting like the Inspire rolling rather quickly to be able to provide the healing to everybody else to even give yourself a chance to stay up. As Skytor takes a ton of damage trying to drop down. They pop the Ant Matrix here as well. They're going to get Yoham yet again, and that's going to be checkpoint.
Love that from One Dip, Matt. Forcing out the Baptiste ultimate by pretending they wanted to contest the checkpoint. That is big brain.
I mean, I'm not sure. Look, I could be a good co-caster and be like, yeah, no, that's a great point. But
no, listen, by making it look like they wanted to win the game, they got the Ant Matrix out of him.
Yeah,
that's
true.
That is
true.
Next level.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So what they decided to do there, according to you, is fake dropping down to get the Ant Matrix down, and that's right. While dying anyway.
Yes.
And then giving up half of checkpoint 2 for it.
Yeah, no, that checks out. That seems fair. I mean, look, they got checkmate. They got the Farah. Big deal. Calyx here with the Valkyrie in play, but big support ultimates being committed. Calyx able to ring checkmate back into the fight, and Zydra's gone down. This is a problem for the defenders. I feel like I've said that a couple too many times in the last few minutes. Somehow, Yoham's able to avoid these questing rockets from checkmate, though, and it's a good time by, but Natsuki's definitely in the enemy territory. And they're going to try and slip away. Now, checkmate, once he has a taste for blood, he will make sure that you are his. Cast's made some decent progress, but One Dip, by continuing to play the game and walk out of a spawn, and force these ultimates out of Alcatia.
Well, Alcatia is going to continue to walk up. I mean, Dip in a position. Oh, they actually found him there. Let's see if he's able to live.
Oh, the
nice
mechanics.
Play there. Oh, but Dip's down to like 50 HP. He needs to just hide for a sec.
Ton of healing, though. Yoham just keeping him topped up nicely. That is pretty nice. Checkmate there, just a little too aggressive. Even with the Mercy, if Calyx isn't attending you at that moment, there's absolutely a window for the Geng to try and burst you down. Nice little bolt connection there onto Landon. He'll be rezzed. Calyx keeping up the tempo here with these revives. And the BAP is back in play.
The play from checkmate is risky there, like you mentioned, but I also think it was worth. Because if you kill Dip there, I mean, you get second point, and the map is essentially over, right? So it's a little bit of a 50-50 there. You kind of take those, especially with checkmate with how well he's playing and with the amount of time you have on the clock. That Ant Matrix used to deter them from potentially moving forward, also to help keep everybody alive. But Alcatia doesn't really get much value out of it, and now double supportal coming for One Dip. So potentially an opportunity for One Dip to get a hold.
And Ziad has obviously gone over towards this Orisa. I think really wants to try and punish Skytor, just bully that matchup. Ooh, okay, Natsuki able to slip away. They'll take nearly as much damage as they could have. Yoham's orbit array that was nowhere near where it needs to be. But Lapta was taken down by them anyway. Big res, Calyx. Look at the mechanics on this guy, crazy. Now Lapta's back in the game. Skytor filled with these bolts, a lot of damage and far too much to be denied. Alcatia will set themselves up with a chance to finish the map, but they do lose a couple of minutes there.
A decent amount of time burned off that clock, but I haven't seen anything from One Dip here on defense that's potentially says they're going to get a hold here, right? Alcatia has been able to kind of figure it out. It seems like at every stretch. They will have rally here, but they have to kind of get aggressive, close the gap potentially to be able to get a use out of it. I'm just worried that in doing that, they're going to end up losing a few players or so, as Ziad just trying to hold this position, not let them just walk out through this door for free.
Yeah, and the cart's still moving. Ziad's done a good job of getting in their face, but Zydra just has this huge advantage defensively. But again, Alcatia basically playing with 6 players. With these reses that keep coming in, Lapta's been brought back into the game. Zydra has a bowler to work with now, but Yoham is down. It's the worst player you could lose here. At least you got the rally. You've got to make use of that in a moment, but Natsuki wants max value from it. Maybe even wait out this fortify from Ziad. But Landon's got such a safe spot to keep getting this healing in. The Immortality Field is there to stop that. Does come in. Natsuki taken down by the barrage, and then goes deep towards the backline. Calyx, though, is going to get away. Such a mobile composition that Alcatia have in terms of backliners that it's tough for Dip to get there. Now he's in no man's land. Calyx with the blaster going to work. The only true mercy approach. Without Ziad, Alcatia still can finish the map, but they need to be quick about it, and the stall from Dip has been pretty good.
Oh, and Landon actually goes in that side room trying to finish off Dip, but Yoam comes and saves the day, as that was sick movement on the Mercy there by Calyx, right? Being able to kind of dodge Dip and everything that he's trying to do and take him out, but 1:20 on the clock. Not much more progress needed for Alcatia. You have a Valkyrie here, potentially combo that with like the Terror Surge. It'd be very difficult to, you know, take some of these players out, but oh, that's Slapta just playing off on his own there.
All right, dip low and removed. Landon's able to walk up on him here. Lapta brought back into the game. Getting away from the Annihilation. Again, a very nimble comp. I mean, Ziad didn't want you to C9. He was trying to help you defend. He pulled you onto the cart.
That is the best way for that one to end. I mean, yeah, I mean, look, players are trying to go for the back line of Alcatia, maybe pushing up a little bit. You know, Ziad, the sneakiest Orisa in the game, just walks in.
The back cap. Yeah, the back cap from the Orisa is pretty brutal. Checkmate there, and Ziad both have about 17,000 damage over the course of that game. The Farah poke was legit. Yeah. There are a lot of teams that, like on these kind of maps, and will not play it on the attack side, first of all. And then on defense, they sort of switch off it quite early. Checkmate adamant, really wants to stick with it, and has the Kellex mercy to back him up. Couldn't ask for you know, a better wingman, I suppose, in that kind of situation. And yeah, honestly, decent from one dip versus 100 gorillas. But
yeah, I mean, they were able to make the Mercy and the Lifeweaver work the entire game, right? And I think a lot of that is empowered by playing the Farah. The Farah just works really well with both of those heroes. It was on defense, they ended up using the Weaver, right? You know, maybe using that tree to block some of the areas, also some of the grips to potentially keep everybody up. And then on offense, I thought Kellex was really good on the Mercy, using a lot of the movement to dodge. I know the flankers that were coming after him constantly, so really well-rounded effort there from Alcatia.
And great to see them go for like a bit of a different comp. I thought that like we were able to get a pretty good idea of some of the limitations of Lifeweaver, and maybe why a lot of teams are still opting to go in other directions. But New Dunk City going to be locked in very quickly here by one dip.
So this would tell you they want to play like Ram and Orisa, right? But like I think Alcatia has been totally fine playing that. So I'm curious. This also is another map where potentially like Sim opens things up for Alcatia if they don't get rid of it on the you know, one dip side of things. But I don't know if this gives them necessarily like an advantage per se, right? Because I think Alcatia, like, look, they'll play Diva, they'll play Ramatra, they'll play Orisa, like one of those. Like a comp with those is going to make it in and be effective here. Maybe you look at like do you look at like a Lucio ban here if you're one dip?
I don't know. They still have to deal with the it's not something that particularly hurts Kellex. I don't think. You want to play Lucio when you can, but
yeah.
the Lucio ban on these flashpoint maps is quite common when teams want to force Juno brick compositions. So you could also think back to the first map. There was like a random Kiriko ban that made its way in earlier on.
Yes.
I don't think Langdon really cares to play that. You might see him still try and force Baptiste on this kind of map if they get to play like an Arisacon.
Quick has banned supports on both of their maps thus far. So they banned Kiri, and then they banned the Alari. The Alari definitely seems more like a targeted like circuit as opposed to just you know, worried about it. You know, you could also make an argument for Quick that maybe some of these are like protects, right? We see them play I know a lot of like Brig Juno, so maybe they're trying to protect you know, some of that staying in the game. You could ban Lucio here, but then I think that sets like, you know, if you want it on the Alcatia side, you could ban Ramatra, right? Force an Orisa head-to-head. You could ban, I mean, there's so many different angles you can go with for them.
I feel like they probably want the Orisa into Ramatra matchup though, because that's what we saw Ziad make the switch into. May also would be available here. It's not the most, if you want an extra tool to shut down the Ramatra, you can absolutely bring her in. I mean, yeah, it was obviously taken away in that previous game. Okay, so yeah, this is exactly as we drew it up in the end. Our bans come through. So Quick ban Symmetra, and then Alcatia ban Ramatra. Yeah,
and this will force things into like, you know, you're playing probably Diva, Genji, Freya. You're playing either like, you know, Brig Juno backline, probably the Brig Juno backline, and I mean, these are comps that Alcatia is awesome at, right? You lose the Sim, but Checkmate is so good. It's not like he's like some kind of Sim specialist. I mean, he is sick on all the different heroes, right? So you're not really worried in that regard. I think this plays out really well for Alcatia.
Yeah, I think they get what they want. I don't know if they definitely don't have to play the sim right. They obviously have a really easy option for Checkmate to play Tracer here on this kind of map. We see that from plenty of squads on New Junk City. Tracer Freya, get a Orisa matchup. God forbid that I invoke he who should not be named, but you know, Malga obviously can find his way in here.
No.
I just think that I mean, I ever wanted to blame EMEA for that, you know?
Yeah, which EMEA has not really been Malga.
I blame
stage.
Falcons personally.
Yeah, he's showing up on our show in EMEA and blaming our region. Unbelievable.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Obviously, you guys, if you haven't checked out the new game mode Stadium, I strongly recommend it. Right now, you can get yourself an epic loot box for just squatting up and playing 2 Stadium games. Pretty easily done. And obviously, there are a bunch of rewards specific to Stadium that you can only sort of earn there, like the iridescent skins. So, well worth getting in there. There's a lot of literature already out there in terms of like some of the builds you can put together, and it's a kind of a ton of fun. I mean, God, even like some of the artwork for Stadium, like you can get on the shirts at gear.blizzard.com, has like the Reaper flying in the Moira shooting multiple orbs, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. So fun way to jump into. It really pushes the competitive Overwatch experience, in my opinion. But for now, we're playing our standard game mode here over New Junk City as Alcatia looking to wrap up the series, and they don't have to deal with Ramatra either.
Yeah, I love how Stadium just kind of takes everything you think and know about Overwatch and just kind of like turns it on its head. And you know, you got people flying, you got everything going on. I mean, it's a wild time, but it's also a fun time. I think it just has a great place in the game at the moment, and we will see. Did you jinx us? Did you really do this?
No. There's no way. There's no, like, again, EMEA, hate Malga.
No.
Not a Malga region at all. They're just...
Yup, Ziad, man of the people, he's not going to do it.
Yep.
He's going to go to Orisa.
Yep. No, I mean, EMEA has become unfathomably based ever since we started casting it.
And this would be interesting because we do see a decent amount of Sombra being played. We haven't seen it in this series, but Checkmate does have a good Sombra. So the Sombra can be pretty effective against like Freya, Orisa, and Genji. And also for one dip, they have Natsuki on the Lucio, and then you have the back Brig on the other side. I think this setup is great for Alcatia. Like, if you're looking at the draft and like this is a comp that you could end up falling back on here, these are kind of the heroes you would want to play.
I can't tell if that was a big deflect from Dip, but all the health bars of Alcatia just started disappearing. So it's just as well they had an immortality field, and that's great from Dip. He sees Checkmate try and translocate away. Checkmate has to play pretty solo with these healers set up. He gets caught out, but Skytor's the one that's picked off, so that Sombra disruption makes it very, very difficult for Skytor to rotate his cooldowns adequately. So Dip has to go that much harder in this fight, and he might have saved one Dip here.
Dip has been sick on the Genji in this series, even in what right now looks like a potentially losing effort. But these trades, you get that point first for one Dip, but you're not going to be able to hold on. You lose Skytor, and losing your tank, I mean, Ziad's still in the mix. He's able to just kind of barrel through you to get the point back for Alcatia.
And pretty early too, only 34% gained there by one Dip. Sydra's already built up one of these bowlers though. Direct hit. Nicely done. Lambda though, almost saved by the immortality field, but Johan immediately takes flight, fires off those torpedoes, knows he needs a little bit of extra damage to finish off that Freya. And all things considered, a very clean fight here for one Dip.
And that is the Ant Matrix used there for Landon during that fight. So you get a big ultimate out from Alcatia. It's really that bowler shot from Zydra who ends up kicking things off. And then just the pressure from Dip, it could be very hard, especially playing into a Brig. Brig, even Baptiste as well, with that immortality field to make plays on Genji. But so far, really early here on New Junk City, but he's looking great.
Yeah, good looks in general. Dip with the blade, Zydra in the previous fight with a bowler to set things up there. One from Lambda doesn't really find a connection they're looking for, apparently. And Kellex is already out of the game. Checkmate got burned very low by something and likely was just pursued. So this Sombra composition are getting flattened by, honestly, Dip's Genji, if I'm honest. Alcatia might maybe consider going for more firepower than disruptive ability on Skytor.
I think the one thing you could look at here for Alcatia, so okay, they switch up Ziad going over to Diva. I would have said you maybe could also swap Landon over to the Juno. Juno just like has, Baptiste can obviously get up in the sky, has the immortality field, but Juno's like movement and ability to kind of get out of the way can definitely help, especially going up against a Genji here. But checkmate has the EMP going on a little bit of a flank.
Oh, that's a 4-player EMP. What a catch. And Zydra even hit by the virus on the way down. It's about as good as it gets from your Sombra. It's what you've come to expect from checkmate. Quite a level to play at, and a great opening here on their second flashpoint. They stick to the Sombra, and there's a question of whether it's just because the EMP is coming up or they still believe that that is the answer. Buys enough space that Lando never has to worry about being pressured, but it's something we're going to be tracking. Just how effectively is Dip able to force those lamps out of Leonard and come back for a finishing blow?
I mean, the Sombra is definitely viable. We've seen teams run Sombra on multiple different maps here in EMEA in Stage 2, and it's been pretty impactful every time. We even see it be banned at times. That's why he has to use that sound barrier because everybody's extremely low and they run down Landon.
Yeah, great time buy. Zydra does fall, but with Lennon out of the game here, Kellex is going to have to get extra busy. Yeah, those Girl Scout cookies are being handed out hand over fist. Ziad here, unlikely with the sustain to allow him to fight a Brig, but they're able to drag Skytor down. Alcatia maintain control at this point. It looked like a pretty even fight, but being able to get rid of the Brig there, and yeah, you serve up your Diva mech happily in order to do that. Keeps him in it.
I mean, it looks good for one Dip at the start, right? Because they use that beat, they push on forward, they end up getting Landon, but there is like a trade after that. And then when you have Kellex on the break and he can get onto the point and just start swinging, very difficult. Like, it's not the target that Dip exactly kind of wants to fight into. Keeps Ziad alive long enough to make an impact. And that'll give that second checkpoint here over to Alcatia.
Back to work we go. We've got a Terra Surge Blade combination though for one Dip. Very potent setup. And Alcatia obviously with the Baptiste don't have a natural second sort of healing throughput oriented support ultimate. Requires a couple of other steps, of course. Landon can be a healing beast
here.
Yeah, you're right. Just being ultimates for Alcatia across the board. Dip might want to go early here so he doesn't get disrupted. Keep with the bowler though. When Kellex comes in with a shield bash, it wasn't necessary. Everything including the kitchen sink thrown at the Genji. At least Alcatia realized how dangerous Dip is to their game plan.
And they get him early enough, and they're able to get that checkpoint off of it. Now Dip is going to match with a Sombra of his own, so Sombra is coming in here for both sides on potentially our final map. Even if you invested the rally in the Bola there, I still think it is very much worthwhile for Alcatia to get control of this point first.
I mean, it's a massive advantage. They've been able to eke themselves out, and also pretty cheaply just to rally him. Yeah, I didn't have to throw all that much at one Dip. Checkmate. Oh, nicely done. That's a free catch, and a virus goes in the direction of Zydra. There's that Terra Surge from Skytor. Yes, the Orisa is alive at the end of it, but for how much longer? A decent orbit array placement there from Yoham. It's gonna let Skytor continue to be a threat here, but Dip is ultra low. Obviously a great option to disrupt the Diva, to bring a Sombra of your own, but man, what you gave up for it? That Genji play was high flying.
Yeah, not worth it at the moment, and it's going to be 90% and counting for Alcatia. I don't believe maybe Dip tries to get a touch, but I think you're going to have to give this up. I don't think there's any way you continue to fight this. So Alcatia one flashpoint away from taking the series in pretty dominant fashion, probably as good as you could get here. Versus one Dip as Skytor is going to move over to Hazard here. So Hazard into Diva. Hazard's pretty good in terms of that head-to-head. I do worry about Skytor being able to get in position though with enough health to be able to make a difference.
We saw this matchup yesterday, I think, on Oasis, and it was actually pretty difficult for the Diva to do any damage. Skytor would ignore them and be more successful at bursting people down, but I still feel that Hazard is susceptible to what Sombra can do. Would be. Big damage on Ziad rather. He's going to go for self-destruct. Aggressively slanted too. Bullet shot to the high ground, but you see Zydra's able to duck away, get out of line of sight. Here comes Natsuki with a big rally shield blast. Boy, howdy. They are trying to emanate threats. And Skytor just got over-positioned a little bit there. Tried to play around that sort of jagged wall, but the body block from Ziad was very good.
And they lose Yoham really early there too, so you end up losing Yoham, and then you end up popping the rally and trying to push in behind it, and that's kind of what I was talking about. I mean, you see Skytor doesn't really get in position to make anything happen, and he's got like no HP. He's just kind of like power block and stand in the middle of nowhere. Now this sets up Alcatia. I mean, you couldn't set this up almost any better, right? EMP double support ult with a chance to close the game out.
Yeah, you're playing Ducks, so you're going to be grouped up on that high ground most likely. Dip needs to be the first one. There it is, checkmate, hits hard and fast. Ziad and Kellex able to find Nufkin. You have respectively, so that's the back line of one Dip out of the game. This puts the orange team in desperation territory now. Can they turn this fight around? They get themselves Kellex, but Lennon is definitely elsewhere. Ziad tries to run Dip down. They're going to be low, and Skytor does not have the architecture here to be remotely aggressive.
His armor's completely gone. You still have Ziad in the mix, and you still have Land in the mix, so you can't exactly push into this, where now they actually do get a hack here onto Ziad. He's going to end up making it back into the immortality field. This is going to let Landon heal him up. Now they're going to push back with an air matrix.
They don't have anything to chase Landon down. He was so low. The Jagged Wall actually almost took him out, Matt, but he fell back, threw up an immortality field, and then Landon and Ziad jumped into it. One Dip had an opportunity there, but they had to do it around that opening. They couldn't get to Landon. Great positioning from the seasoned Baptiste player, and yeah, there's a flip for one Dip amidst that fight, but Alcatia now going to be pushing 99.
You lose Hydra. Skytor over Doom is this is as close to a GG as it can be here. As overtime will tick. You have one player here, Dip. Will get on and touch. You have a few players now back. Skytor getting in the mix, but the rally here from Kellex. Bola shot in from Labda. And there's too much there, Mitch.
Yeah, that'll be it. Alcatia claim themselves a 3-0 victory over one Dip versus 100 Gorillas. And they go to 5-0 here in EMEA Stage 2. They are a different beast. Now, there's really no contest for the top of the heap in this region. Alcatia really setting the standard now and giving us a lot of promise for this mid-season tournament coming up.
And I think people will discuss like maybe one Dip wasn't at full strength, right? Not having like Willies in the lineup. Skytor is like a proven tank, right? He played at a very high level in the past. I just think this Alcatia team is sick. There's not many teams that can challenge them in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, again, like the only team which actually ever made them remotely sweat was Twisted Minds, and that was the first match of the stage as well. So there might have been like some initial shakiness and dust that needed to like come off from either of the teams. But honestly, one Dip versus 100 Gorillas, I feel like given that they were not playing with their usual main tank, they had Skytor in the mix, I still feel like there were plenty of moments where they put up a decent fight, and it just keeps on going to show that this squad can punch upwards. Like they are a very solid middle of the pack team.
Yeah, they just didn't have a great diva option today, and I think that you really would have wanted that. Like if you want to play Ramatri, that's fine, but you do get Orisa switched into it, and then you have to play like Skytor has to play Orisa as well, which is fine. But I think what really defined this team up until this point was that really strong diva play. The fact that Willies would group up with Dip. Dip is like, player of the match material almost every time we see them come out here, right? And I think, Circuit Royale's a missed opportunity for this team. They really do find some windows in which they can come forward, find big advantages, but they don't have a great answer to the Farah Mercy comp. They don't have the kind of setup that really is able to slow them down enough. And Dip had to, look what he had to do. Look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power. Like Dip has to go absolutely nuts on them.
I do absolutely love though that Alcatia is using this opportunity to try out different things, show us different looks again. Like they have not really leaned into that Life Weaver backline as much as we saw in NA, for example. So seeing it coming out from them today. Also Kellex back on the Mercy, checkmate on Sombra and Farah. It's good to see them showing some different looks moving forward, so that the opposition is well aware that they can literally run anything and still win.
It is kind of maybe not funny, but interesting in that when they played against Twisted Minds, the one thing these teams have in common is they both play like a large amount of sim, right? Like Yubi plays a ton of sim, Checkmate plays a ton of sim. It's very effective. And we've literally seen nobody else in the EMEA besides those two teams attempt it. You feel like it would kind of really help some of these other teams to have that look, because for Alcatia and Twisted Minds, it is clearly extremely effective against these comps.
It's really technical though, really technical. And I think if you don't have like a strong cornerstone composition, then like just get a normal diva comp working, I think, with like a Tracer, Freya. once you have that mastered, I think you can start to involve like sim, or maybe if a sim one trick, that's totally fine. But it's really, if you don't play it well, you get absolutely ruined.
Oh, you get rolled. Yeah. You get stumped.
Now, we do have a player of the match honor to give out for this one. I personally would have given it to Dip, just because it was a heroic effort. However, listen, it doesn't always need to be the winning team.
I mean,
okay?
it's been the losing. It's been a losing player on
that.
2 occasions in history of.
Has it?
Yes, and
Yeah.
one was Dia, and the other one was I don't know who the other one was.
Dia slaps.
Yeah,
I
it was
I
a
take
Shanghai
that.
Dragons loss, and we
Dildox,
gave
for
him
sure.
player of the match, and it was deserved, but it takes a lot for us
Because
to do
Shanghai
that.
Dragons needed the W.
Yeah, we can't put Dip in the Shanghai Dragon Zone. We can't do that.
No, we will not. The Dip had a great performance, but so did London. I mean, straight out of the gate, map 1, just leading the charts in damage. That Baptiste is nasty.
Is sick on the flex supports. The BAP, I mean, being able to even run it in like a New Junk City, right, where we don't see it that often. Immortality Field, regardless of what they do with Baptiste, that ability is going to be nuts. The ability to give teammates in a radius like immortal moments, being able to kind of keep them alive is just wild, right? So especially when you get him having the amount of damage he can put out on it, it's really a game changer.
Yeah.
I love the backline for this team.
Yeah.
They're just so solid. I know you keep on mentioning it, how Kelix is not flashy, but he's just solid, like he carries his weight and then some, and Landon also just does not disappoint. So if you can have just such a reliable backline and then add the rest of that squad, you just have such a strong, well-rounded team here for Alcatia, and that's why they find themselves at the very top of our standings. So far, not really a scratch in the armor. Let's see if that changes. We still have, of course, 2 more weeks to play. For now, though, we're heading into a quick break, and when we come back, we have Genji going up against Twisted Minds. You don't want to miss it.
damages. No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they falling like a miracle.
Welcome back, friends! Day 2 of Week 4 is in full swing, so let's quickly glance at our updated standings as we set the stage for our second match, and that's also the last match of the EMEA region for today. Alcatia sitting comfortable on top. VP is starting to heat up. Twisted Minds coming up in this very match now. Another opportunity to get some dubs as they are going up against Geng, which I want to say they had a rough start, but then technically they also had tough opponents for most of it, and the match that they needed to win against FTE, they did win, but then also the ultimate is not looking so hot right now, so how did they lose against them? Questions. They looked disconnected.
This team's been weird. I mean, they've just looked really weird, I think, throughout stage 2 here. And you look at the roster,
even last week.
And it shouldn't be this way, right? We know that this roster, like these players individually, have had success elsewhere. You know, you're bringing in Who Are You and Exodial. We feel like that's like an upgrade here going into stage 2, but it's just been it's been up and down, but also like it's been just really odd at times at the gameplay. So I'm interested what we get from them today.
I asked the question, right?
Yeah, I feel like especially last week.
Right, I mean,
you guys casted that, right? Like at the Peps one, right? There were so many weird choices, compositional choices, gameplay choices that Geng made well. Yeah, they won the match, but it was just strange.
I mean, I don't know if you guys, like, after week 3, can I now ask you the question again? What is Mag's identity as a tank player? Like, can you answer that yet?
Leave Mag alone.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, why we just beat up on Mag? Come on now. There's other players out there.
All I said was, what is it? I asked you a question. What is Mag's identity? Yeah. Answer the question.
I don't... A ball?
In a perfect world, I think Mag would want to play Winston-based compositions. I think after that, it's like Orisa. You know, like doesn't strike me as a player who would gravitate towards like a, you know, Diva, Sigma along those lines. But like,
he's playing
Orisa, Ramatra, Winston. I think you could do. Yeah, Imi, because you have.
Here's
to right
the thing.
Now. Diva's so good.
I don't feel like Mag has been their win condition. Exodial certainly has been. He's been lighting up the server last week, so let's hope for a repeat performance at least from the DPS department. They are going up against Twisted Minds. Absolutely stacked roster, one of our top teams as well. And yeah, last week in their match against, who was it, the Ultimates? The Quartz was feasting on Freya. It was like hide your kids kind of situation. Like you could not, that no one should see this. It was murder on the server.
I was like, wait, are you worried about Quartz? Like, you know, is Sojourn popping out of the screen and coming after
it's just,
you?
It's just like, again, it makes it no longer PG-15 game. Like, I just don't want my kids to see what.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
also, they had Psycho in last week over Juby for the entire series. That's definitely something to discuss.
Hey, farm.
Psycho's sick on Tracer.
The Ultimates, like, look at this. They got the comp they wanted to play on Suravasa, for example. And Twisted Minds, like, so the only maps they've lost are against Alcatia. And I think there might be some of the only maps that they lose. This Gen GT, like, you need to, I hate to say this, you need to know yourself very well, I think, if you want to put some pressure on this Twisted Minds team. And I don't know where, I mean, Avril literally said, Who Are You is now stuck in the crusty zone. Like, that term would not exist if it didn't mean
Crusty
something, right? Because it started off with Genji making some very interesting ban decisions, I think, at the start of the year. And I think that Krusty is looking for a shape that fits this team really well, because you've got some great players on your roster, but he doesn't have like a real mold to fit them into. Whereas Twisted Minds have amazing players, also disgustingly good players on their bench, and a very defined way of the way they want to play. If you are not sure of yourself at this point in the competition, you are not going to be attending the mid-season tournament.
This got really deep. Like suddenly the people are on a self.
They need to do some shadow work.
Who are you?
They need to do some shadow work. I wanted them to journal every day, honestly.
Honestly, journaling is a fantastic way to, figure things out.
True.
And all that stuff. It might also help us figure out who's going to come out on top of this very match. So let's get the show going. Twisted Minds going up against Genji. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the Genji, I came back after a sort of week off and I was like, oh, you got Genji Peps. How was that? And Matt just sort of took a deep breath, because it was obviously a very, very, very scrappy game with some inexplicable moments that occurred. Good
An
Overwatch.
Emotional game. It was an emotional game.
It was good TV. We'll say that much. Here, though, Twisted Minds kind of know, like, they're road ahead, Matt. They've got VP still before they're done, but in reality, they should be in a very good spot heading into playoffs. This team is like only slightly worse than Alcatia, and that was before either of these teams have had time to improve over the course of this season. So they're a top contender, whichever way you slice it. We've got Brig and Tracer banned away here.
Yeah, I feel really good about the Twisted Minds team. Like I talked about earlier, when they were playing some of the sim, now they bring Psycho in to play the Tracer. They have like multiple different looks that I think are really high level. So excited about their possibility in EMEA. And then you look at Genji, right? Like, finishing like 5-6, and then what? You make some of the changes because you get double first rounded in the playoffs last go around, right? Even with a pretty good seed. To have that happen again, I mean, that would be a massive letdown, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, and this team obviously were, had Top Dragon with the roster, right? But like, you think that Exodial, who you both come into this roster and definitely give you a lot to work with, but they did wholesale change out that entire sort of front line. Your Preds at home, I expect are going to be definitely in the Twisted Minds' favor, is a 9-10 split from you. Yeah, I think this embodies my expectation for this game pretty accurately.
Oh, yeah, but it's typically though, like, even when we think it's a blowout, like we got like 20% on the dog here, but 10%. I mean, that is the people are just losing faith here on Genji.
I mean, it's always the same, right? Until we start to really see those results. I think that like we got a very typical mid-table scrap fest between Genji and Peps, right? That obviously opened things up a little bit more there, but Genji have the ultimate snapping at their heels. I mean, Genji are -2. The ultimates are actually 0. They're even in map differential, so there's no guarantee that they maintain that 5th spot. But I expect Twisted Minds to move to 3-1 here with the +8 map differential and actually leapfrog Virtus Pro for the time being. So this is, in my opinion, the second place team in the OWCS going up against 6th. It feels like a fairly wide disparity between these two. So what I want to look for in this game, and it's kind of the same homework I always set for Genji, is like, show us a cohesive style that seems to put all of your players in positions to succeed, and we want good execution. So I don't care what it is. They could come out here and play Junker Queen for all I care. I just want to see them in positions to succeed.
I do like the ban. I do like the ban from Genji. We can talk a little bit about some of the bans, right? The Brig gone here for Twisted Minds. They like to play this Juno Kiri, and also Funny Astro can play that Lucio. And then Genji getting rid of Tracer, that's really nice because they have Psycho in the game, and Psycho wants to play Tracer, right? So get a particularly comfort hero for him out of the way. Twisted Minds looks like, Malga not really kind of available here. He is available, but no, not the tank of choice at the moment. They'll actually match Sombras here.
No Lucio there for Twisted Minds. Funny Astro, simple. It's going to be the Kiriko and Juno composition. I don't hate that. I mean, I guess you can cleanse off a hack, but the window of the hack duration is pretty short anyway. It'd just be nice in a pinch. Mag on the Diva. Something you guys said that, he has to play right now because she is so strong. KSA, though, gets to play the brawl-style Ramatra, which is going to make it hard for Mag to get in here. I'm going to keep my eye on the scoreboard and see just what Mag can get done around this.
If Gen G wants to play aggressive, the tank to do that on at the moment, in a dive sense, is D.Va. You can't exactly make it work on Winston at the moment because the other teams just play D.Va into it, and it's so difficult to stop as Exodial gets extremely weak. Twisted Minds has not been able to find anything just yet. Actually, it's going to be Gen G who comes in with a few kills, but Twisted Minds was getting so many players weak all over the place, just was not able to finish any of them off, and that allows Gen G to get healed up, come back in, and flip the point.
You see the KSA is very good at taking space over the Mega Room, but when it comes to playing the point, there's that high ground balcony that, Ramatra can't really interact with, and that allows someone like Exodial just to stay alive, not be chased down, because KSA value the point cap over trying to go after the Freya there. It's not a great start for Twisted Minds, but again, the kind of fight that they can sort of get back into. Obviously, Psycho's hero pool's being targeted in this game, so... Oh, what was that?
That is...
What?
That is filthy.
Bro, he led him like a show dog. I cannot believe that. Bro basically had a ring through his nose. Unreal.
Dude, no, what do you even do? If you're Exodial, you're like, yeah, you know what? I just chalk that one up.
Yeah, you just hit the showers.
They got to keep Mag up here. He gets hit with a virus there. I don't know if you saw that. He gets hit with a virus, and that is enough to chunk out that mech. Now you lose him, and now you're going to be just kind of staggered here for an extended period. You're going to lose some percentage.
When we interviewed Exodial back in week 2, we asked him, how are you able to make these long-range shots, and really punish people? He's like, I just kind of go for it. Boy, howdy, has he made his match now. In the form of quartz. We've got a pretty volatile fight coming at you, folks, with both tank ultimates, 2 EMPs, and both DPS ultimates ready to go. We are going to see most of the news because this fight is absolutely going to represent an inflection point in this round. Who are you heads upstairs early, but it's going to be revealed by the constant spy checking. Does have a hacked health pack there to play off of those, so he's advantaged in that phase of the map, but Twisted Minds want to play the point. Here's Psycho in there with EMP, and Mag will be desuited straight away. Devastating result for Gen G.
Well, we'll have to take a look at it, but Who Are You, I think, goes for the EMP at the same time. I don't know if anybody actually ended up getting hacked on the Twisted Mind side, or like, mid-animation, potentially, it was like, shut down or something. They'd have to take a look. See about that from a different perspective, but that's both EMPs, and Twisted Minds obviously get the better of that.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was worrying about a little bit in this game. Exodial's doing a great job, by the way. He's topping the server in damage. Mac has about the same amount of damage as Canale, so it's been a little bit hard for him to be put into... Dude, he's playing against Sombra and Ramatra. There's no, super safe place for the D.Va to be. Zox with a sound barrier. Catches on to everyone but Who Are You, but an orbital ray will be the answer from Twisted Minds, and the drop down to the point contested. Zox could not get away, and Who Are You clearly was intercepted on whatever mission they were on. Canale has a long-range torpedo dunked on him, and this should be the round for Twisted Minds. They close it out in style.
You end up using that beat at the end, but you're just running into the buzzsaw that's an orbital rate, right? And especially because you are running into the Ramatra, where now he's just in an Nemesis form, he's punching you, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, I think just compositionally things work out really well for Twisted Minds there, and this is potentially another look that they can do, right? Psycho playing it. So this is what I actually think happened. Did they go for it at the same time? Oh, he actually just gets... So he just gets one.
Yeah, he just hit Psycho.
He just EMP Psycho. Okay, I was like, because his EMP goes off. I was like, oh, maybe it got canceled out, but he is in a... That's really weird in the sense that Psycho lands what? That's like a 4-player EMP, and then your EMP gets 1 on the other side, and you hold it for the whole round. Not the type of value you're looking for there.
Yeah, sometimes, you just overestimate the radius of that ability and end up with egg on your face. Still, I think Mag was going to get desuited and take it down either way, so Twisted Minds definitely had the right approach. There's Exodial now on the Sojourn, rather. Quartz instantly plugged by a railgun shot to the dome. Another great start for Gen G. They've done well in the previous round by getting out to an early lead, and Exodial's been the standout player in the server, but needs more than that, apparently, to get Gen G into pole position.
Suzu there from Simple actually keeps Psycho alive for just a little bit longer. They'll end up losing him. And I wonder if they end up kind of moving away from this Sim Lucio setup, playing into the Sojourn, right? Sojourn just adds that little bit of extra mobility where, I know, a TP comes in or something along those lines, you can get out. But Twisted Minds, Mitch, they're able to take the point. Even with a few kills here going to Gen G early on, it's not enough for them to kind of stand up onto the point and be able to take it.
That is devastating considering the kind of advantage they began with. Mag, with his head down, switches over towards the Diva now, says, no, I think we just need this flexibility. We've got too much map to cover, and I haven't been able to be as present as I would like to be. But they've got to play this against the same look from TM, plus Psycho now on the Symmetra, someone who just doesn't care about defense matrix whatsoever, but that is great work from Who Are You with an off-angle virus connection on Quartz.
We'll see if they can actually do something with it, though, right? I mean, you have Psycho down there on the point with KSA. Megan plays there, and now I think you may actually have an opportunity. I was going to get a little bit worried because you see where, like, Funny Asho and they were playing there. You could have actually just continued to farm up and use this Kitsune rush and just kind of, like, barrel out of there with the Ramatra in the Sim, but they get rid of the Kiri, which is, like, the biggest thing at the moment.
How do you feel about the Sim into the Sombra here, Matt?
You know what? I mean, Sim is like a glass cannon, but like, think about when Sombra gets played sometimes and like Reaper comes into the mix. It's because like Reaper's abilities aren't essential. Like, you know, the TP is pretty essential, but you're not using TP like mid-fight, right? Yeah. So for Sim, you can still get the bulk of the damage output in usage even when you're hacked. So it's not a terrible matchup.
Yeah, I guess he's more primary fire oriented than a lot of other heroes at DPS, so he's less disrupted by being hacked. Still vulnerable in the front line against these Diva comps, but there's no Brig on the Gen G side to like punish a Sim that's too far forward, right? Can't just like shield bash her and take her out. And this is a great answer to Exodial. Sim Walker, oh my goodness, that is stunning. Big overclock hit. It wasn't a headshot, but still very impressive. Little pick off there on Simple, but Twisted Minds have map control, and Astro goes for a sound barrier. They're looking to pivot here into a 4-player fight win, but Kitsune Rush is going to be deployed here on the Gen G side, and they got a beat to work with. Mag back in the mech, and Twisted Minds can only manage to stall a bit with that Lucio ultimate committed.
Ideally, I think for Twisted Minds, you would have ended up getting the sound barrier out from Gen G as well, but it is just the Kitsune Rush. So Gen G able to get back in, flip the point for the time being. I thought maybe if KSA had a little bit more help, you would have ended up seeing him invest the Annihilation there, but they end up holding on to it here as Who Are You setting up maybe a hack and then trying to burn down. Oh, everybody gone.
And Who Are You can't follow them through that TP. So out of the fight for now, will it hurt Gen G not to have Who Are You here? No, Zox is able to buy enough time with a sound barrier. Looks like they're safe enough. Quartz also went for a bowler shot, but it's unclear where that really originated or ended up. And either way, Gen G had to give a bit of ground. Now grouping up. They don't have power ultimates outside of Exodial's railgun. Obviously, Overclock coming online, but how do you get a multi with... Huh? Okay, the virus just finds two. Psycho and Quartz picked off. It's transmissible now, apparently.
Yeah, I did get... Sombra had some perks reworked, and I believe one of them is... the ability for the virus to spread. So yeah, I think which one did they rework? There was one, I think, in terms of like it may have been hack duration. One of them got removed and adjusted with the last season. So Sombra a little bit different here than what we've seen in the past. You see virus when you get hacked, you just get chunked down.
Yeah, it's viral replication. If you hit a hacked enemy with a virus, it spreads it to enemies within 8 meters. Pretty effective here because that's very much Who Are You style. Hack, virus, and then fall away. So it simply supplements that. Great way to spend a bit of damage, but Twisted Minds are back in control here. There's been a flip. Gen G want to drop now behind his Kitsune Rush, and Exodial has a rail, doesn't quite connect it. Twisted Minds give up the point. They're at least having to play from the high ground, and KSA somehow has to stay alive. So far, not so bad. Who Are You and Psycho both traded out as Quartz has gone over to the Sombra, and Exodial now needs to command this high ground, but the shots are coming in from across the bow, and Mag is desuited. That is the last thing you want to see if you're a Gen G fan. Now, as you don't have any real tank presence, Quartz is being accosted by Exodial, though, just opts to try and get away and buys enough time for the sound barrier to come on in. Zox won't have his when he needs it, but Exodial's not being dealt with yet. It's overtime. Touch comes in from Gen G, but really Exodial eventually is going to have to commit to the point, and he is cut down before he can get there. Twisted Minds, great positional play. They'll claim Busan in a scrappy last fight.
And it was they were never able to get rid of KSA there, right? You were talking about like KSA getting extremely low. Quartz goes over to Sojourn, puts down some pressure up on the high ground. And because they never get rid of KSA, they come back with a sound barrier and everybody's alive, and they lose Mag out of mech. So pretty solid start, I would say, for Twisted Minds. Game's extremely close, so not the worst thing to see if you're a Gen G fan, but TM looks like they're in kind of complete control.
Yeah, I mean, again, out of game, we saw Gen G trying to target Psycho by taking the Tracer out. In game, they were targeting Quartz very often. Who are you on the Sombra? Looked pretty good. It was that EMP that doesn't really catch on, though, towards the end of that first round that is a bit of a head scratcher. And Gen G just really lose out hard in terms of playing to their win condition in that fight. Exodial's been stunning. Top damage in the server, about 11 to 8k difference between him and Quartz. So this is about as good as it gets for Gen G in terms of having their star player do what they need to do. And even that wasn't enough.
He's been pretty good, I would say, Exodial, throughout the stage thus far. Really, since he got into the OWCS with Peps and Gen G now, looked very good. But you see the stats here. I mean, the KD heavily favoring Gen G. Those are maps that they need to win, right? That they just consistently seem to kind of fumble away.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're going to have their map pick here. An opportunity to sort of scope the battlefield a little bit more. And I think that some of these hero bans might start to inform us on the way that they actually want to play. Last time it was targeted, that's fine. Try and look at Psycho, who, as far as we understand, is going to be staying in the server here. They're going to continue to play through that. It looks like we have a Suravasa map pick here.
Which is interesting because we see
Very
a lot
NA.
of teams in the region go into New Junk City in terms of Flashpoint. But this is one team, right? I would say probably the Ultimates as well, who want to play a little bit more dive, a little bit faster, who would go to Suravasa because that, fits the map a bit better. What we'll see in terms of bans here potentially, if you're Gen G, do you have to get rid of a tank to protect like Diva, for instance? Because Twisted Minds doesn't care, right? They can play Orisa, they can play Maga, they can play Ramatra. You can't exactly play Winston into those. So like if you get rid of the Diva, if they allow Twisted Minds the opportunity to get rid of the Diva, they definitely could.
They banned, so when they picked Suravasa map 2 against the Ultimates in week 1, they banned Kiriko. So I don't know, and that's against a Twilight team, so it's not like that's particularly.
But if you
targeted.
ban, let's say they went down that road again, right? You could ban Gen G bans Kiri. If you're Twisted Minds, just ban Diva, and now you're Juno Brig with Ramatra Orisa, and that's exactly kind of like how Twisted Minds wants to play, right? I mean,
I don't think you can stop them from playing the way they want to right now, especially the Tracer is unlocked on this map. Like you can sort of go back to that. Maybe they just keep folding the Sombra in. Maybe if you're Mag and you want to play this Diva, you are trying to take Sombra out of the mix. You just don't want who are you maybe to be on Tracer Genji, something more like that.
you could ban Genji if you're Twisted Minds.
Yeah,
If they have to go, if they go like a support route or a tank route, right? You just ban Genji.
That's what the Ultimates did to them. Yeah, on this kind
Genji's
of map.
really good on this map too.
Oh, yeah. So we actually have our bans come through now, and they're really not what I expected them to be. So Genji has opted to ban Freya here. So probably trying to just keep Exodial in a position where going over towards the Sojourn feels good. And Hazard gets taken away here by Twisted Minds. Okay.
So, I mean, Hazard can be pretty good in a lot of different comps, right? You can play him into like some Rush, you can play him into Diva. The Freya ban is quite interesting. We also saw Exodial play the Sojourn in the second round, and he was really popping off. Quartz switches to it at the end, but maybe they feel like there's something there. I would say, Quartz is a very good Sojourn player. I don't know if this is going to be super impactful, right? Maybe it's like Exodial didn't feel great in the Freya matchup against Quartz, and now you're trying to take it back to like Sojourn, but
unless, are you trying to set up a reason to play Cassidy here? Because Exodial is an amazing Freya player. Okay, sure, they lost out a little bit in that matchup to Quartz, but that happens on even the best days for some of our EMEA DPS.
If you're trying to ban yourself or into a situation to play Cassidy that feels a bit bad. I mean, we've seen some more Cassidy here.
It's very
I think this is just
pilled.
this is just to play Sojourn, I would imagine.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. I have to probably talk to more Sojourn players about how they feel about that matchup, because obviously it definitely feels like Genji feel like leveling the playing field is best. Psycho, though, a ton of options here. Sim's obviously great. You can work well in this Ramatra shell. Obviously, he's very effective against the Diva. The Torb would be odd when you've already banned the Hazard out.
Right, because Torb is really good against Hazard. I mean, you can play Torb against like Tracer, right? Can be a little bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, they really want to target Psycho. Hey, wow. That's a big investment to sort of shut this Tracer down. Okay. Who are you going to be watching those flanks pretty diligently? Psycho now has just another layer of complexity involved in achieving his conditions within these fights, and it's Total just took a rail instantly from course. Looks like Daddy's home.
There's a part of me where I think that Genji may be overthinking this a bit, in the sense that we just saw like formerly Quick Esports, right? As who are you just
Rapping the top turret, bro. Like what?
Where we've seen teams play Genji, and the Genji's extremely strong at the moment. And you have Who Are You, and you're rolling him out on Torb in a game that Genji's available. So, like, I think it might be just a little bit overthinking it here. Because it doesn't really make a lot of sense with the roster you have.
I mean, and this is very a subjective perspective, but if I'm Who Are You and my coach is telling me to play Torb into Psycho Tracer, I'm asking, why am I not being empowered to just go and have a bigger impact than him on my Tracer? Like,
Who Are You's
in the mirror?
Who Are You's best asset as a player, I think, is like playing some of these really high mechanical skill heroes and like taking over games, right? I don't know if I'd put Torbjorn in that category.
Yeah, and if I was him, I'd be like, I know my name is Who Are You, but do you know who I am? Why am I, I guess, going for this approach? Genji here have not really been able to touch the point. It's mostly owing to Mag getting blasted every time he steps up. They're on the Lucio Kiriko like healer comp, which isn't obviously great with like necessarily high throughput. So the poke damage they end up taking, that Mag ends up taking, means he's just not in the game.
And you've gotten very little from the Torbjorn at the moment. I mean, 0-3, 1200 damage. Compare it to like the 3K and the 1300 damage on the other side. A little bit,
Dude, Mag has
damage for the
700 damage. He has less damage. He has the same damage as Zox. For the love of God. It's so hard.
Look, it's not a great Winston meta, which is like what you would want him to ideally play. But then I wouldn't say like Rush is probably this team's strength, because it seems like potentially, I mean, that's a 3K there from Psycho in the backline. That like they're not all on the same page, right? And if you're not all on the same page and you're playing against good Rush teams consistently within EMEA, you're just gonna get rolled doing that. I'm still we're sticking on the Torb here, so
yeah, I mean, Psycho's still able to find a 3K while like Torb is on the map. And yeah, okay, the target gets picked off early, it's fine, but you're probably not feeling like you're doing much to shut them down. Who Are You wants to play in the front line? Molten Core on the point. This puts him now, though, in a pretty aggressive position. He's got no turret left to work with, but no one's looking at him so far. And this orbital raid, though, pretty important. Pulse Bomb got dropped on Who Are You's back doorstep, but he ignores it now. Pressure's going to come in from Psycho. He whips around. Genji, Sound Barrier committed it, plus that Molten Core gets them the result they were looking for. They've got some flashpoint time now.
A Molten Core, Kitsune Rush, and Sound Barrier there. And it's just like an Orbital Ray on the other side. You can kind of sense that Genji, if they were to like lose that fight, the game was going to start to slip away from them overall, right? So it was like a must-win fight scenario, but let's invest pretty heavily into this one and then kind of see what happens after that. So a must-win fight, they actually get it. We'll see if they can kind of turn it into a point win.
50% and counting now. Exodial taking some kunai from across the map. Apparently it's left him pretty low and dangerous now as, yep, Quartz just cleans him up. Consecutive rail guns get thrown in now during overclock, and just behind that round pillar, you should be able to dodge away from that self-destruct. Mag didn't quite have it far enough into the open. Now Genji are going to be unceremoniously booted off this flashpoint. 74% is respectable. Make no mistake, but look at how much space has been taken from them now.
No, they're just pushing up here for Twisted Minds, right? They want to try and catch them before they can get over towards the point. Who Are You gets one. Exodial here with the overclock gets another. So this should be an opportunity where Genji can get yet another flip. I imagine that we get one more fight here for Twisted Minds with this Kitsune Rush and Annihilation. We'll see if they're able to get there, but I imagine they try and contest this one more time.
It's been Exodial to the rescue as per usual. Psycho with a pulse here. Not the way that Who Are You would like to go. Okay, he just ignores it. He needs to touch.
He has to touch, yeah.
He gets that touch, but now he doesn't have a recall, which is awkward when you're fighting against that turret. You just have to try and get in.
Oh, they're not going to get a touch.
Yeah, with the
And
Kitsune
that's
Rush
the
as well.
rush. So this is actually pretty good now for Genji.
Big miscommunication, I think, there. Or just a KSA not far enough forward. I don't know if he got body blocked by Mag or maybe shunted out of the way. Either way, he sliced it. That's a mistake. Twisted Minds here. Finally, the game has gotten evened up on them, and Genji is starting to potentially at least build some confidence.
You get Mag demech there towards the end, so he has to jump off the side, but he'll get a closer spawn here as the rotation comes on in, where that's a huge opportunity there for Twisted Minds. Thrown down, flush down the toilet there, as they didn't really do much of anything with it, as we'll see Genji try and attack yet again. Because of the kill on the Mag late, they're a little bit slow here, but you do have some more players rotating in for Twisted Minds, right? So it's going to be a little bit of a later fight than we're used to.
All right, Kanale picked off early, went for the Kitsune Rush here and then down. Genji at least able to start with some point control, but without their Kiriko, they're really going to have to abuse this haste buff of the rush as much as they can. I'm scared of Exodial right now. Doesn't matter what kind of day Genji are having, he always seems to be an exception. Unfortunately, he's not the rule for them. That would have been a different story. Genji give up the point after losing Kanale early.
And Exodial's been fine on the Sojourn, but I think like it allows Quartz to play the Sojourn as well, and he's extremely good, where I think that Freya, like how you talked about, I don't know if it was one that I would have been as scared about making it in potentially. I think obviously he's a very good Freya in his own right, Exodial. Who Are You's extremely low. They have to use a beat to save him.
All right, Zodial trying to shove forward now. KSA shrugs it off for the most part. Here comes the Orbital Ray. Psycho dealing with Zox here. Bit of a problem. Molten Core comes down. A decent counter to Twisted Minds' objective of playing close together around that Orbital Ray. And Fighting Astro gets plucked out of the sky. Still, Twisted Minds currently have control, and Quartz has opted to go for this overclock of his own. Dangerous now to try and challenge him, and Simple's been out of fire, and Who Are You?
Recharging.
Yeah, I mean, you lose Exodial and you lose Who Are You. Mag is off here on the side, like using the defense matrix here. You got the turret right next to it, and I am shocked we're still on Torb, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we're sticking to it. I mean, Who Are You? Good little soldier. Listen to the coach. It's Torb is the game plan here for Genji, so they are stuck to it now. That's that second flashpoint here for Twisted Minds, and unfortunately for Genji, they just get snowballed a little bit after that first peak. Look at Exodial, bro. He's still dominating, looking so good. Yeah. But Quartz and KSA really leading the charge for their squad.
Exodial's been really good for Genji as like a pickup in general, right? Just has not resulted into more success and more wins for the team at the moment. But Genji gets here first, have an opportunity, maybe end up using their Kitsune Rush as Simple gets extremely low, gonna TP out. Zox is really low here too, Mitch.
Let me get topped up at least. Exodial knocking on the door here. Twisted Minds eventually opt to drop out of their ivory tower and actually throw down. Kitsune Rush comes in from both sides. Looks like KSA's happy to make great use of that. Throws up the Duke. Simple now knows he has the Duke. Some of these shots coming in. Exodial's not able to find a lethal blow though, and eventually Mag just runs out of the sustain to keep him in the fight. Remember, this is Juno Kiriko versus Kiriko Lucio. The long fights are something that Genji cannot afford. They need Exodial to find these picks, and Who Are You to prevent those from being inflicted on Genji?
Zox falls. I mean, that's going to be the disruptor shot thrown in and land right on top of him. Now, I mean, you're going to lose some more players here late. Does it look like maybe Genji kind of sitting back a little bit, trying to organize before pushing back in again, and they're not going to be able to do so. You're going to lose a few more players here. Mag is going to get demeched. This has like been one of those weird maps. Like, remember I was saying earlier, like, I feel like this team has just had really weird games. Like, this is like one of them, I would say.
It's again, I'm asking the same questions of this team. They're trying a bunch of different things as best we can tell, but it's getting a little bit late in the day. You know, Genji's position on the ladder here in stage 2 is far from guaranteed. So let's see what they can make happen now. One last fight to stay alive here in Suravasa. It was Genji's map pick. They've got to do something here. Touching the point's a good start. That's even better. Exodia finds Psycho straight away. His head blown off. His overclock now crucial, but Quartz is going to fire one of his own, and he deals with the enemy Sojourn. Dangerous now for Genji. Oh, they're in trouble. Mag desuited. Basically used as a punching bag for this entire map. He just can't get enough done on this Diva. Mag ends up... yeah, it's just tough, man. He ends up with less damage than the enemy Kiriko. Like, it's just very, very difficult to put your Diva in a position to succeed here.
Yeah, like, he's getting peppered from the Sojourn, the Tracer. He also has no... like dive partner, right? It's not like he's able to go in with a Tracer and make plays because they're playing Torb. You know, if you're gonna play Torb and you're gonna play slow, match the Ramatra. I don't know, but it just doesn't seem to work out in the end. A rough one there for Genji, I would say, after a more competitive map number 1.
Yes, they were at least able to fight back in that second round, but by and large, this is looking eerily like another 3-0 today, folks. I just want to give it to you straight. Genji don't really seem like they have a defined way of answering this, like this Ramatra-based setup. And remember, they banned the Freya. You know, like to, in theory, try and put Quartz, or rather, at least like put Exodial in a position to succeed. And like, he's great. He's so good at this hero. There's no reason why the guy can't deliver on Freya, in my humble opinion. But clearly, that's just something that they've come out of this week of scrims with. But you know, when you come out of a week of scrims and then you want to limit your DPS hero pool because you don't want to play the meta stuff, like, that just doesn't. If I see meta heroes getting banned, it's never a great sign here. So there has to be another way that Genji can target Twisted Minds while still setting their own individuals up for success. And I'm literally verbatim repeating myself, you know, from the pre-game, but it's the same issue. And it's a damage dealing difference that we've got to point out, because who we use on the Torb, he's not able to be that oppressive, right? It's only when the Tracer comes to call that it looks threatening, and Molten Core is great against that Orbital Ray combo. That's fine. Outside of that, though, it is hard to watch Who Are You on Torb. It's just hard to watch.
Well, because, you know, there's so many other characters that he could make a huge impact on, but like, you could have played Genji there, you could have played him on Tracer. There were like multiple better options, I think, than playing the Tor. But we'll see now going into Runasapi if there's any other kind of compositional changes on the docket here for Genji. You could play Diva yet again, but I mean, I don't know. It hasn't looked awesome.
Yeah, not great. Runasapi is going to be the option. You can, I mean, Ramatra, I think, is still going to be, you know, looked at. I do think that that's something that KSA really wants to play right now. In fairness, that is a ban. You can ban that. You have not sort of looked at that yet, but you're likely putting yourself into a Diva mirror. Excuse me, like a Risa mirror.
I was going to say, like, so the way you've also set this up is so poor from Genji, because now there's a perfect opportunity for them to get rid of the Genji, right? They haven't banned Genji yet for Twisted Minds. So then Who Are You gets...
Bold of you to think that Krusty will let him play Genji, bro.
Huh?
Don't worry, bold of you to think that Krusty will let him play Genji.
Okay, so the bans are in. Genji gets rid of the Kiri here at the start. So that makes sense. Simple being a crazy nuisance on that. And then the other ban is Diva. Which I think is interesting because, like, you were winning the Diva head-to-head, I think, at times when we did see it. But also, like, now what? You're forcing Mag to play, like, Ramatra or Risa, something along those lines, which I think you have a decided, heavy advantage in.
Okay. I think that, like, the Diva ban from Twisted Minds is fair, but I've never particularly felt like she's been much of a powerhouse on this map. It's a second ban, so it's not a protect. Right. It's just, I mean, here's the secret for Mag. If Mag doesn't know what his hero pool is, no one else knows what his hero pool is, and so no one can target him. No one can no one can actually exploit him.
This map is pretty good for like rush style of comps as well. We've seen like Winston and D.Va on it in the past, right? But this is a map that like Maga excels on, Ramatra. You could even see Hazard potentially. Maybe that's the angle that they try to go for Genji with that D.Va gone. But yeah, it's just you know, you'd love to see these players be put in a position to play kind of the heroes that they're really good at in the current meta, because like there is a path, I think there. I think they're just, you might be overthinking it a little bit too much.
Something that Junkbuck said about Alcatia and coaching is that you have to construct a strategy that accounts for like your players as individuals, and also think it kind of gives you an edge and makes it hard to like dominate you by banning you correctly. So, you know,
I mean, everybody should be like, your strategy should be crafted around like your player's strengths, right? Like it shouldn't just be like, oh well, you know, everybody's playing this, so we have to as well, right? If you don't have the tools to be able to do so. I mean, some metas you kind of have to, right? But at least find ways to, you know, mitigate the weaknesses, right? In certain situations, just kind of tell them to go out there and, you know, do whatever. I
think it's probably not a bad time to examine the stakes of this game again, because Genji are 2-2 right now, which is very reasonable. But if you think back to the teams that Genji have been able to beat, it's been Peps, right, in that very scrappy, very close game, and then Frosttails. Those are the two teams at the bottom of the standings right now in EMEA. So as you can imagine, following this game for Genji, it will be Twisted Minds, then One Dip versus 100 Gorillas. Hopefully they've got a different name by then. And then they've got to go up against Alcatia in the last week of play. So they've exhausted all of their opportunities to play against those teams that are weaker. And granted, they have been able to find wins in those games, but that's probably it. 2-5 though, that's what the Ultimates were able to get into playoffs with, and they make their run in the lower bracket. But it's not looking good for Genji.
But like, you know, the Ultimates could obviously get better during this stage. You know, One Dip is sitting right there, I believe the same record, but like a better map count. So you think that they potentially get up, you know, 3 wins. If you finish with 2 wins, I mean, somebody is going to end up in the relegation with Frosttails, right? Like they're going to, and you know, 2 wins might get you down there.
Honestly, you're right. And then to say nothing of the fact that having that lower seeding when we head into like stage playoffs is not favorable whatsoever. Again, remember, you're going up against like the Master Division Season 5 players in that promotion and relegation tournament. So, you know, obviously we had 2 new teams promoted this time. It's pretty brutal down there, as we saw Vision Esports banished into that direction. So keep that in your back pocket. Stay aware. We're heading over to Runasapi now. Twisted Minds might just go back towards this Ramatra. Look, I do feel like though Orisa, pardon, has been good in the matchup. Good at displacing the Ramatra, and the KSA is expecting Orisa here. I'm curious to see how he wants to play around that matchup.
So, who are you potentially going to go with that Sombra yet again? So we've seen the Sombra early on. An Ana pick here from Twisted Minds. So going to be playing the Ana with the Juno here. Ability to kind of like farm up that Nano potentially. Also, no Kiri, right? So the no cleanse available on the other side of Genji. So an interesting niche pick potentially.
Okay, I'm here to see it. Of course, that Javelin here can be very disruptive and allow Exodial just to find easy picks with those explosive bolts. And Simple is a good positioning, honestly. Notice that Simple is not really wasting a lot of movements. He's not jumping around constantly as Ana. He's just majorly rotated so that he was still alongside Funny Astro. And I think it's pretty hard to push into the outer ring of the map now. Eventually, you know, we are going to see Genji be contested here on this bot, but it's Canale out of the game already. Not what they're looking for. That is their brig. Very important to try and control KSA from just walking up on Mag here. Zox also will be dragged down.
He gets hit with a bio Canale, and not enough time for the bio to like wear off. It wears off, but he's so weak at that point that they just move forward and finish him off. As look how aggressive Twisted Minds wants to be here. You get Quartz in this position, you got KSA here as well, trying to see maybe if they can get somebody coming out of the spawn, but as bad of a start I think you can have, possibly for Gen G.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. And again, it's a war of attrition. They end up losing as the better positioning gets taken up by Twisted Minds. Let's start talking about Simple, man. Such a sick addition. Obviously comes in from that's Vision Esports team. And prior to that, obviously was, a factor on Poker Face, a bit of an upstart team there in Korean OWCS. But he looks incredible. And on the Ana, man, he's making it look good. Once again, Twisted Minds has ended up with like a pretty high throughput healing composition. The Ana having the ability to impact the game via other means in terms of anti-heals. And Gen G are not in this game. They're not. Mag is barely alive.
There shouldn't be, like... I mean, look, obviously Twisted Mind's a tremendous team. There shouldn't be, like, this large of a potential gap between these teams, though.
Have you done this? Why have you done this, Exodial? He was waiting on a flank angle there, and he got spotted out. We have health bars, right? So we can see that. But
and then now, are you going to lose your brig here, too? I mean...
Yes. Yes, you are. Okay, well, this might be a full clear. Quartz does go down. Who are you? One of the only players that's been able to slow Twisted Minds down at all. And an EMP that hits the whole backline. I like that. Doesn't have the virus spreading perk here, but I mean, who you just won the fight for his team? Solo. So I respect it.
Yeah, but the bot is still moving towards their spawn.
Look, I mean, just don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
So they'll get another fight here mid-map, right away, Twisted Minds. You're up to 91 meters, and you also have both support ults here in this next fight, and they already use that EMP, which is what you're worried about. So I think you could easily get this one going back deep into Gen G territory.
91 meters though, not quite triple digits, but enough to make you concerned. Orbital Ray comes on down. Fun to watch it erupt from the skybox there. Oh, Exodial does get the healing that he needs. Good sleep on Who Are You though. Simple is looking very good on this Ana. Oh, rally popped here. Okay, I respect it from Canale, but still gonna die. A respectful death.
There's nobody around. And the bot's still gone. Oh man, this is.
I mean,
who was gonna benefit from that rally? Besides Canale.
Well, they stayed alive a little bit longer. Maybe there's a concern about getting snowballed further. But after you lost two players,
the snowball was already happening though. Like,
I mean, it's a mega tilt. It's a mega tilt rally, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, we are nano boosting our Ramatra. KSA's moving up here. Mag in a dangerous spot. KSA, they're not in Nemesis form anymore, so it's kind of why you don't always nano the Ramatra outside of Annihilation. But hey, we're sort of mixing it up a little bit here today. Limit testing. Canale is dead again. Rally would have been nice there. Honestly, Psycho moved up on him. Who are you trying to pepper down Twisted Minds? 134 meters and counting, and they're struggling to find these kills. Backline dealt with again. This time it's Who Are You on the Tracer.
Yeah, but the car's just gonna walk in.
Oh my god, dude. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out.
Oh, that was... Hold on, yo. Give me a replay of that. That was the saddest Runasabi I've ever seen. I mean, man. Bro, they got like Mag and Who Are You and Exodial, and that's the type of game we get. Come on, man. I mean, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, does
this answer questions we had?
No, that just leads us. I told you this team produces just really weird results where, Who Are You pushing into the backline, killing two, but then the enemy Ramatra is emoting on the bot as it goes in. It's like,
why am I mad?
This feels like
that's why am I angry?
In team because the players are good. This
would
makes
you say the
no
talent
sense.
is there?
Shut the door. Shut the front door.
Don't make me more angry than I already am, Matt.
I'm leaving. I'm done here. I'm out of here. Oh.
This is just it's so disappointing. It's so disappointing because Gen G as an org that's like a high caliber org as is. The players are good players. They are not even on the same page. They do not read the same book. I don't think they're in the same library.
It's
This is so disconnected and so strange.
It's so frustrating to watch. I mean, who are you stuck on Torb here for all of Suravasa?
What? Why?
Yeah, and then like Kaneo like solo rallies at that one point, and I mean they don't have anybody by the car. I just honestly, really bizarre. But like you mentioned, Zoe, like Genji is an incredible org across multiple different games. These players obviously have had success in the past. This just does not seem to mesh though as a crew.
No, and like I think you guys talked about it during the cast, right? Coming up next, they have the artist formerly known as Quick Esports. One dip.
I still can't believe that. I mean,
this game's giving me a midlife crisis. I'm 33 years old. I just sat here and talked about that.
Don't blame it on the game.
Are they gonna finish with just 2 dubs? Like, that's so tragic.
Did you see anything here that would lead you to believe they're gonna get more?
No.
They should.
I'm so actually what I saw right now, it makes me surprised that they got 2.
I would like to relegate them instantly.
That's me being really mean.
I would like to relegate them.
If you're
are they
Genji,
up for relegation? No,
Genji.
they can't even get relegated.
That's such a shame. Well, good job, Arnold. You've done well.
If you're Genji, you need to figure out a way to kind of get into the playoff and then sort your way from there, right? We saw it with the Ultimates,
I mean,
right?
changes need to happen. Like,
went
this
far,
ain't it.
right? At this point, you're not going to finish with like a top 3 seed or top 2 seed, whatever it is. Just get in any means possible. Sort it out after that. Just you need to figure out a way to get in.
Look, I mean, you don't have
I feel for the players.
You're a part of the team, so you don't have the threat of relegation here. I think it actually gives you like a real buffer here to sit down and just have a really frank discussion amongst the team about how you want to look towards playoffs now. You obviously like are not feeling particular. The problem is that like Genji are collapsing under some of these bans as well. Like they're not impactful bans that they're aiming at Twisted Minds necessarily. So that's somewhere you can start. Like you don't even have to look at yourself right now if you don't want to. You can start thinking about your opponents being going, okay, so like how do we really make incisive bans that, you know, like because not every team is the Ultimates. It's not obvious how to ban out every team. But you can start there, and I think, you know, from that point onward, you can start having a look at like, okay, how do we want to play? Like, what do we want out of this run these next few weeks?
Yeah, but even if you have targeted bans and more of like a strat tailored to your opponents, Twisted Mind is not going to be the opponent that is too bothered. I feel like they're pretty well rounded as far as the individuals go on that roster. So yeah, it wasn't theirs to win to begin with, but we did hope for a little more pushback from Genji. Alas, enough beating down on them. Let's talk about the winners. Let's talk with the winners, in fact, because we do have Funny Astro joining us for a quick chat. So let's bring him in. Funny Astro, always great to see you and of course hear from you. This was a one-sided affair. Did you also hope or expect a little bit more pushback from Genji there, make it look a little more competitive, or is this the expected outcome?
I think they were a little better than we expected, maybe. I think we were expecting a complete shutout, so they got 1 point on Suravasa, which is, I think UB's not too happy that they got 1 point there. So we're going to have some things to work on for next week to get perfect scoreline.
Tell us a little bit about, you guys are leaning into the Ramatra play a little bit more right now. Where do you think Ramatra sits amongst the meta? We've seen teams try and play Orisa into it. Feel like that's had some success. You guys obviously aren't trying to do too much Diva stuff with, you know, KSA in. What's the broad game plan in terms of your tank and comp selection right now?
Honestly, we just like putting KSA on Ram because he's insane at that hero. Just put him on the point, give him a speed ring, and he just goes and kills people. So I don't think we need to think too hard about it. We don't need to care about like Orisa or Diva or whatever. It's just like, just play Ram and sit on the point and pocket him.
Is it a simple game plan, a simpler one when you have that Ramatra in play?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. He sits on the point, simple and Psycho go flank and kill everything, and we win.
I mean, you know, you guys have incorporated Psycho in last week and then this week. His Tracer play has been fantastic. Is that, I know you guys earlier on were playing a little bit more of UB and like Sim. Is you feel like Tracer is kind of where things are heading at the moment? Because we were talking where you guys have played some Sim in the past, and then Alcatia obviously uses it to great effect. So it seems pretty strong.
I think with Psycho, we're just like a little more immune to hero bans. Obviously, when we have UBN, we have to care a lot about people banning Sim and protecting DPS and all this stuff. But Psycho, he's not just playing Tracer at the moment. He's playing like loads of different heroes. Most of the time, he's on Tracer, but he can look a lot of different stuff. And even played the Sim a bit today. So we're just making it work with him.
Are you looking at playing him on Torb on Flashpoint?
I'm not sure what that was.
Okay.
Personally, I'm not a fan of the Torb on Flashpoint. I think he ended the map 5 and 10, so maybe it's not the best hero there. Maybe we'll try it next
If
week.
Hazard was in, we got it, but not into Ramatra.
Even against Hazard, I'm not sure. It's the classic Krusty. You never know what he's doing.
Actually, classic Krusty. Yeah, I don't think he knows what he's doing sometimes also, so that's in line. For the Astro, we're gonna let you go now. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Also, Simple got player of the match, so I don't know, you wanna let him know that he did awesome.
Just rubbing it in here.
He's a legend.
Funny Astro.
I've been told to bring it up during the interview. I just do as I'm told. Obviously, Funny Astro, you're our personal MVP at all times. That goes without saying. But today's bottom is for Simple. So congrats on that. Congrats on the dub. And we can't wait to see more of you in the boys. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure.
I so badly
What?
like we see Exodio play like the Freya and whatnot, and he looks so good. And we see these other teams play Genji. I just want to see who are you play Genji and Exodio play Freya. Like any type of other issues they have as a team, like those two players are so explosive on those heroes, like might be able to solve some of it. But
yeah, that's the thing. Like, if the team looks disconnected, the very least you can do is give everyone their comfort hero, their best hero, and then just based on individual pop-off performances, win on based on the individual pop-off performances. Like, that's where I will be at. Alas, I am not Krusty. I don't know what he's cooking. Maybe they'll like completely pop off in the playoffs and all is well. Like, we never know. Let's take a look at the standings to see if there is an opportunity for them to do just that.
There isn't.
There is not. Well, wait. But like, based on schedule, like, I don't think Peps or Frosttails can.
They can make 6.
I don't think
they make 6. The Ultimates, I think, are going to get a little bit better as time goes on here.
And they're making it through 6 though. Like, they will not drop out because Peps has Alcatia VP and one dip versus 100 Gorillas coming up.
If I wish for it hard enough, Zoe, it could happen. Do you know what I mean? They have one dip versus 100 Gorillas and then Alcatia up next. So those are going to be hard games to win.
A VP as well.
Yeah, I mean that's a
so it's
they already played VP. I think they already lost it 3-0 to VP.
I think so. We was talking about Peps.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was talking Peps.
Might be.
Yeah, they have similar teams coming up for them. Yeah.
Man, that Genji getting the winning game 5 against Peps looks so much bigger now. We knew it was big, but
the difference maker for sure. That's
it really
crazy.
is. That's kind of what kept them out of relegation.
Yep.
If we're being real. Well, good. That gives them some time to work on stuff and then come back stronger than ever. We have faith, of course, in those players to get it done. Now, we are done, however, with the EMEA. So, Mitch and Matt, thank you so much for calling the action once again this wonderful weekend. We are now heading into a quick break, but that also means that it's time for another thrilling battle of the bots. And this time, it's the battle of the beards.
okay.
Sure. Someone made an executive decision on that. So it's going to be Soldier, Cassidy, Torb, and Baptiste. Although I would argue that Baptiste is like, that's barely stubble.
No,
okay.
it's probably
That's not a beard.
You know?
It's got a beard.
Yeah.
There's got to be a cutoff in length when it comes to beards.
He's like
Anyway, he
somewhere
somehow
between me
slipped
and
in
Matt,
there.
You know? I think.
Yeah, I mean, Matt has a beard. You just look like you had not enough time this morning. Like that's Be nice, sorry, be nice. I'll be nice on the other side of Battle of the Box. Make sure to drop your votes, in the poll right now to let us know which beard do you think is going to come out on top. And afterwards, we will be seeing you for all things EMEA. You don't want to miss it. Not on that. NA. We just did EMEA. Gotcha. See you on the other side. Bye.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Laptop.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Cuffer! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Cassidy won Battle of the Bots. Torp robbed, but we
This-
stay winning as
how
we got
did he
the ever
lose?
so incredible
He's gotta do
Jack
it.
and Johnny. Yeah, how that? Yeah, it's the battle of the beards. You can't lose that as a Torp. It's like your one redeeming feature.
Can you grow a beard, Johnny? You're Swedish.
He's working on it.
Beard?
Yeah, like Torbs. Like Torbs, you know, he's got like the things.
Well,
Is this
first
you
of
getting
all,
a head start on Movember? Like, what's happening?
a head start? Can a Swedish boy not grow a little
Months.
facial hair? Like, what's going on? Let me live.
I mean,
I'm trying over here.
Torp managed.
Dude, I wish I-
Might be difficult, but we'll see.
I wish I had your facial hair, man. I can't grow anything, and then I have like two random like bald spots here. It's I'm
Yeah,
I'm
if
just
I
screwed.
if I keep my beard on, it goes crazy.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Either way, let's take a look at our standings before we're heading into today's matches. Yeah, we're now doing all things NA, of course, and we are just like in the EMEA, midway through the regular season. Still, of course, a few weeks of play to be done until we hit the playoffs, followed by a last chance qualifier, and then we are heading to our second offline event of the year. Mid-season championship happening at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And of course, we're also gearing up for the World Finals,
Oh, yeah.
which will take us back to Sweden.
I'm repping the t-shirt
like
today.
with beer.
The 2024 Stockholm t-shirt. I got it on. So there you go.
Oh, you're repping.
Yeah,
I like that shirt because it's a really thick material.
It's nice.
Like unreasonable.
It is nice.
Thick. It's
Nice collar too.
Kind of nice. I'm a fabric kind of person.
Yeah, thick shirts.
Which actually, thick shirts are awesome. Your shirt today looks very lovely too, Johnny.
Oh, thank you.
It's
Thank you. Praise my piece of clothing.
very
oh
nice.
my god, I'm delighted. I gotta treasure this.
And you
moment.
might be able to see this very shirt live and in action. You might be able to touch it if you grab your tickets for not just the championship, but also for the World Finals. Now you have to bring it, unfortunately. That's how we sell tickets for all the fabric lovers out there and also Overwatch lovers. And if we combine the two, we will see you in Riyadh. Tickets on sale right now. Also, of course, for the World Finals. DreamHack is always an incredible good time, especially because there's just so much other stuff to do. Last year we had also the voice actresses there, the new voice actor for Hazard, who is such a homie. My goodness.
He's the best.
I love that guy. Connor is incredible.
Connor the Beast.
But, I mean, all the voice actors and actresses we have in Overwatch are just an absolute delight. So seeing them live in the flash and getting to chat with them has been so cool during those events. So yeah, let's see what DreamHack Stockholm 2025 has in store for us. It might be some of those teams, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the standings to see where we're at currently with our NA region. Nightmare is sitting pretty on top. GK Esports is following closely behind. Both of these teams untouchable, insane map differentials. Now, Space Station Gaming's season started yesterday.
Yep.
Our stage started yesterday, so we don't have to be worried about them anymore. Supernova, Dildox at the bottom, but they're vibing, and that's good.
I feel like
we're happy.
I feel like there's so much seriousness coming our way. You know, we got the regional playoffs coming up, and then it's like mid-season. It's like, oh my god,
like
this is massively, hugely important event, and that's of course what we value. We want to see the best players in the world, teams in the world take on each other and compete for like a lot of prize money. But I feel like we really need to treasure this point in the season as well. The fact that we get to see teams like Dildox go up against some of these North American teams, like the Runa Sapa we just saw in EMEA, like Gen G doing stuff like that. On one hand, you're like, oh, what are they doing? On the other hand, that's amazing.
There's no other hand.
What a moment in Overwatch Esports history. We just gotta really celebrate that.
Man, Runasapi has been a place for moments. There's the Violet legendary like $50,000 Ajax as well.
Oh my god.
I can't believe that you're trying to find the positive in the match we just saw.
I love it.
Actually,
it was
You not. You gotta treasure this. This is awesome. This has come across.
Sure.
I don't know.
Okay.
I just love it. I just love it.
I'm not on board with the vibe. I mean,
On Gorillas, Dildox, this is peak. Kind of.
It is Overwatch, and it's happening today in the NA region as well. We have Supernova facing off against SSG, and then afterwards we're going to finish out our day with GK going up against Dildox. That one's for the vibes. Let's talk about our first match of the day, though, shall we? We are kind of beating a dead horse or a dead astronaut here, but SSG had a front-loaded schedule, very difficult matches early on in the stage. But even in those matches, we would have liked to see a little bit more from them. So the concern overall is still there, but of course we also just know how incredible good this squad is. Also, this time around, we see Bliss back in the mix because Squid was playing last week.
Right, that was against GK. So yeah, in theory, like back to full strength for Space Station.
Yeah.
The expectation for this team is to be like 3rd place, 4th place kind of thing, and obviously not there right now with only a single win. But you know, against Space Station, against not Space Station. Well, maybe it's against themselves. I don't know. Like maybe they're back and they're in demons. But against
Dallas versus
Supernova,
Fuel situation.
yeah, exactly. the Space Station versus gaming. In a weird way, it's kind of felt like that. This team, especially like Seeker and Sugarfree, just monsters, and they have been for like a long time, since like the Overwatch League. But this team has just not found the wins, and like even their match versus Geeke in week 3, it didn't feel pretty, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really tough for Space Station to find their groove in this meta particular because all these North American teams are so good at Brawl. And they're actually facing another solid Brawl team today in Supernova. When it comes to their map picks, they prefer to go to Brawl heavy maps, where Astro can play the Orisa, for example. And sure, they struggle against the Zarya on that one map. I thought I would bring out the Zarya. So still, it's going to be an interesting compositional matchup because Supernova, you know, they're no slouchers. They're 1-3 here, but they have looked better with Ryan coming back after the first couple of weeks. So yeah, another matchup that Space Station should theoretically win here, but you never know. You never know.
Well, we do know what to expect from the individuals of Supernova, as we've been able to follow all of them through Tier 2 and here now as well, of course. Ryan has been an absolute standout on that Tracer, definitely a very bright spot for Supernova.
Oh, 1000%. Yeah, Ryan's looks super good, and having a good Tracer right now is just gold dust. It really is. I think the series yesterday against Sakura, it was fairly back and forth first a couple of maps, and then the map they did end up taking, Runasapi, pretty one-sided. Towards the tail end of it at the very least. I do have expectations for this team coming in. I want them to bring just their whole selves and their full selves to this. I believe they can take maps off Space Station, and this is their time to really punch up, Johnny.
Yeah, I feel like this is just going to be SSG going Zarya, which is currently leading red free in Supernova. So, we might be in for a treat here. It might be a funny one.
If we see a Zarya,
both of these teams have Supernova is going to bet it at one point in the series. I would bet a jelly bean on that, at least. Well, let's see. Let's find out as we're heading into this match. It's ready, and so are we. So, guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, Johnny, I think for Space Station fans, nihilism is almost set in. We're close. We're close. Ilios, first map. Hammond ban, a little wrecking ball, and a Sombra ban for Supernova. What are your expectations for Supernova in this series? I've kind of given you mine already, but what's your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I went into this season and I said that Supernova would be good. So I feel like at this point, like I'm kind of, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. Like I feel like I have to stick with that take. They started off this stage rough, obviously, but I do think that they're a competent team. You know, if you're going into a matchup like this and you underestimate them, Supernova can't punish you because they have the individual players necessary to do so. Now on Ilios, it's gonna be tough, Jaws, because this is Space Station's go-to map. We know that Space Station, they are amazing when it comes to the dive compositions, and Ilios is the home of dive composition. So you get the wrecking ball out of the way with Space Station zero ban here. It's going to allow Kellen to play the Winston, of course, and this should be Space Station's best map in this series, so it's crucial they get off to a hot start here.
Yeah, I mean, Ilios is the map that they're winning against, like, the top teams, right? They won it against the first match of Stage 2 in Team Liquid, and then they won it against Nightmare in Day 2 of Week 1. Like, this is the map that they're going to win. So, you know, Supernova, we talked about how good they are at the rush, but it's going to be dive versus dive, or at least half dive, half rush with the Hazard. Kellen, of course, on the Winston.
Yeah, I think a few teams, Jack, they've just settled into the Hazard. I think we kind of identified that this composition is like the standard default for a lot of teams. Astro on the Hazard here, so it does give you a decent chance against a Winston composition like this. So we'll see if Ryan can start off hot here. No, that would be a great boon for Supernova.
That's a really sick wall, actually. Yeah, Astro just comes in, walls off Kellen. Kellen dives to Cage, trying to check Ryan and Grapes, and okay, punished for it. Jutsu, though, goes down to Seeker. So a 1-for-1 trade, but Supernova with the tank on the point. There's no chance of Space Station's touch. It's up to Seeker to find another pick. Those take aims going a little wide.
Yeah, and I think
that one didn't though.
will keep our eyes on with another great take aim on the grapes there, because it feels like Seeker so far, Jack, has kind of struggled on this hero in this stage so far. You know, usually we're used to amazing Sojourn performances and such from Seeker, but been relatively quiet on the Freya so far. So getting a few take aims to start us off here, that could be another great thing for Space Station as they look to get some wins finally in stage 2.
That's just a symptom of new heroes being added to the game, especially ones that are this powerful and like this explosive, being able to kill people in 2 hits with take aim. If you don't pick it up quickly, people are going to eventually outpace you in honestly quite a short amount of time. We've seen incredible performances from people like Jutsu, Chronic, like just monsters on this character. And if you're someone like Seeker, who's expected to be one of the very best in North America, it could be a little bit maybe disheartening for you not being able to live up to that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to take on the best teams in the region, you need your Freya to pop off against the likes of Chronic, for example. But so far, it's been SG just coasting, really sitting back with this kind of composition, and Supernova hasn't been able to get anything going. Ryan, of course, very tough matchup against Sugar Free, one of the best tracers in the region, and certainly already leaving his mark here on Ilios.
Yeah, it's been tough for Astro to really get anything done. I mean, not too much damage on the side of the Hazard right now, not quite near the ult. Ryan just tentatively coming up these stairs. Against this Freya can be so tough if you're led down these straightaways. It'll be very easy to pick a tracer off or force her to recall.
Yeah, just doing some poking for now, trying to work this off angle. Obviously, you have to get your Hazard in a good position to engage to begin with. And here comes the Kitsune Rush from Renko.
Yeah, both of them on the point, basically laid on top of each other. Bolus does end up coming out, and oh, Grapes is in trouble. Manages to slink away, though, close to the sound barrier. Ryan gets the better of Sugar Free in the 1v1. Well, okay, Supernova back on the board here. There's Seeker and Jutsu both throughout the boluses. Jutsu getting a little bit more done there with a kill, and Space Station getting close to 99. Supernova take the flip. They've got the beat remaining, so the next fight should be a fairly easy one, but Kellen can make it quite difficult with this primal.
Yeah, but it's actually committed the beat there, so, you know, support ultimate advantage here for Supernova as they look to hold on to this point. Kellen, though, has a primal rage.
Oh, Grapes almost Ajaxed. That was very close. Grapes still getting hounded down, though, and already dead. This beat needed to be value, Johnny, and it was valueless, sadly. Sold back to the shop for $0. As Kellen is just separating the team with a primal rage, and yeah, this is looking like the Space Station we expect, honestly, Johnny. Ryan dies with Pulse in hand, and that will be Supernova going down on round 1.
I mean, you almost have to treat it as a warm-up round if you're Supernova, because you know it's going to be so difficult to get anything going when Space Station play this map. You can see Sugar Free obviously doing a fantastic job in the Tracer duel. But Space Station not, you know, forcing any kind of mistakes whatsoever either. Like, they're kind of sitting back and then picking their spots, when to engage, when to utilize Kellen's leap abilities to get deep into the backline of Supernova and Sarge. We can take a look at the stats. And Seeker's off to a hot start here, Joe.
10-0. Large amount of damage too, 3,600, not too surprising. But look at Jutsu on the other side. That diff is quite substantial. Call it 1.9k damage on Jutsu's side. Yeah, Seeker dominating so far. No changes here. Maybe Astro running out of Winston. Okay, I don't mind this whatsoever. Hazard, what do you feel like Hazard versus Winston on this particular stage? Both of them, I feel like, have their merits, but the Hazard gets a little less value, I feel, on the point. There's so many exits and entrances, so the wall is less effective.
Yeah, I mean, the Hazard kind of just gets picked apart, right? It doesn't quite have the same level of mobility as Winston. Now, Astro is a decent Winston player. Obviously played it on Fluffy Dreamland last year as well, but already, like, look at Space Station, the high ground they're controlling right here. They're just cleaving Supernova apart.
Yeah. You saw the idea from Supernova there. Take high ground control early, give Jutsu some more space, but Kellen was above them, like on that little ledge above that high ground, and was just cleaving them, like you said. Free cap there for Space Station as Supernova reset.
Yeah, quick little reset here for Supernova. Let's see how they approach this attack here. Space Station playing this Lucio Kiriko composition, of course. They have a lot of options. They can go aggressive. They don't need to sit back like you would with a on a brig kind of backline. It's a faster paced SSG we're seeing here.
Ooh, a couple of pop shots. Both players tagging each other a little bit there. No instant kills though. Seeker under a little bit of duress, actually.
How aggressive they
Astro's
are.
just poking away. Yeah, look at that. They actually go for the big trade. So Freya's down for both sides. As the point is being pressured by Supernova. Sugar Free should be able to get there for the touch. Same with Kellen, to be fair, who's very close as well. Although, man, I mean, Sugar Free really hates Graves right now, just permanently focusing him. Graves unable to kind of get away, and the point doesn't even get flipped there, unfortunately, for Supernova. Space Station mop them under the rug.
And this is kind of what we've seen from the best teams in the region as well. They're so good at staying aggressive and picking apart the backline of these teams that are trying to move up towards the point. So in that case, Astro on the Winston, of course, goes to contest the point for Supernova, but all the while, Grapes and Renko under so much pressure from Sugar Free.
Ryan's near on a pulse, though. Sugar Free there with the check. Same with Bliss, actually. So 2 players from Space Station committing there to stop Ryan. And here comes the sound barrier from both sides as well. Sugar Free now. Jutsu in his sights, but looks like Kellen is actually just going to get that kill anyway. Well, the point is going to be a little bit tougher now for Kellen, although with this Primal Rage, he should be good. Oh, what a move. That was so close. That kill box almost being the nail in the coffin there for Mr. Kellen. But the Primal Rage versus Primal Rage and the later rush from CJ on the point. Supernova cap, but not for long.
Yeah, and you had to use both support ultimates to take that fight on the point as well. So Supernova now grasping at straws, 85%. Essentially are going to push the spawn doors here, make it difficult for Supernova to contest the point.
Wow, or an explosive bolt and a Suzu used and a TP, so Kiriko very vulnerable at this moment in time. Sugar Free forced to hit that recall there as Jutsu will find the bolts towards him. The pulse bomb from Ryan does connect with Seeker, so once again the Freyas are down, but where is the contest? Nowhere to be found, it seems, as Supernova drift off into space as Space Station clean that up with a nice little 2-0.
All right, Jack. First map out of the way. There we go. That's SSG's first map win. You know, that's just how they get the series started. They just win the first map in the series because they get to pick Ilios and they play their dive composition and it works flawlessly. This is where the series starts for Supernova, Jack. Realistically, because they want to play brawl composition. So you get Ilios out of the way. Obviously, you don't have first map pick. Now it's going to be more interesting to see where are they taking us and how are they going to make Space Station uncomfortable.
Control is fraudulent, perhaps? I'm not sure.
But Ilios is just a great dive map. There's just brawl maps for Control as well. This Control sound with you, Jack. I can't.
Dude, I've been saying this since day one. Control's been fraudulent since day one.
Look, it's a little different from the other game modes, but you know, it's still as valuable as all the others.
So true, so true. All jokes aside, though, yeah, it's Space Station obviously taking the map on a dive-centric one. So if you're Supernova here, it's like, okay, we just go to Brawl map. Maybe we go somewhere. Well, you could play something like Runasapi. Not as good for the dive. You can play Rush, you can play Brawl, and then you don't have to maybe ban a dive tank either. You can kind of go, okay, if you want to play the dive into us on a Brawl style map, that's fine. We can trade with you. That's cool. We don't mind. And then if Space Station take us somewhere else that's divey, maybe we ban Winston. It's a large diff there. 5 deaths on the side of SSG. But yeah, like you said, series starts now. Stage starts now. As map 2 is coming up in a sec.
5 to 30. That's not good, Jack.
It's not good. It's not looking great.
It's not looking great. Yeah. If they have done some research, we're actually going to Circuit Royale. I was going to say I could have seen New Junk City being a good pick here as well because SSG, they really like to play Suravasa, and you're thinking, okay, we might as well just get New Junk City out of the way, prevent SSG from picking Suravasa themselves. But we're going to Circuit Royale, which also makes sense. You know, we get some of those dive-heavier maps out of the pool immediately. You go to something like Circuit Royale, we can force these brawlier, slower kind of compositions, right? And so a pretty expected pick from Supernova.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Yeah, like you said, get Watchpoint Gibraltar out of the pool, get Dorado out of the pool. Look, if you're going to play Watchpoint Gibraltar, Kellen's going to play Winston or Ball. You can't ban both, sadly. So Circuit Royale makes sense. Do you think we're going to see this whole like BAP Lifeweaver thing? They've been playing it in NA, EU, as well. So it's the meta strat for this map.
It's grown on me, Jack. It's grown on me. I don't know how you're feeling about that support backline these days, because I think it started off and we're like, okay, what's happening? But I'm starting to see the vision where I'm like, wait, hold on a second. You know, if these dive comps are going to struggle, why not go for a bit more of a greedier, slower backline, right? And so I can certainly see Supernova pull it out. The difficult question is, of course, Do you have a good Lifeweaver player?
Yeah, dude.
And such. You gotta figure that out in squims before you put it out in the officials.
I mean, maybe Space Station, also Rocket. It's yet to be seen as we jump into the map in just a moment. We'll also know the bans. Substitution actually coming in for Supernova. So False in, Astro out. Bit more off-tanky. Little Diva, little Sigma for False.
Yeah, for sure. Also, something like a Diva, for example, if you wanted to play that. We have seen False before play Midtown for Supernova. That time it was a Ramatra. So obviously, you know, False and Astro, they share some kind of hero pool, but also we can maybe expect some Diva play from False if they'd like to play that hero. When Squid comes in for Bliss, here we go.
Okay.
Double flex support from SSG here. Let's see what they got in mind. Maybe they're cooking with the backline.
That's what I'm saying. Bap Lifeweaver coming out in my video game again. I mean, look, the comp yesterday, Johnny, we were just staring at it for like 5 minutes. Like, this is actually the hardest comp to play into of all time. You have the Sombra who hacks the Mega Health Pack on the top right, if you're on the defender side, top right. You have your BAP stand there. UV just saying, I'm just going to shoot people. And then you have the Hazard kind of chilling. And then the Lifeweaver can pull anybody out that likes to like over peak a little bit, that gets into a little bit of danger, and you can play that way because you know the safety net is there, or the safety cocoon thing, or whatever it is there for you. So I don't hate it. I'm really starting to like this. Supernova banning Ram and a Juno ban for SSG. Johnny, it's really looking like it's going to be the BAP Lifeweaver. Or if they want to go super poke, they can also play Alari and a BAP or like a Kiri or something.
Yeah, I think at this point, we're just kind of trying to invoke the BAP Lifeweaver.
It's fun to watch.
Summon it. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly unusual because we haven't seen it that much before, if ever, in Overwatch Esports history. But Supernova as well, banning the Ramatra here. I think this makes sense as well if, you know, you wanted to leave something like the Diva and perhaps preventing Callan from playing that hero themselves. But we'll see what they have in mind. Also, you know, banning the Ramatra as well. It's been one of the go-to heroes against BAP Lifeweaver teams, right? Or for BAP Lifeweaver teams, right? So getting Ramatra out of the way maybe makes SSG's potential setup more difficult if they were to choose that path.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see. Oh man, I really wish we play a little bit more Widowmaker, I'm going to be honest. A Widow in that comp might go crazy. Freya's just too strong though, like so good against Widow, so... Yeah, I mean, not sure we're going to see Widow for a while.
Alcatia even played Freya far on Circuit Royale earlier today, so they're just
with I did see the Mercy as well.
We're just going to play Ultra Survivability and just lay in the poke, whether it's, you know, the take aim bolts or it's Farah rockets, and we're just going to poke you down. And it's so obnoxious to deal with because you're like, no one is dying and there's tons of poke flying our way. So the fact you have to stay alive through all of that while at the same time, you know, dislodging people and try to establish some position, forcing Lifeweaver grips, stuff like that. It's really obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. Poke is pain for a support player, that's for sure. Don't forget to check out the Blizzard gear store as well for some Stadium merch. I'm sure a lot of you have been playing it already, but gear.blizzard.com for some cool Stadium merch. Yeah, go check it out. Yeah, it reminds me of Ruben picking up the Moira. Remember when we did the commercial advert thing, and he was like, only orbs, and that's what it reminds me of, just him.
Yeah, 4 Moira orbs.
4 Moira orbs, and then the mini orb, and then the coal that can fly. It's rather silly. It's rather fun. So yeah, make sure you go check out the Blizzard gear store for all your Stadium merch. But back to the game. Circuit Royale was the pick here for Supernova, trying to get Space Station off of that dive. And it looks like Squid's going to play the Alari. Oh yeah.
All right, Jack. How does this make you feel? 1 to 10.
It makes me feel good, bro. I would say that's not my favorite Alari skin, but
okay, well, let's focus on the gameplay.
She got buffed recently. Okay, focusing on the gameplay. Focusing on the game. I do have one trigger. I've like a 8 hours or 10 hours almost on my main, and I'm like 77 win rate on Alari. She's pretty good. She did get buffed recently as well. The right click has a slightly extended range now. It feels so much better on the Alari. And a lot of the time you're playing around the pylon, people are playing around your pylon when you're playing poke, but having that extended range feels a lot nicer, like a big quality of life feeling to her. But no Lifeweavers, so no like hard off angle comp here. Looks like False actually gonna change up. It was starting on Sigma. Go to Diva. Okay, yeah, kind of what we expected here, Johnny. A Diva into the Sigma Alari back.
Yeah, especially, you know, D.Va is so good against a hero like Freya, for example, but if the enemy team is going to play greedily as well with the double flex support, you know, Baptiste, Ilari, just makes so much more sense for False to play that D.Va. Now you're going into the Sigma heroes, of course, so Supernova, they have a bit of a task ahead of themselves rounding this corner to punish some of these greedy space station picks to begin with.
Yeah, Kellen really has to hold down this front line. It's going to be fairly tough. As you can see, everybody just runs past them. Takes down Sugar Free with ease. Both lamps have been used already. Renko heating the rest of the team up with Sugar Free dead. I mean, it's all on Seeker now to try and get these kills, but Supernova just want to reset with CDs, reset with the amp, just go in again and again and again and try and avoid that rock.
Yeah, here they go. Just gonna dodge that accretion from Kellen. False did a great job initially, but we're looking at a quick engage coming out from them any minute now.
So many bits of spot, like you can hide around for cover as well to get away from Seeker's bolts, which is kind of frustrating for Seeker. You can see him kind of dashing up into the skies there. Window on the corner is going to be quite nice for Renko, as well as the Freya. I mean, that's always a one-shot, right? Squid does end up taking down Ryan, however, and despite the window being utilized, Renko falls to a couple of spheres and an icicle.
Yeah, it's a bit of an advantage wasted there. The fact that Renko went down with that amplification matrix. I don't know where Ryan was going. I think Ryan was, you know, having his sights on one of the backliners, maybe the Baptiste or the Freya.
Hello.
But got punished for it and died early in that fight before SG were able to build any ultimates. Now, Sugar Free over to this May. It's just going to make it even more difficult for Supernova to get any kind of value with their composition. Not only do you have to dodge the accretion now, you also have to deal with the ice wall from May.
Captive Sun as well available for Squid. Doesn't want to get it eaten though. Still a very large projectile. So pretty easy for the D.Va to eat. It's a good fight finisher though. If you demech the D.Va, you can just like splash it on a couple of people. Can be deflected though. Gotta be careful of Ryan. Here comes the push. Pylon down. Same with Sugar Free. Sound Barrier comes in for Grapes. They really want to make this fight hurt. Obviously, no real big defensive ultimates here. Coming through for Space Station Gaming. Capture Sun. I think it did connect with the Genji. And goodbye, Ryan. Although Squid now isolated alone on an island. Puts the Pylon down, but the heal is just not quick enough to save Squid. And Juju's still holding on to this Bolus. And Pulse even has this remake too. Bolus straight on the window. He's good for one. As Seeker ends up going down, distracted by False, who is pushing through that window. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Kellen's still alive on the point, kind of vibing. I mean, Supernova needs to kill these backliners, but it's been so tough. The Brigitte from Squid is going to come back and save CJ's life. Eventually, Kellen goes down, but the numbers are here for Space Station.
Yeah, it's taking too long. Sugar Free drops the Blizzard as well, and Supernova, they just weren't able to get the kills in time.
Oh, but that was a good window, though. It was a decent wall there from Sugar Free, stopping that window getting a lot of value, but Renko just jumps over it, and eventually the damage was dealt by Ryan and Jutsu to finish off the fight, but that was a tough finish there. Taking out Kellen was a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, Supernova are on a timer with this kind of composition, right? Because you saw Kellen had so much sticking power onto that point. Supernova weren't able to cap it, but still, Supernova able to navigate all those ultimates from Space Station Gaming and getting the cap, gotta give them credit for that. Squid now over to the Brig. That's going to make it even more difficult for Falls to play around on this D.Va.
Like you said, they're on a timer right now. You cannot let Kellen survive too long. You have to just jump on the back line, although much harder. With Squid on the Brig now too, like, False and Ryan's job is going to be so tough.
Yeah, just building ultimates for now. Sound Barrier available.
Just gonna go aggro again. Second time in a row there, they've gone super aggro. A nice little boot there from Grapes out of the lab as Squid just alone in that back line. Seeker was there to hold his hand, but unfortunately, friendship does not save the day, does not prevail. 2 minutes to go now with Supernova. Almost capping this point, but Kellen has got this flux.
Yeah, should be able to get a touch here, but amplification matrices are ready. CJ drops his, but Renko has his own.
There's a double. Kellen, he has to get this ult. There's a Bolus shot into the center of the entire team. That's a lot of AoE damage and a reflection kill onto Seeker. Both Freya's dead, and there is no touch, Johnny. They're still going to commit the flux, though.
Yeah, the flux is going to get committed here from Kellen, but point was capped. It's such an awkward angle for Space Station because they're forced to walk out of this choke and touch the card. But meanwhile, Supernova, they got all the angles set up. They dropped the amplification matrix. Just very difficult for Space Station to navigate that point touch.
Ryan's got the blade. Squid with the rally. High ground control for Space Station. You can now see Ryan trying to get in a position where he can make most use of it. Although Grapes, wow, Grapes just, I think, overextended slightly, trying to maybe get to where Ryan was, just gets poked out. Big reset. You can see Space Station's game plan too. I thought maybe that Flux was a bit over ambitious, but holding this far up is really nice. And oh wow, Zarya there.
Yeah, look at the bubble. Ryan here with the Dragon Blade, perhaps. Diva, just so hard to get value against this Sigma and Brig on this point. Let's see what Ryan can cook up with the Dragon Blade.
So much free energy as well, right, for the Zarya. Sigma, like Freya, like it's just so much damage, so much spam. The Zarya is going to be super high charge. You can see Kellen already melting. There's the window though. OWCS bubble instantly destroyed. Luckily though, Renko threw out a lamp.
There's a lot of ultimates here, Jack. Supernova obviously want to engage with this Dragon Blade, but Space Station should be able to return it with their own ults.
Well, there it is, double played, instant kill there onto Squid before the rally could even be popped. Yeah, that lamp is no longer in this realm. They didn't have trading out for the Flux there, John. You see Kellen, as soon as they saw Ryan get bubbled and go in with the blade, hits the Flux in the choke to try and even it up. Didn't work out. There's a minute to go, and Supernova have B to get to go aggressive.
Yeah, it honestly looked like the timing was a little bit off for Space Station, and they got punished and picked apart before they were able to use their own ultimates. Now, you still have 3 ultimates up and running here, but Supernova are gonna push this upper hand side, and they have a Sunbird to go aggressive if they'd like to.
I was just happy to get some energy first. Reset, go for some more bubbles. Bonus shot available for Seeker. They're actually just going to preemptively pop that rally, but a good bonus shot from the skies from Seeker is good. But the lamp comes in clutch again from Renko. But unfortunately, weren't expecting Sugar Free's Dragon Blade to deal the final few blows to Supernova. And with 20 seconds to go, once more, Space Station can hold up on this choke.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for Supernova now to go through this choke. Ryan's going to swap over to the Tracer to try and get this touch. It's really just a Graviton Surge and a Dream for Falls here. Now try to get value with this ult, but how are we even going to follow up on it?
Mini there taken by Ryan as well, so hasn't got any backup now. Charging the point right now, however, contested by Sugar Free. Graviton Surge underneath. The lamp comes in again though. I mean, CJ's lamp there and no follow-up for Supernova. It was a cheeky one, but unfortunately for False, the rest of his team are going to die before they can even join him on the payload. There's the final bonus shot and accretion. And there it is. That's where the payload will hold, but they get a couple of extra meters for their troubles. Supernova with 2 points.
Yeah, honestly, not too bad of a push. Like, if I'm Supernova, I take that. Obviously, you want to cap out the map, but I feel like on Circuit Royale in recent history, I feel like it's been quite likely. We've seen a lot of first point holds, a lot of second point holds, so...
It's because these games take so long now with this,
yeah, for sure.
Lifeweaver BAP stuff. You're like finishing an OT, it feels like. Look at the damage coming out from Kellen, by the way. 9.5k leading his team.
A field day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 15k mitigation too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been an impressive kind of push here from Supernova actually. So I'm looking for Space Station now. How will you get some momentum going on your attack yourself? Obviously, them messing around with the backline on the defense, but as we have CJ and Squid in the lineup here, what are they gonna cook up for us? The Mercy.
All right.
Bro, how many pieces of toilet paper do you use when you wipe?
Depends on the poo.
Bro, I took a shit like 10 minutes ago. I think I used like half the roll.
Also,
bro, how? No, like do you take like 2 or 1?
They're not showing. They might be holding close.
Get a quick.
They have Sig. Sig Genji.
Sig Genji.
Sig Genji Freya.
Larry.
Yeah, I'm taking left.
They break. That break.
Shiga break. Coming top left. You have to shot.
They better bro. She's Sig.
Yeah.
Can you top right?
Right now, yeah.
Can you top right? Actually,
I'm thinking down.
We need to quick do it. We can do it.
Exactly.
I'm ready to swing.
Bro.
Take my shield.
Did you close bottom right?
We can strength soon. We can strength soon.
I'm ready for it. He's ready?
Yeah, I can peek.
Yeah, too long. Peek now. Shing it,
Look at you. No defect. Hello, no left.
Give me a statue.
Get you on.
Make those. You're trying to get that one at all. What?
Frame him in.
Nice, Lenny.
Get one.
I can say go up.
Okay. That was one of the that was an Overwatch esports moment of all time. There's the toilet bowl games, but this will be known as the toilet paper game. What? Like what?
What was that?
I mean, what was that? Oh my. So he's trying to egg us on and make us answer the question. I will not be answering that question. Thank you, sir. Anyway, more serious things are afoot. I think. Nice window from Renko. Yeah. Care to weigh in on the debate, Johnny?
I'm good.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Yeah, I just thought I'd check. Okay.
Some beautiful Overwatch here.
Some beautiful Overwatch. Insane comms. Least insane Overwatch comms.
Yeah, I mean,
all right, well, Space Station are pushing pretty handily here. 4.5 minutes to go. The pep talk at the start, I mean, come on.
SSG here.
Vibes.
They're kind of just like, yeah, we're gonna play 4 heroes that shoot. We're gonna play Freya with the Sojourn and Bap Ilari, and they're just poking Supernova apart. It's so difficult for Supernova to walk up here because there's just so much poke coming their way. And there is a bit of a contest here coming through, but this has been all SSG on this attack.
Oh! Whiff that one. Unlucky. Both I've lost my mind. I'm lost.
Yeah, no worries,
I've lost my mind.
This is giving me a throwback to Toronto Defiant, actually, in the Overwatch League, because they used to run double hit scan with the Sigma here when it comes to pokes. And it's actually really annoying to deal with, but of course you need your players to pop up. The fact you have Sugar Free and Seeker to play Soldier and Freya here makes it all a little bit easier for SSG, but Squid goes down.
You just have to be quick. I mean, especially against the Ilari comp, like with Sigma, yeah, you just have to go. Otherwise, like you said, you're just going to get poked out. The resources on the side of Space Station Gaming just outweigh Supernovas to kind of the nth degree. Like, you have so much inherent damage, and sustainability is kind of nuts. Squid, though, switching over to the break, noticing that, obviously, Supernova getting pretty dicey and pretty close and personal. They want to have an extra tool to deal with that. Speaking of which, 3-man sound barrier for Supernova, as Kellen's just pushing the payload, guys. Kellen's pushing the payload. Kellen is still pushing the payload. Someone has stopped him. He's still pushing. 2 meters to go. And Sugar Free just kind of dealing with the stragglers at this point. And there's the blade from Ryan. He's going to kill for Kellen, actually, in the end. A nice little reflect kill onto Seeker. 2 meters to go. And it is all on the Sojourn. I mean, Ryan has got 45 HP, but luckily, Fox is there with the backup. Jutsu comes in time. Kellen almost backcaps him.
That was a great little clutch job from Supernova. They stay alive in this map. 4 minutes to go. Yeah, I mean, the odds are stacked against Supernova here, especially running this Diva into the break Sigma. But it can be done. You never know.
Get off the point. They're going to get Flux 9. Like,
oh, yeah, it's going to be so brutal.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult to stay on this point. Oh, Jutsu throws in the bolus there. Doesn't really find all too much, and this window is just devastating. I mean, as soon as False peeks his little head out, it's all over. Well, the window ends up going down. There's the Flux. Only one person on the payload right now, and that is Renko. But Sugar Free and Seek are just able to survive this dive with ease. I mean, it's just so tough. Even the remake coming in for False there. They're holding. But the rally is just going to overwhelm them. There's just no way. A nice little whip shot and a bash from Squids. And now we Space Station taking circuits.
All right, so it's Space Station winning maps that aren't Ilios. That's a move in the right direction for this team that, you know, are currently towards the bottom in the standings. But, you know, we jokingly say that this is where the season started for SSG because they started off the stage playing some of the best teams in the region. The schedule eases up here a little bit, now taking on Supernova, who are 1-3 in stage 2. And SSG looked clean. I think maybe the Ramatra ban worked a little bit against Supernova there, actually, because all they could do was either play Sigma themselves or lean into the D.Va. And you just saw Falls struggle so much on the D.Va when SSG made that swap over to the Brigitte in the backline as well.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. It's nice against the Alari and the BAP when they're just like the shooting comp, right? The shooter comp, the M1 comp, just like the amount of damage that you're doing. It's pretty easy for D.Va to eat that up and then just kind of punish the backline. And the couple of fights they had a lot of success with was Grapes just forcing SSG out with the beat. He hit the beat, run to the back line. You can't kill us. We're going to kill you quicker than you can heal. It's all good. But then, yeah, as soon as Squid switches over to Brig, it becomes a little easier for SSG. Where do we go now, though? I mean, that was a decent push there for Supernova. And like I said, I think they do have the capability of taking a map, do Supernova. But Space Station feels like week after week, they've been downtrodden, Johnny. This is the time when they're standing back up. So maybe this is the true resurgence.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to it because look, when SSG play at their best, that's some real entertaining Overwatch. The compositions they play at the Champions Clash, it was great. So, you know, a little bit disappointing for them to start off 1-3 so far this stage. But when they play like they do, they've done in this series so far, I mean, they're an absolute treat to watch. So we'll see where Supernova goes next. Again, Supernova's playstyle, it is brawlier, and so I'm expecting them to go towards a brawl map, whether it's something like a Runasapi, a New Junk City, right? So try to force SSG into those matchups still. I think that Circuit Royale, it was a little bit awkward because, again, you're not going to say it's Sigma double hit scan, Freya hit scan. You're not going to see double hit scan compositions most of the time, but we're going to New Junk City, which makes a lot of sense in my mind.
Yeah. What do you ban, though, if you're Supernova here? You can't ban Ram anymore.
Yeah, you can't ban Ram anymore. I mean, honestly, I feel like maybe you honestly just want to get rid of like some kind of comfort for SSG. I think both.
I was going to say ban Ball because Kellen likes to play Ball on maps that Ball isn't necessarily good, but maybe that'll be a throwaway.
The Ball isn't good.
Dude,
yeah, I mean,
you've seen Kellen do some crazy things on Wrecking Ball on maps that maybe the Ball's not good.
Honestly, if I'm like trying to force a Brawl, like maybe I want to, you know, get a support ban out of the way, which forces the Juno Brig or something like that. You know, getting rid of maybe like the Kiriko or something like that, right? But both of these teams have historically leaned towards protect banning tanks or protect banning supports. So I'm not expecting DPS bans to come in here for either team, but it's going to be a question of Supernova. What compositions are you trying to encourage while protect banning while also, you know, getting a crucial support out of the way, which determine a lot of the playstyles most of the time.
Yeah, Astro in for False, and I believe SSG are also serving Squid out again for Bliss. So we're Bliss back in. Okay, we're going Lucio, we're going fast, like we're potentially playing a little bit of dive. I mean, look, Space Station been trying to force the dive stuff with the Wrecking Ball for a long time, so that's why I'm saying it's not out of the realm of possibility. Juno can't be banned on the side of Space Station either. They banned it last map, so kind of pivoting a composition and like banning aware support to change the playstyle, I don't think it's really an option here.
Yeah, we'll kind of have to see what Space Station are going to ban here as well, because I'm trying to think of like how do you make Supernova uncomfortable? I honestly think if, okay, I'm really cooking here, Jaws. Okay, so bear with me. I'm cooking here. Okay. But I'm kind of thinking that like Sugarfree is such a fantastic Genji player that honestly you just want to get Ryan off his best hero and force like the Genji matchup or something like that, right?
Oh, ban Tracer. Okay. Oh, it's a Lucio ban from Supernova. Okay, so it'll probably be Bliss on the Brigitte, and then Freya ban for SSG.
Yeah, I mean,
Seeker's been kind of cooking though, but it's like, well, you just play Sojourn, so it's okay.
Right, which I think is good for Seeker. So it makes sense for SSG to ban Freya as well, and obviously it gives SSG more opportunity for someone like Seeker to output more damage onto the enemy tank if we're going to play these brawl styles, right? So they're very happy with Seeker playing a hero different than the Freya, I think, going in there, and Supernova banning the Lucio as well. I think kind of predictable here. It's going to force SSG's hand when it comes to the support compositions, and I think we'll be trending Juno Brig here going into this map.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Could go double flex if you're really feeling it, but Juno Brig does seem the flavor, especially for this map. Do you think Astro just Perma picks Orisa here.
Yeah, I mean, that or the Ramatra, but the Orisa has been the default for most of the time. I mean, when the Orisa is unavailable, yeah, I go over to the Ram. So, yeah, here we go. I mean, it deserves to be said that Supernova, obviously, they like playing Lucio Kiri themselves.
Yes.
But I think when you play a team like Space Station, you kind of have to deviate away from Space Station's obvious comfort, which is still going to be the Lucio Kiri and the more dive-friendly compositions.
Yeah, there you go. Brig and Juno in the backline. Jutsu jumping over to Cass. Cass we've seen here and there, you know, little spots of Cassidy, but nothing too crazy, and no surprise to see Seeker on the Sojourn. So, although Sugar Free has to be a little bit careful of Jutsu, don't think he has too much to worry about, to be honest. The Cassidy still feels fairly strong with the nade, but not nearly as powerful as he used to be, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't like the Cassidy here. I feel like Seeker is going to have so much more impact in this game with the Sojourn, just to all under flow, and there you go. Well,
okay, well, that is a real tough.
In these comps with the Cassidy.
Good kill by Ryan, though. And Blissons are going down too, so support's dead for Space Station. Bit of a scrappy fight, although with Kellen being alive, it's very tough to kind of win those engagements. And Jutsu instantly swapping over to Sojourn, yeah, so realizing that Cassidy, especially the shorter range and the one-shot potential from Sojourn, yeah, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think yesterday we saw as well Jutsu favor the Cassidy after a while after struggling with the Freya on this map in particular. So maybe Jutsu thought maybe Sugar Free will roll out on something like the Tracer. You can help out with the Cassidy in that matchup, but when you're playing these very brawl-centric compositions, the Sojourn just makes so much more sense.
These comms take so long as well. A lot of the time you're waiting for your Genji like this to kind of find an off angle and maybe a pick, but with the Briggs it's really difficult, so it's like a slow, sluggish crawl to the point. As Astro, he's not getting rotated upon. They've in fact kind of traded positions with Kellen. Kellen just holding it down in the front line, already used basically all CD, still got the Spear Spin to get out of there. Terror Surge available too for some extra protection, although Ryan still takes him out. Speaking of Terror Surge though, Astro just flings one out, kills Bliss. But Space Station, they're just going to save ults. Just make Supernova use some. You know Jutsu's not going to be close to their own since they only just swapped and you have 96%. So in a good spot for Space Station.
Yeah, you kind of just play ring around the rosy on the point because you know that the enemy team can drop, of course, and touch the point because they'll be in a positional disadvantage. And so SSG, they just waste Supernova's time, and now 96% built up for SSG. They got all the ultimates required to finish off this fight and cap the point.
Can't match the orbital ray though, can Renko. They're going to try and make a move now as they pop the ring down to try and get through this choke point. Here comes the rally though, but Renko peeks his head out and just gets obliterated. Blade pod from Sugar Free as well. Seeker's trying to escape the wrath of Ryan right now. That blade from Sugar Free, unfortunately, didn't have the dash there, but followed it up eventually. As Supernova just cower. The Space Station's overwhelming might pushes them over the edge, and that will be the first point for Space Station. Swift rotation now as Supernova have only got a blade to their neck.
Yeah, and Supernova, of course, very winnable fight for them there. They had ultimates themselves. They used the double support ultimate. But this is what Seeker provides you on that Sojourn. Rolling out with the overclock, finding a pick early in that fight. That is going to make all the difference, and SSG up to a 1-0 start here on New Junk City. Bliss has this rally, actually, to try and deal with Ryan's Dragon Blade. See if Bliss can step up to the plate.
Rallying super early, in fact. That looked like a bash onto Grapes. This ends up going down to the blade of Ryan. Fortunately for him, CJ a little bit too high in the sky there to go for the kill. Didn't have a dash. Point unlocked, but it's only Astro and Ryan on the point right now. No support, even that passive health, not even kicking in. The Space Station, the rally and the bash onto Grapes was enough to win the fight.
Yeah, immediately identifying a situation where they can apply pressure and find the pick required to win that fight. So you're happy to trade the rally there, Bliss. You know, it looked tough when you swapped over to the POV. You activate the rally and then you get run over, but it's enough to secure the fight, getting that pick early. Jutsu here with the overclock. We talked about Jutsu's struggles on the Freya. Jutsu needs to make themselves known here with this overclock and have an impact on the game.
Got a bodyguard too, and Grapes is behind him. Nice. Shot on Sugar Free. Oh, that deflect. You see that deflect come out? Ash already hit the spear on him. Get a little two-tap there from Supernova. Gonna rotate to the point now. We'll see if Space Station want to respond to this one. They can just back up if they want to. Looks like Kellen's gonna go onto the point for now. to try and trigger OT. However, this Terror Surge is going to be a fairly disgusting thing to deal with. Kind of kills Ryan and still controlling the point is eventually now Supernova migrating to it. This is a long one as Kellen's also got another Terror, has got a Terror Surge of his own. Just runs down Jutsu. Astro Terror Surge got nothing apart from a little bit of space. Now the play from Sugar Free can be popped. Astro gets the second kill of the fight with the spear. Nice little flail from the Brigitte, but unfortunately didn't quite end up surviving that bash away, and just so many members scattered from Supernova. Just made it so impossible to get a cohesive team fight. Johnny is Space Station capping the next one 100-0.
Yeah, I mean, that needs to be a fight where Supernova closes it out after getting that initial pick, but like you mentioned earlier, Jack, these compositions are so slow, and SSG are doing a great job just staying alive and dragging out these fights. Kellan in the front line, utilizing all the defensive tools that your Risa has, even including the Terror Surge, right? Because you get fortified. SSG, they just drag it out and find a way to claw themselves back into that fight. Now up 2-0. Supernova, they have double support ultimate to go for this first fight. Gotta make some magic happen. Stay alive in this series.
Orbital Ray is it's the fight you'll win, right? Like, if you've got the Ray, you're going to win the fight. In 9 times out of 10. Hopefully, yeah, that's why I said 9 times out of 10, not 10 out of 10 times.
This ends now.
Genji's probably contesting the point there. Oh, Seeker, what a shot across the map.
God!
Just keeps destroying. I mean, Renko didn't stand a chance. Even with the Orbital Ray there, there's just nothing you could do. And that's why I said 9 times out of 10, Johnny. Because Seeker is that one. He is him sometimes on that Sojin. Space Station Gaming. Just take out that support ult with ease. And yeah, they're going to cap the point. It's going to be a 3-0, I think. Johnny?
Dude, he just landed like 3 headshots cross map in a row. Like, this is peak Seeker. It's just disgusting on some of these hit scan heroes.
His Sojin is just unreal. Still one of the best in the region.
Oh, yeah.
Easily. Easily. That's why I was kind of shocked he didn't pick up the Freya as like quickly as someone like Chronic has. Although when you do ban the Freya, this is exactly what you're going to get from Seeker. A little vintage from the boy. Uh-oh. 56 HP. The duel of the fates. Oh, Jutsu shooting Seeker's toes there. Seeker trying to dance on him a little bit, but Terror Surge and a Pulse Bomb thrown in for Supernova. Now they're capped the point. Kellan is going to just try and die and point. She just kills Jutsu. I mean, come on, man. Come on. Surely someone kills Kellan. There we go. Point capped. 98% display station.
Kellan is just peak annoying right now in this Orisa. Because as soon as Supernova tries to make a push for it, Kellan just pushes the enemy backline and tries to find these brawly picks. Supernova, they're committed to both the Terror Surge and the Rally. Gives them a lot of sticking power. They get involved, get in the face of SSG and eventually win the fight. But now you can't afford to lose a single team fight, Jack. And SSG, they're coming up on quite a few ultimates.
Yeah, play Terror Surge Ray. Like, this is the old dunk fight. You just buy your time in Space Station, try and claim a little bit of space if you're Kellan. Looks like Jutsu wants to try and get it popping here. On the side, it's got 5% away from the overclock, but I can't really find a position. Space Station once again ring around the rosy. CJ with the Ray on the points, and now the Dragon Blade can be popped by Sugar Free, and it's all over, Johnny. Astro Grace, Renko already dead. Sugar Free struggling to find people because everybody is already dead. Space Station Gaming closed that one out with a 3-0.
Clean as you like. I don't know what the time is, but what was that, like 45-minute series or something?
That was quick.
That was so quick as you just speed ran their first map of the stage, right, Zoe?
Abandoned.
She abandoned
like halfway through.
No food for you, Zoe. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm a little hungry. That's okay. I got coffee. It was enough time to make a coffee. That's how quick the series was. I didn't get to drink the coffee, so it's just sitting there looking pretty. But you know what? This is the Space Station Gaming that we wanted to see. Like, that was dominant. That was cohesive. They had a clear idea of what they want to do. Never strayed away from it. Supernova really struggling to find any kind of foothold in the entirety of the series. There were not really any moments where I felt like, oh, maybe. No, maybe. Absolutely not. I mean, if you're going into... If you have Seeker, like, just doing Seeker things like that, on that last map, for example, you come in with your Juno ult and you still just... Everyone dies, that's rough.
Yeah, it's a return to form.
Class.
they need the wins, and this is where it begins for them. What, like 2 and 3 now for the team? Their next opponent is Sakura, and then they finish out on week 6 in the last match of Stage 2 in SSG versus Extinction. So a couple of extra wins going in the next couple of weeks. They're going to be fine going into the playoffs. So yeah,
and they might be able to overtake Team Liquid there as well. Even Sakura, in fact, in the standings. I'm not entirely sure what Sakura's schedule looks like for the rest, but I do believe they have Liquid still coming up as well.
Yeah, it's SSG and then Liquid. So
so that might be 2 L's.
Its journey is
but you never know. Sakura has been the team to beat up on teams, right? So like punch upwards. So we'll see. Unfortunate for Supernova that they got not a lot done against SSG. They're also playing 2 matches this very weekend, so that's also just something to take into consideration. It's just a lot more to prep, especially you have a team where you're not entirely sure what they're gonna come out with regardless, because the previous games have been a little rough.
Yeah, I mean, you go up against a composition like SSG played on Circuit Royale, and then your head is scrambling, and you're just like, oh my god, we have to figure out how to play against this, double hit scan kind of composition. And they did about what they could, right? They brought out False on the Diva, and they tried to do their absolute best, but SSG just had the answer, so SSG just had the better game plan. So it's difficult for Supernova when you go into this series and you lose Ilios because SSG are an amazing dive team, and then you lose Circuit Royale because they had this composition you probably never faced before. It just got out of control quite quickly, and SSG were just too dominant in the series.
I mean, even if you're familiar with that composition, like, it's just everyone can shoot. Like, who do you focus?
Well, you just gotta go in.
That's
the only thing they can do.
What are you doing?
Go in. We gotta kill them faster than they kill us. We gotta engage, because that's the only advantage you have against a poke composition like that.
Yeah, it's brutal, but we love to see, of course, SSG being back to form, and that's what we want to see from them for the rest of this stage, with a few more games to play still as they are climbing up the standings. Generally, was there anything really to take away if you're an opponent against SSG coming up? Like,
well, maybe the Circuit Royale strat, maybe. I mean, just having that double poke with the Alari and stuff too. I think people, especially coming into the season, were like, okay, it's going to be mainly Bliss playing in, but it's good to see Squid getting playtime as well. I really like the double poke. I don't know how, to be honest with you, I don't know how well it matches up against the Life Weaver BAP, because that poke comp, because it's kind of slow, I think you just get kind of owned by it. So
I think one thing that maybe teams could take away that's an advantage for SSG is that I feel like previously we saw a lot of target bans for Callan and for Bliss as well. But if SSG are going to roll out and play compositions like this, maybe that is actually going to force your SSG's opponent's hand and force them to ban heroes they usually wouldn't, right? Which maybe makes it a bit easier for Callan and Bliss to play their comfort heroes, right? So SSG bringing out the strats, I think that's just great for their compositional versatility and makes them gives them a bit more depth, which is going to be tougher for opponents to deal with.
Yeah, and with the matches they have coming up, there's a lot of reps, a lot of stuff they can try out, since they should, on paper, have the upper hand just on a individual basis if you're looking at the different matchups in their matches. Now, we of course still have to give out our player of the match honor, and for this one it's going to be, drumroll, Sugar Free.
Yeah, Sugar Free will be pretty much every match.
Yeah,
no one's surprised.
No, I mean, it's him or Seeker in this series, I think. Look, the DPS, especially in a Freya or even a Soja meta, they have to pop off, and Sugar Free, Tracer, so he can play it all. I think playing against Sugar Free, even if you're someone like Ryan who's very good on the Tracer, it's still like a very, very, very hard matchup. Like, the guy's just a beast. It's, no shock.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the standings here to see where the performance of Sugar Free and friends got them.
They're moving up.
Still sitting in 5th. That's
2 and 3.
Moving up slowly. It's a bit of a claw up, but they have 3 more matches to go. One of them against Sakura. Let's just assume they're going to win that one. They should be able to even overtake Team. What's Liquid's schedule look like?
Liquid is Sakura, Supernova, and Dildox.
And Dildox. Oh, that should be 3 dubs too, though. So, are they going to be in a tiebreaker then?
Yeah, I think crucially for SSG, they realistically just need to, outperform Sakura, because you need to get into the top 4 so that you're in the upper bracket come the regional playoffs. If you get 5th or 6th and lose quote unquote life in the regional playoffs, that's going to be a big deal, right? Because if you can afford to lose in the upper bracket once, versus we gotta win out in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
That's a big difference for SSG. But if they win out, it should be ahead of Sakura here.
Sakura can be the upset
Right.
team here because they face both Liquid and SSG.
Exactly.
so-
It's like it's their two remaining matches are against those two teams who are literally napping at their heels. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. It's gonna remain interesting until the very end. We love to see that. Good job, script writers. We're now heading into a very quick break. Afterwards, we are back with our last match of the day. That one will be just vibes, man. So many vibes. GK going up against Dildox. Don't want to miss it.
Challenger.
Overwatch 2 and Street Fighter collab, by the way, ending tomorrow. So use the opportunity today to still grab the skins if you haven't already. Jack and Johnny joining me here for our last match of the day, which will be fought out between GK and the Dildox. Now, of course, there's plenty to be said about both of those teams. So let's set the stage for this very last match. It is the top team against the bottom team. So we expect this to be mostly vibes.
Saving the best for last.
That's right. But yeah, here's my narrative. Okay, are we starting with GK? Okay, the Dildox narrative has to wait. So we're going GK first. Are we saying GK or GK? I keep on saying GK, but that's okay. Never mind. Yeah, they played a really great match yesterday against Team Liquid. It was a really close series, a lot of compositional clashes, which were very interesting. So a lot of, the good old 3D chess coming out with picking and counter picking. And I love to see what we see from them. They played that Lifeweaver Baptiste backline. It was very effective against Team Liquid, which really struggled going up against that.
It's Zoe. Zoe said. Zoe.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, Zoe. Hello. we lost Zoe there. She was. Hello.
We got to ask the more important questions here for GK.
Go on.
How does Admiral stack up against other
Wait, I'm here
players?
though.
Wait, are you okay?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Zoe. What's up?
I did the whole spiel, and then it was just silent. I didn't post the question, it was just silent.
We just hit the mute button.
Yeah, that's really rude.
Not sure
what can I say?
There's a little lag.
Technology, how does it work?
Internet technology is fantastic. Yeah, interesting match against Team Liquid. Baptiste Lifeweaver worked to great effect, of course, against Team Liquid. Will they run it again? That's where I went with this. And then you picked it up there. Technically, we could have played this off, Johnny. No one would have ever known.
Wow, the crucial, the viewers here in the whole spiel. Maybe me and Jack were just left out, in the dark.
Yeah, maybe you just look like idiots now.
Maybe
we're just we have no answer to that question.
We all just want to see the Lifeweaver. That's what it boils down to. Show us the Lifeweaver.
That's it. Yeah, but will Dildox counter in kind?
There's no way Dildox go to circuit, is all I'm saying. Like, if we're assuming GK win
against
the first
GK, I
match,
wouldn't go there to begin with. Like, even so. Okay, so my Dildox narrative. Are you ready for this?
Okay, I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay, hold on to the duckies. This is a team with nothing to lose. They can do whatever the heck they want. They are already locked in for promotion relegation matches, so they can be they can just go. They can go wild. They literally can just go wild. Like, you don't know what to expect from them now. Anything goes.
For
the world's their
Dildox,
oyster.
you need to channel that like hot fuzz goose energy. Is what you need to channel. Just
now?
like an unruly duck, an unruly goose. Just throw anything
Definitely
at the wall and see
goose,
what happens.
No ducks. I want to see the geese.
The geese, the very angry geese.
The geese.
That'll be a new name for next split. Watch this. Watch this.
Yes.
It's going to be fun. I think the team obviously coming into this, they've only won a single map so far in their series versus Supernova. GK are probably going to win this, but like you said, sorry, it's vibes.
It's vibes. They're gonna have fun with it, and we're here for that. Last match of the day. Let's finish strong. Please, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Johnny.
Yeah,
we're jumping in. We're going Ilios and a Moira ban. And a Moira ban. The creme de la creme of supports being banned away there. To be fair, we have seen a little Moira, is all I'm saying.
From Redix, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you missed it actually, but Redix did play the Moira in one of the maps in week 2. So yeah,
I did watch. Yeah,
Dildox the Redix Moira.
Banning the Sombra. Hey, it can work. Jump to the back line, throw damage orb. It's not the Stadium Moira where there's a million orbs, but it can still work.
If you want to go all out, if you want to get silly with it, then yeah, the Moira can see some playtime. We've seen it from a few teams actually. The Sombra ban makes sense as well here because GK, they've looked spectacular when they play this Sombra, and Maimon and Kaffa, they combine for these dives. You know, they find a target, manual hack, and then Kaffa is quick to follow with the Winston as well. So just want to avoid that. Well, Kaffa dropping around.
Monkey flip. I like it. Monkey flip. It's your last chance to get that as well tomorrow. So that's part of the Street Fighter bundle, I believe.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so there you go.
If you miss
That's
that
the
one, you're
time.
going to be kicking yourself.
Yeah, dude, I missed monkey phone. I don't play Winston. I don't really play tank, but I don't have the monkey phone emote. It makes me sad.
Oh, dude, I have it.
Who's it
I
called?
need it. I'm a Winston player.
Yeah, that's so true.
It's so good.
After because Ryan just kind of blows. I'm a Winston player now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Johnny.
It's
just the
why do you
truth.
gotta remind me, man? Can we just focus on the gameplay and not think about how
Oh, I'm
poorly
sorry.
Ryan
I was
performs?
sorry. I was trying to make a humorous joke at your
I'm
expense.
getting tilted over here. My hero, unbelievable.
Oh, GK against the Hazard, and yeah, pretty decent against things like Wrecking Ball. Obviously, it can work against the Winston too. Probably feeling going extremely low, but it's actually Cuppa that falls first. Razor looking sharp. It's the first kill, although PK still with point control. Probably Philly struggling to keep people alive, by the way, but PDK gets the better of Lethal.
Yeah, it's just a little bit all over the place right now, and Dildox, you know, they can easily find picks, right? Like Razor, PDK, they're players capable of finding picks.
PDK got another?
Yes, it's about staying alive throughout these fights, right? Because that is when GK is just going to outplay you, like in the individual mirror matchups and such, right? So, Dildox, they get the cap. They're building towards something, Jack. Uh-oh.
Oh, Admiral. Uh-oh. That's not what you want to see in the spawn. Although, saying that, Admiral and Ultraviolet do get punished in the end. Dildox still with control of the point, despite Cuppa's presence now on the Hazard.
Sound barrier?
Renex? Sound barrier in? Lethal dead? Wait. I'm sensing it, Johnny. I'm sensing the upset here.
Hey, this is the game that Ducks want to play, right? They just want a chaotic game. It's messy all over the place. It's teams scrambling. And they're doing a good job so far. They're finding picks, and then these fights just break down. And GK, they struggle to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, Dildox are almost 50%. We're feeling going fairly low, though. Racer unfortunately dies there to Lethal. Trying to spawn cap the Freya. Ooh. 1 HP for PDK. Still in the spawn, however. And there you go. Yeah, it feels like Baz on the Hazard. Again, it's going to kind of struggle a little bit. Maybe needs to go Cyber Psycho to pop off against Cuffa. It's got Downpour, and they've got Bolus, and they've got Pulse. So, avenues to win.
Yeah, realistically, you just need to get rid of the double support ultimate, right? Like, if you can make a GK commit a support ultimate with no value, that's a win for Dildox.
Sound barrier for Admiral there. Redex obviously used that last fight, so no match. Yeah, Dummy My Moan as well. It's just going to tank one of those bolts with that overhealth from the Beast. Yeah, nice little retreat there. So there you go, Johnny. There's one, although Baz and PDK used ults. So it was a 2-for-1.
Cuffa in some trouble here, actually.
Oh, the bolus is so good in the backline, though. And yeah, it looks like Redex is going to get chased down. Good wall from Cuffa. Actually isolates Baz away from Redex. All right, this fight's pretty much done now. PK closing in on final.
Yeah, it's a bit rough for Dildox here because you actually get what you wanted. Yeah, you have to commit the Bola. You have to commit the Downpour, but you traded for a Sound Barrier. It's not the worst trade in the world. But then, yeah, as you said, Lethal with a great Bola shot, and now 87, 88%. It's going to be GK holding close.
Don't get booped.
Peep the rollout.
Do not get booped. Oh, easy. Admiral's chasing Redex. Run. He should be able to get that. Nope, I lied.
No.
Redex didn't get that. Redex died. Oh, there's the Downpour. Nice little boot from Apple there to boop the Baz back into the Downpour. And that'll be Cuffa cleaning up. Look at that. EK can take round one. Oh, 54% though for Dildox. Oh,
we
so sad for Redex.
I was gonna say we take those, but I actually don't think we can take those. We can't take the 54%. We need more than that.
Need more?
The 54%.
We talking like a 90 actually, or?
Yeah, kind of actually. Like, 54% is it's not enough, Ducks. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You got another opportunity here now. Oh, Cuffa's farming.
Yeah, 12 and 2. Damn. 3.2k damage. A little 11-1 from my moan as well. Not bad.
Yeah, they're cleaning house. These, tank players, they're just farming stats these days. Getting high limbs, trying to stay alive, and they get all this damage out as well. Kaffa's doing a great job.
And with Hazard, it's pretty easy. Hazard does so much damage.
Yeah, so much damage. And as long as these fights go on, you can capitalize, get a leap here and there. Get a few tags for extra eliminations. Good for your stats.
Good for the stats. Johnny, the stat padder. Loves it.
I was not a stat padder. I was the opposite.
Stat padder. Yeah, you were the I'm gonna hold shift for the team.
For the team.
2016, a very different time.
Oh yeah.
Relics there taking a headshot from a lethal. Obviously, Sombra being banned in this map, and like you said, we've seen GA with some decent success on the Sombra. It's been a real kind of, crutch for a lot, crux for a lot of teams playing against the Sombra, especially on stages like Ilios, where teams want to play more divey, maybe be a little bit wrecking ball. The Sombra's really shown up in recent time. Oh, Razor, that's really unlucky.
I was unethical though, because Admiral was with my moan, so it was a 2 versus 1. That's true. That was not a fair tracer duel. But it's I don't think GK cares.
No, I think it's an official, so I think they're happy to stay the 2v1. Oh, bad. It's almost with a one tap there onto lethal. Oh, it's actually pinned it with a wall. But spike card isn't going to last too long. Races back in the action, dueling out once again with my moan. But it's PDK that is going to go down first for Dildox. Oh, Relics gets spooked as well. Good match
from Admiral. And Jack, I hate to say it, but GG got double support ultimate. They're looking, they're pushing the spawn doors. Wow, this is brutal.
Oh, good job from PDK. Okay, they're up a player. Once they all spawn, that is. Okay, kind of move up now.
Dude, you gotta work all this space leading up to the point. You can't even get through your own choke because there's a hazard above you. Here's like it's
gonna be one of the worst places to be held, to be honest with you, is like near the spawn doors when they have that high ground where the widow's nest.
Yeah.
Admiral's gonna go for another poo, but oh no, Cover takes the kill. Yeah, just the rush needed it for GK. It's just so hard. I do feel for Ducks, man. Oh, good balls. We've got my more.
Can we build on this though?
It's still going.
Downforce.
They're still going. I don't think I've seen a prolonged fight in this stage of the point in ever. I think. Well, OT fast approaching. Need someone to touch here for Dildox. There you go. Races on it. Triggers OT. You got the 99. Here comes the beat from Relics. Oh, hits 5 as well. Here you go. Devil's returning now. Can my Moan and Lethal turn the tides here with their own ults? They got the railgun and overclock and the spot. Cover's dead. Relics. Ooh, dancing with death there a little bit, but Baz finished off Lethal. Stuck into the wall there like a little pink vision.
We're kind of trading evenly though here. Like, Dildox are going to win out, but it looks scary there for a second. Razor's going to finish off Ultraviolet. And here we go, Jaws. This is the start. This is the start of the greatest sports movie of all time. The big comeback.
Talking about the Mighty Ducks?
Well, I mean, isn't that what Dildox are named after? So
I'm not sure.
Oh my god, classic, classic.
I've not seen the film.
Mighty Ducks Overwatch Edition, here you go. PDK.
the new collab.
The Flying V or something, that's a formation.
Well, they ended up killing Cover with that overclock, so there's one. There's a second kill on Admiral. Frothy Philly going crazy. Okay, Dildox are in this, Johnny. I do not... I'm joking around. They've got the rush coming up in like 20%. They're going to get a stagger kill onto Lethal here. They need to chase down this kill, though.
All right, they're in it, but still, it's going to be an uphill battle. 4 versus 4, Kitsune Rush dropped, and...
Yeah, Relics PDK already dead. Yeah, although Race is going to come back with the pulse bomb. Has already killed Lethal, who's in their backline, to be fair, as desperately needs some help. A downpour does end up connecting with a single person as Razor tried to go for the kill onto Cuff and maybe throw the pulse bomb out, but it was all Geeky all those last 2 rounds. Little 2-0 on Ilios to start out the series with the dub.
Yeah, GK, they're looking good, Jaws. There's a reason they're #1 in North America. It's because they're really efficient at picking apart teams like this who just can't keep up when it comes to the teamwork, the chemistry. I think you see in that maps, particularly like GK, they're so good at just being active in these fights that break down, right? Like these weren't even like proper team fights at times, right? Like it's just GK a little bit all over the place. Maimon, Admiral combining the Tracer, Lucio, Kaffa playing the high grounds, battling the opposing Hazard. They're just on the next level, man.
Yeah, I mean, them and Nightmare currently first and second, right? Nightmare 5-0, GK coming into today at 4-0. They finish this with a 3-0. They'll be ahead of Nightmare. They'll take that #1 seed officially after this weekend. Of course, Nightmare, GK, and even Sakura now. They're qualified. It's all about that positioning and that placement for GK at this point.
Yeah, we're
Nightmare and GK, Johnny. That's week 6. That's match 1, week 6 on that Saturday.
I was just about to say
that's going to be a big game.
Yeah, it feels like we're building towards that matchup between GK and Nightmare, and I just can't wait. Both of these teams looking fantastic. GK, their roster obviously formerly Nightmare in the Champions Clash in Stage 1. That's going to be arguably, you know, the best match of the stage so far. But for now, GK, they're taking on Dildox, and they're gonna clean house here first. Dildox then. The unfortunate kind of thing for Dildox is that their go-to composition has been the Hazard Lucio Care that we kind of just saw, right? And so if you are them, you kind of want to force that type of composition. Now, they can play other stuff here, Jack. And historically, Dildox, they've liked to target ban the enemy's preference. They want to get rid of the comfort for the opposing team. I think the trouble in this series is that both teams like playing Hazard, so if you want to get rid of Kaffa's Hazard, well, then you can't play Hazard yourself, and it just goes all over the place. It's a difficult compositional matchup here for Dildox, because there's no obvious target ban, I think, for the opposing team.
Circuit Royale, Johnny. Circuit Royale. We spoke about it with Zoe a second ago, like, hey, are they gonna go to Circuit because this comp that GK were running yesterday with the Weaver, with the Weaver Believers and the BAP, like, this is gonna be tough. Maybe they have the secret sauce. Okay, honestly, yes. I think you just go in and you just straight up ban it, because you know they're gonna play it.
Okay, so
he's in our ears right now. She's like, you gotta play it. You gotta play it. Just play it yourselves. Surely it'll work out
for the viewers. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the thing is though that even if the Lifeweaver gets banned, GK, maybe you rock up on the Mercy. We've been seeing some more Mercy gameplay, Jaws.
That is true.
Come on now, you lose the defensive tool of a grip, but
they don't ban
the damage boost beam. But they're gonna ban the Ram.
They banned Ram, and then GK banned Kiri. So, okay, we know what GK are gonna play. They are going to play the Lifeweaver and the BAP. Dildox banning the Ram instead. So
this what
give me your thesis, Johnny. Your thesis. How do you destroy this comp? How do you get past that first corner with the BAP and the Lifeweaver? How do you do it?
All right. So, I mean, there's really just 2 approaches to dealing with it. The first one is what Liquid tried to do yesterday, right? Where it's just like they cut off the supports. They're like, Syrup, you're gonna pick Genji, go into the backline, you know? Find us a pick on the BAP and the Lifeweaver. We're gonna try to do our best to help you out. And we're just gonna cut off the composition's head. You know, we're just gonna get rid of one of the supports, because that way they don't have as much, you know, healing, obviously, supportive utilities, they lose the life grip, stuff like that, right? And the composition just breaks down. The other kind of approach, right, is to just like, we're just gonna leave the backline alone, and we're just gonna put pressure on the front line and force this composition to keep retreating, right? Like if we just put so much pressure on the enemy tank, they're gonna life grip, they're gonna forfeit space, and you're just kind of forcing the enemy team to always just retreat, give up space. And eventually, you know, you'll find yourself being able to push the cart and hopefully finish out one of those fights. The problem is that even if you take some of that space that the Lifeweaver BAP comp is giving up, they are going to have these big ultimates, right? That regains some momentum for that team. They're going to drop a tree, which is just it's so much healing. They're going to drop an amplification matrix, so much poke. And so it's just really difficult to deal with because to give up space, you have to do a hell of a lot of work to work around all this supportive utility on the side of the Life Weaver BAP. But it's the best opportunity you have. It's the best option you have, really. Now, Dildox, they're looking at the Rhine Life Weaver BAP here. I don't think that's going to be it, Jaws.
Dude, he has a quest, though. The McDonald's Mayhem skin, he's got a quest.
We're going into Ice Crown Citadel, and we're retrieving Frostmourne.
Dude, Frostmourne being on point A when Abril and Ultraviolet are guarding it. It's not happening, buddy.
Yeah, it's
you
like
need the rope.
the
You need the rope.
Doomfist,
They are doing it. Okay, wait a second. Hang on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. They're gonna are they gonna petal charge over? Can you still do that?
Is this a legal maneuver?
Is this a Albert? Albert, where's Albert? There they are. They're pinning over. They're pinning over. This is how you defeat this Gong. He didn't reach the platform, Johnny. He didn't reach it. Red X is dead, and Frothy Philly is also dead.
Oh,
a valiant attempt from Baz. Honestly, give him a match point for that. Just give him one on the board. Trying.
I have no words, Jaws. I have no words.
It can work. Hang on, hold on.
Bro is rocking the Florida Mayhem 2018 skin as well. Props to you.
Yeah, that's a W skin.
That's whoa! Really
the Reinhardt slingshot. Wait, straight into the back. The Cassidy gets gripped. Baz is getting owned by this virus. Okay, he's eventually gonna get healed.
Oh my god.
Oh, someone help. Please heal Baz.
Please heal Baz.
Oh. Okay, he's dead.
I don't think the Rhine is working, Jack.
Baz is dead. Ooh. Baz is dead. Well, we're gonna try again, but this time with Lucio. Lethal, come on! He's at the spawn door.
Maximus.
He's gonna high noon them. Okay, well, I don't know if he was supposed to jump down from the high ground, but it doesn't matter. Red X is Red X, sorry, not the Windows registry. He's dead.
Yeah, Dildox, they're certainly trying to do something here. GK, I think they're quite comfortable with all these ultimates coming up. I mean...
Okay, nice little warm.
Nice
downpour. Downpour. However, this window is going to get owned. Yeah, okay. Red X runs through window. Punches Ultraviolet. Here we go. 2 minutes to go. Hang on a second, Johnny. There's going to be a tree. There's a grip available too, but this is quicker than yesterday, is all I'm saying. If they can actually get these kills. I think it is. Maybe not, actually. EMP's gonna land, and okay, maybe it's not. All right, well, WMyMo with a rather large EMP. There's a Dildox. They've got ults.
I love the fact that they're not even trying to play sim either. They're just like, yo, Bass, you're gonna have to take your own space. You'll have to charge or like move up there. But we're not gonna help you out with a symmetric teleporter. It's all on you, buddy.
Hold on, let PDK cook here.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Let him cook. Hold on. Hold on, let him cook. Hold on.
I'm waiting.
Hold on, let him cook.
Oh my god, found the hammer. I mauled.
The big slap. It did unfortunately get 0, but it looks kind of cool.
No, it didn't. We didn't even see it. You gotta show me a whiff shatter. At least show me the first. My guy just broke the foundation on Took It Royale.
Oh, good lamp. Oh, get him. Nah, not quite.
38 second, Jack. What did they do? Big ult.
Big blizzard. Oh, it cancelled the downpour. Wait a second.
That's massive, Jack.
That's a 2 for 1.
Difference maker.
Red X did end up using the soundbar. Here we go. PDK and Razor pick up kills, although. Is Lethal still in the back? Yeah, he is. He's just so...
No. No.
Lethal is in the spawn. No, Frothy Philly goes down. Okay, here we go. We can get some pillar progress here. Although Baz is like 1 HP. Oh, Baz got Matrix.
Oh, we're good.
Okay. They do have EMP, though, which is an issue. This window is going to get smashed.
It's going to be devastating.
Yep. That's an EMP, all right. And that will be the halt there of the payload, Johnny. Dildox coming in with some rather impressive ideas, honestly, with the Rhine, the Florida Mayhem over the top.
Yo, who is cooking right now? What is this? What is this stench?
Dude, I thought it was kind of cool. And the
Reinhardt slingshot was aura. That was a lot of aura. But
slingshots into missing shadow.
The Reinhardt didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
They tried to help out the Rhine with the pedals and the slingshot. They just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah. It's okay. I mean, look. I don't know. It wasn't as quick as Liquid from yesterday, but they looked good doing it. That is for sure.
Well, that was one of the Reinhardt maps of all time, Jack. I guess these days you take whatever you get, you know. May I have a Reinhardt gameplay, sir?
I don't know if the... For those of you who don't know, I'm sure a lot of you do, but it was the Florida Mayhem versus who? Was it Outlaws on this map with the illegal maneuver? It might not have been Outlaws.
Was it even against Houston Outlaws? Didn't just like Jake or someone just type? It wasn't even Jake's game, and Jake was just like, yeah, no,
Jake rulebooked them or something like that.
Here.
Yeah.
I'm actually just
like
to rat on them.
The May Sim TP strat over where the Rhine was when it first came out.
Right, because there are actually rules in the rulebook that you can't manipulate small ledges and stuff like that.
You can't like pixel a wall on that high ground that we're looking at right now, yeah. But the Lifeweaver pedal platform go over the top, like pretty damn good, honestly, when they're actually kind of holding there. It's a little bit of a surprise tactic. Bit of Sigma action, and Razor jumping on to... Uh-oh. That was a nice shot.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Razor's on the Junkrat, so put that one on the bingo card. Oh, and dominates Lethal, though. Dunked on. Hang on a second. Wait.
Hi. Hello.
He's cooking with it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
If this was my ranked games, my team would not be able to figure out how to kill the Junker.
He's stuck. Help Razor. No, help him. Help him. Help Razor. Oh, no. It looked better than Jake doing it, though, is all I'm saying. All right, Baz on the ball now to go for the touch.
Jake's in your room. It's 3 a.m.
Yeah, he has a riptire. And there is not going to be a touch, sadly. As Geek Esports end up taking that map. Dildox unable to come up with a strategy there to beat the unfallible defense. I mean, it looked good. The rhyme was pretty cool. It was an interesting idea. Pedal platform over the top. But
how much time do you think they spent coming up with that strategy? If you have to
like 30 seconds.
1 minute, 15 minutes, or like anything in between?
Few seconds, maybe. I mean, look, it's like, hey, can we try Rhine like over the top? Like the classic Genji sliding over the top, you know? Just pedal platform and put the Rhine over. I've seen it in a ranked game before. It works. If you're all holding that high ground, of course.
We need to do that in all ranked games, Jaws. Yo, get me up there.
You can. I'm not following you. I'm the Alari.
No,
there's the shadow.
Play Lifeweaver, Jaws. You know, we'll bring out the Rhine Lifeweaver in our ranked games. It'll work, trust.
You know what? Let's do it.
All right.
I believe. I'm inspired. Yeah, Geek with 8 deaths there to 30 on Dildox's side. Little 3-0 probably here for Geek. Bit of a shock that Dildox took them to Circuit Royale, but it was a valiant attempt at trying something a little bit new to stop this kind of new meta way of playing this match.
Yeah, I think as I'm framing this match, Jack, going into this one, it was quite obvious that GK, they were 12-2 in maps going into this one, and Dildox were 1-12. So obviously you look at this matchup going into it, it's going to be quite lopsided because GK is by far the more superior team. And so you gotta set your expectations accordingly. And I think my expectations have been met. I think with that Reinhardt composition, I have derived pleasure from watching them try to bring out that Reinhardt. I am very satisfied with what we've seen from Dildox today. That is peak aura, and I'm a happy man.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if it's this kind of the balance of power is very much in favor of one team, it's a little bit of fun. Just throw things at the wall, see if it works. And
Dildox are fun.
A little bit of fun. Exactly. They are a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
Razor bringing out the Junkrat at the end, like, you know, dunking on Lethal a little bit when they're playing Widowmaker.
Hear me out.
Go on then.
I'm going to cook yours again. Hear me out.
Okay.
Atlantic Showdown. We have the best teams in North America taking on the best teams in EMEA. But show match. Dildox versus Geng. Who wins?
Dildox versus Geng. I know the chat is spamming Dildox right now. I know the chat is going crazy for Dildox. I mean, that would be sick.
I'd love to see it. Geng against Dildox. That'd be peak.
Oh, the aura match. For all the marbles. For a spot,
practice so hard. They play 2 screens a day. They actually prepare for that.
We'll put stakes on the line for a spot at the mid-season madness.
Yeah, that is the real last chance qualifier. Geng.
Yeah, Geng versus Dildox. All right, let's go Suravasa. Hazard ban for Dildox and GK going for the Lucio.
I think Suravasa is another great map we can cook up some stuff, you know. Like if we saw the ball come out from Bass, sure, you know, viable here on Suravasa. If you wanted to cook up something completely different, yeah, it's Suravasa. It's a very versatile map in that regard.
What would you cook off of your Dildox then, right now?
Ooh, if I was cooking as Dildox, well, I mean, honestly, they banned the hazard here, so maybe you roll out with the soy or something. I don't know. You know that it's been a recipe for success before. Now you probably see a tank substitution going into this map if they were to play the Zarya. But hey, the Zarya's another fun hero. If you're just able to play some of these low pick rate heroes, like play the Zarya Torb or something, 2 birds in 1 stone.
The Zarya Torb. We saw Who Are You do it earlier today, Johnny, and on Suravasa, it didn't look too appetizing.
Yeah, I mean, Funny Astro was like, what was that? Funny Astro in the interview was like, what have I just seen? Like, what
Bro was like, what's happening
like
right
disgusted.
now?
Like, what
you guys are playing Torb
for?
What's going on? Well, we'll see if Dildox want to bring out the Torbjorn. Suravasa is the map pick. GK 2-0 up currently. Found a match of the weekend as well. Banger yesterday, Johnny, I must say. 2 map 5s, unfortunately today. Not quite as similar, with a 3-0 Space Station winning earlier. And then probably a 3-0 here for Geeke.
Yeah, yesterday was peak. We had so many great matches, like you said. 2 matches going to map 5, and one of them with Nightmare. I think we were quite expecting the map 5, so a bit of a positive surprise. There's some great matches this weekend, but I mean, Dildox, this is just an impossible mountain to climb. This is more difficult than Mount Everest.
What's the highest mountain you've climbed?
Contender Season 0. No, Contender Season 1. We were in Denver, actually, in 2017. And in Denver, I think they have like, what, like 5K? I forget. It's some kind of K. 5K, 10K, 5K. And yeah, we took an entire morning and we did that. It was me, Bren, Left Guy, if you remember Left Guy, Pocket.
Yeah, Left Guy, yeah.
Yeah, it was a great old time. So there you go. An honest answer. That was the largest mountain I've climbed.
It's pretty wicked. You know what's also wicked? Red X on the Moira. And first map. Bring out something a little bit special here. And even Baz on the ball, but yeah. Unfortunately, EK, no stranger to playing the Sombra. So Baz is going to have a rough old time here.
I told you, this is the map you can cook if you want, Jaws. Look at this come from Dildox. This is cooking at its best.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Michelin star, maybe. We'll see. Ooh, good shot. Probably Philly. Yeah, Lethal's aim, just the raw aim from Lethal is beautiful. It's something that's really a treat to see.
Yeah, it's a bit similar to Seeker in that when you see Lethal playing a comfort hit scan, like it's Cassidy, the Sojourn, Lethal is just unbelievable, can take over some of these games. There's that story where Lethal was called in from the supermarket, you told it on Plat Chat.
Yeah.
Lethal, come in. We need your hit scan capabilities. And Lethal just reverse swept the enemy team in the
I remember him saying,
Season 2.
Yeah, he was like, I had to say to my girlfriend, like, oh, I've got to go home. I've got a match to play. And she was like, okay, sounds good. Comes home, doesn't warm up at all, jumps on Junkertown, plays Widow, and just dominates the entire lobby.
That's Lethal.
Speaking about getting dominated, PDK solo EMP'd by W My Moan. As Admiral continued to show off the Weaver for Geek. Get a little practice in.
I mean, Ultraviolet yesterday was like, yeah, Admiral's, you know, an amazing Lifeweaver player. So I'm looking.
Oh, trolled. Lethal didn't get the pedal platform.
We're gonna have to do a live Weaver power rankings at some point.
Yeah, we will actually. Yeah. True. We'll see if it happens at mid-season as well. All right, Flashpoint's going to unlock in a couple of seconds. Razor pretty close to the CMP. They got tree though. Just out.
A lot of ultimates here, Dildox, actually.
Yeah, there's the tree on the point. That overhealth is going to build pretty quickly. Oh, and Bash just kind of dominated, honestly, on the ball. He's against the Sombra and the Cass, so your movement capabilities cut to close to 0.
And that's a rough one because you had the mines, you had the pulse bomb, coalescence. Like these are quite efficient ultimates, but Admiral countering the mines with the tree as well. There's so much healing, the overhealth, as you said. That does kind of sting for Dildox because that is a fight you'd hope you'd at least have a chance of winning. And now you're looking at for the field with the Kitsune Rush, Racer with the EMP here. If they can find an early pick with the EMP, at least that'd be something you could snowball off of. Solo EMP to Winston, I don't care.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Oh, yeah.
Well,
Dan Cuffy is Bramble Rage. Ooh, they are rushing in their spawn as well, just to get out. Profi Philly, Suzu, TP, used. That's one dead Kiriko.
Well, if they got a blown up Kaffa there was at least a chance, but unfortunately, kill couldn't come through.
Okay, UV. I was waiting for UV yesterday, Johnny, to come up with another food photo on social media. Do you remember that? It was like a chili hot dog or something. I don't know what it was. It was just... Dude, it was crazy.
That sounds amazing, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, the picture was gnarly, but nice little dive there onto Ultraviolet, speaking of which, although just dodging out of everything. Yeah, this Rap Life Weaver is just so difficult to kill, man.
Yeah, I mean, Dildox, they're trying, like, genuinely, they're very all in, of course, because they're playing the Tracer Sombra and the Moira. I mean, we saw SSG bring out the Moira against... I think it was GK as well, actually, playing the Bap Laifu, right? And it is very all-in.
Right.
Because a Moira operates by themselves, similar to Kiriko, in that you have, a big movement ability with the Fade. And so you can get into the backline, and you can survive against some of these dive heroes from GK, right? But if you can't get the picks, and if you can't win fast enough, then the composition just deteriorates.
EMP, oh, yeah, hit 2. They instantly died. As soon as the flash went off, it was like a flashbang, basically. As soon as the flash went off, they were already dead. No chance. Oh, Manual hack from the skies as well. Should have the recall, but that health pack is hacked. Boris goes a little wide. As Cuffer, bit off a little bit more than he could chew there. However, GK still control the point. Coalescence. Oh, this is what we want to see from Red X, but unfortunately, everybody has already disappeared as the Life Weaver grips Ultraviolet away, and Ultraviolet going for the duel with a battle rifle.
Here we go. You gotta pick the Moira's working. Doing work.
Moira's working. Okay, PDK also on the board. All right, okay. As we transition at this point, PDK didn't have an limb, but finally coming online despite this tree. The ends was not happy.
I mean, okay, Dildox finally get the cap there, yeah. I mean, GK was just building so much cap. Primal, Kappa's going to get the frag and get out. That's disgusting.
Oh, like is hacked as well, so Az cannot gain any health from it, unfortunately. And now Lethal is back, although still though, Dildox control the point. Rush is going to get deployed by Frothy Philly as Lethal looks for a flank kill. The Admiral goes down to Red X. Amora stabs it.
Yeah, big ults actually. The Mines and the Kitsune Rush, obviously great ultimates, and they should be able to clean up this fight just as GK gets 2 more picks. Well, never mind.
Oh, the Maw!
The orb!
Oh no, the Moira. It's still working, and Johnny, they haven't even capped.
Yeah, it's good.
Still control this point.
Oh.
Dude, best hero in the game.
Wow, the fact that we're able to stall out this point is huge, actually. Obviously, I would have loved to see that fight win, decisive fight win with those big ultimates, but I mean, this essentially classifies as a win here. This is Brawly. They got a pick on Admiral. They're going to close this point up.
If it was got Pog Spot, very tough targets to stick though. This backline, good luck. You can have Fade, you can have Swift Step. PK going pretty low though. Pog Spot on the floor. The Suzu. Yeah, damage not connecting there. High Noon on the point as Cuppa goes down. 99% for Dildox there. They're in this, Johnny. They're going to get a point here. WMIMO does have an EMP, but has to get out of the point, and Reddish is going to chase him down with a nice little right click. Damage orb sent in, and that is a point on the board for Dildox.
Yeah, there you go. Everything kind of just came together. You were able to stall out the point with the Wrecking Ball. You get value from some of your bigger ultimates as well. Tough for GK to operate with their composition on a very narrow point like this, but Dildox, they got the ultimate bank ready to go here as well, so we'll see if they can navigate this EMP from Maimon. They're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, the EMP is going to be very valuable here. You just kind of catch one person, you should be good to go. Predictive Virus going a little bit wide as Frothy Philly dies. Point unlocking in a couple of seconds. Oh, okay. The Primal Rage from Cover. They're all split as well. Like, everybody from Dildox just kind of solo operators. At the moment, oh, sure, but doesn't matter anymore. The Coalescence is, it's going to be decent for some damage and some extra healing, but unfortunately for Red X, Scotty, there's no one left, and the EMP is going to just steal the deal for GK.
Yeah, that's what we talked about with Dildo's composition, right? The fact that you're Kaffa and you pop the Primal, and Cassidy is pretty much the only Primal target for you, because Amoya will just fade, etc. All these heroes have so much mobility. But all in all, not too bad of a fight loss for Dildox, considering the EMP was used and Kaffa used the Primal Rage as well.
Okay, Ryan's deployed. Window's going to be good for Ultraviolet. Oh, yoinked away as he deployed the lamp. Didn't need that, but it's all good. And the tree on the point as well. Lethal dead and a high noon. PDK covered by these mines. Finds the kill onto Ultraviolet. Hang on a second here. Yeah, good luck, Admiral. That pedal platform not quite surviving long enough for him to get out.
Chase on Kaffa. Nice. Dildox. They're starting to build towards something here, Jack. No ultimates available for them right here, but at least they got a couple of teamfight wins here.
I'm just saying, despite GK playing the Lifeweaver Bat comp again,
wow,
Dildox are looking kind of good. I mean, Momo's going to have an EMP in a couple of moments, but might not be in time, honestly, before Dildox go for another quick engage. If they get another pick, this could be GK getting a little outlapped. And they found the Sombra too.
If they could get that pick to be huge, but Maimon comes away. Bass going down is really bad, actually.
Yeah, that's super bad.
I don't think Bass was expecting.
Cubby's got the Primal as well. Yeah, they were like, okay, if the supports are having a good time, like, that's great, but we do need to close this game out at some point. Yeah, PDK is just going to get forced away from the fight, just trying to fan the hammer. Kaffa. Even Baz there trying to protect the Cassidy, just not working out. Both supports now caught by Kaffa, and there comes the Coalescence. Okay, Kaffa, his days are numbered if he stays around too long, so yeah, a quick leap to the point. As GK do control now, they find the flip halfway through. Dildox at 97%, Johnny.
This EMP will be all the difference here.
I mean, Momo's looking for something. Okay, EMP on the point, hit Baz, Kaffa dead, rush, connect. And now they just got to push this point. Nice stick on Lethal. Oh, the 1 centimeter life grip to save him from Pulse Bomb. And this window from Ultraviolet. Oh, it's just too much. I mean, he's such a cracked shot anyway. Almost impossible now. Maybe Razor gets another touch, but yeah, looks like Dildox are going to go down. Baz coming back in. They'll find a few moments. Deploys the mines. Yeah, that'll be it, Johnny. GK Esports with a 3-1 on Suravasa, rounding out the series. A 3-0 as they continue their streak in NA.
That's about as clean as you like. Lethal making the swap over to Cassidy. And that was just too much. That was just too much for Dildox. Couldn't survive against the Cassidy. And, well, GK, another 3-0 here. And correct me if I'm wrong, this is actually going to put them in the first seed above Nightmare.
Yeah, with a better map diff, right?
I'm not sure. They were one map behind, right, in terms of map differential?
They should right now be 5-0. And then, yeah.
They're both 5-0, but Nightmare was +1.
Right. That's big. That's big.
We'll see. We'll tally the numbers in a minute, but
that's
GK...
right. We'll have an updated standing and bracket and all the good things. But first, let's talk about how they got it done. Quite frankly, it was a vibes game. right? Also, I'm an absolute prophet. I knew exactly that the Dildox are going to rock up with their own Life Weaver. Did I anticipate the Reinhardt coming into play there? No. Did I enjoy
None of us did.
Yes.
That was something.
No, but they also like there was prep coming into this one, like for sure. Like it's not like they just threw something at the wall. I'm sure there was a game plan.
Yeah, there's a theory behind the Rhine. Like I said, Lifeweaver using the platform to get over the top, but the problem against this comp is that it is so split that maybe you catch somebody like this, but it's taking the other half of the composition out is just so difficult.
But also like Redx heading over to the mortar, as we're seeing right now here for the last map. That's also something we've seen being tried against that Lifeweaver Baptiste, like just last week. And it worked at times until it didn't, obviously. So it seems like no one has quite cracked the formula on how to get past that backline yet. For now, though, let's chat to one of our winners. Kaffa will be joining us for a quick chat after a dominant 3-0 victory against the Dildox. Kaffa, congratulations. Welcome to the show. Heading into this one, we were sure it's just going to be all vibes. What was your prep looking like against the Dildox? Did you expect them to come out with like a Baptiste Lifeweaver? Were there words on the street that they're trying this comp out as well? Or did you just expect chaos and leaned into that?
We didn't really have much prep for them, to be honest. Like I think our main focus was Team Liquid this weekend. But I heard that they were going to ban Lifeweaver on Circa Royale, but they didn't. So we just played our normal comp, I guess. Yeah.
That comp feels so annoying to play into on circuit. Like we were all kind of shocked that Dildox were going to take you there, like we said on the broadcast, but like we expected them to try something. They tried the Rhine. Like obviously you're not going to say what breaks that comp in half, but how do you even play into that? Like it just seems so impossible.
Yeah, I don't know. People have yet to figure out how to beat it, so we'll just keep playing until someone cracks it. But I mean, we can play like every comp, so if people learn how to beat that, we'll just play one of the other support duos that we play. So yeah, I don't think it's really an issue right now. We just have it as like a little back pocket thing, get some map wins, and then if it stops working, we just go back to what we played before. We're confident in everything. We can play like pretty much every comp, so I don't think it matters too much if that eventually fails, but I don't think it will. I think it's actually really strong. I really like that setup.
Yeah, GK have been really versatile so far. You brought out a lot of different compositions, and I actually want to bring it back to Winston, which we saw a lot of yesterday. Now, it feels like overall the region has kind of trended towards brawl-heavy compositions. You know, Risa, Juno Brig, Where Can. There's some Lucio Kiriko being played as well. But the fact you brought out like the Winston or something like Runa Sapi yesterday, I thought it was quite noteworthy, and I thought it was really impressive how you rotated, played the edges, stuff like that. I'm just curious about your thoughts on Winston in this kind of meta, and like what the game plan was yesterday actually. When he brought out the Winston. How do you think Winston fits into this meta?
I think Winston's death was like greatly exaggerated. Like people were saying it was like the death of Winston when Freya came out, but I think he's like one of the better heroes against Freya, and now with the Freya nerfs, it's like more manageable. But I think that it's definitely a strong point for us, and we've played it a lot. Orisa's kind of boring, and I think a lot of the Korean teams are kind of moving away from Orisa. Because it was mainly just like for Freya, like every tank sort of felt hard into Freya. And Orisa's like the one that just has like the most sustainability, can survive the most, and just is pretty broken. So like it was like a good band-aid fix, but I think we are showing that we can play more than that. I mean, that map on Runa Sapi, it was a little bit unfortunate. We had quite a few misplays. I think we should have on that map. Yesterday we played like pretty poorly, but I mean, it's regular season, it doesn't really matter. Like playoffs is all that matters, so yeah, we'll just keep working.
That's right. Also, a win is a win, man. A win is a win. It doesn't matter how you get there in the end.
That's true.
Well, Kaffa, you were quite frankly farming the opposition on the server, and that's why you are our player of the match for this one as well. So congratulations on that, and of course the overall dub. One last thought from you. Looking at week 6, you're going to face off against Nightmare. You guys are currently fighting for the crown in the region. How do you feel like you're stacking up against them in their current form and in your current form as well?
I think they're a pretty good team, but we're just better. Like, they definitely benefit a lot from Freya being really broken, and that's like their strong point, but I think she's like slowly falling out of things, and we're just like a stronger team on every comp. So yeah, I don't think it should be too much of an issue.
That's good. Well, we still hope for a 5-map banger series, even though obviously you hope to not make it close. But yeah, thank you so much, Kaffa, for joining us. Wish you a wonderful week. We can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us next week. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Always great to hear from Kaffa. I love confident answers like that. It's like, it shouldn't be an issue. It's like they're a good team, but we're just better.
Yeah. It's a great
Like
interview. I
that.
love it.
Yeah, no, those are the clippables, those are the quotables, and that's why. And you can have those moments when you are at the very top of our standings, as is the case, of course, for not just GK but also Nightmare. They're, as I said just now, they're fighting for the crown, and GK actually is ahead now.
There you go.
Behind them
13.
anymore.
Dang.
That's low key insane. Let's see so Nightmare and GK. Both have 2 more matches to play.
Yes.
No, 3. No, wait, can I do math?
No.
I cannot do
Nightmare has
Nightmare
Dildox
has
to
2.
play.
Yeah,
and
then GK. And then GK
Yeah.
has Extinction and Nightmare.
Yes. So in theory, that week 5, which is week 5 on the Saturday, is the Nightmare and then the GK, and then the final week, that first match is the big one. Who is gonna go undefeated in stage 2, Nightmare or GK?
But also next week is not without consequences. Obviously, if you're one of those top teams, you want to drop not a single map. Like, you want to make that a clean 3-0 victory, obviously, that you can maybe win out on map differential in case that last match is getting close. But now GK actually ahead in map differential. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, to say the least, when we're coming to that 6th and final week. But there's still one in between, and of course we're maybe done for the day today, but there's also still more Overwatch to watch, because we will be raiding our featured co-streamer. Averil, is he still alive and kicking? Let's find out.
Oh, is he
should be.
awake
Hopefully
still?
He's awake. That man actually never sleeps. Built different, so go keep him some company and share some love. Of course, drops are enabled on our co-streamers' streams as well, so your support does not go what's the word I'm looking for? Unrewarded?
Yeah.
Where's the work?
It's been a long day, a long weekend, maybe.
It's been a long day, and I'm very warm because our AC is broken, and I'm dying.
Oh.
So on that note, it's a little warm in SoCal right now. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little hot. That's
like
okay
30
though.
plus in C.
Yeah, it's not nice. It's not nice. What is nice though is spending time with my besties. Unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye. So thank you guys so much for following the action. Going to see more of all of you, of course, in the next couple of weeks. Thank you all so much for watching. And again, stick around because we're raiding Averil in just a little bit. Thank you so much for watching, and we see you again next week.